Good morning. Happy Wednesday. It is the middle of the week. I hope it's Wednesday. I'm always behind on these days. Good morning. Happy hump day. Hump day. Some of you guys understand what that is all about. Some of you guys is just will just go over your head. Some of you guys who are 70s born, maybe some 60s, late 60s. Some people that grew up in the 80s will probably know what the hell I'm talking about with my little corny ass lines and some of the songs that pop into my head. Some of you understand the reasons why that happens. Sometimes I don't even know how the hell or why it happens, but it does. So with that being said, I want to say salute to you guys, my dear friends. Thank you to the early risers that are here waiting for the next episode. You know, I should have been labeling the episodes from episode 1. You know what I'm saying? Just to say, hey, listen, this is how much work I have put into my show. You know what I mean? It's so easy to just, get on YouTube, do your little podcast, grab your phone. I remember when I started, just with my phone. That's all I had. I mean, to go live, and stuff. And then, you know what? Maybe I should I should use this software. It's called OBS. And I kept having these issues with connectivity. And then I was just like, yeah, you know what? Forget about it. I'm just going to go ahead and use the phone. And then, you just talk shit. That's it. But it has evolved. It has evolved into an actual real show. And what's crazy is that you're always going to have those people who either like you or just fucking hate you. And I'm okay with that. To each his own. I'm going to say, listen, I have seen I have seen some YouTube videos like there is nothing going on. I kid you not. There's like a scene of an Asian woman sleeping with her son outdoors. And there is like this little water thing. 5,000 people watching this shit. What is going on? I'm telling you, man, it's crazy. It's crazy. A lot of times we think, simple is best. Sometimes it is. It is. There was one of you guys, well, not you guys specifically, but one of the people that came in through one of my videos made a comment in one of my shorts, I think it was, or I don't know, maybe one of my videos, because I'm always talking about the quality of video and this and that, and I'm never happy. I'm not perfect. And I will say I do love this background. This has probably been my favorite background that I have done. Okay, it's very simple. But it's hard to put some creativity behind it, right? This is why people hire people that are creative, that do all kinds of stuff. Listen, there is a lot of stuff. I don't have to do it, but there's a lot of stuff that I want to do. Like, for example, when I'm in here with this software, I can probably get the same amount of people just using my phone regularly without having to have my all the space that I have in here, my double desk, my 3 monitors, and I can have another angle, which I will eventually. I have the equipment for it. I just don't use it. But I like to feel, this is me at home. You know what I'm saying? Come into my home. You guys are all welcome. Come in here and be respectful. That's all I want. I want you to come into my place and just chill with me. You know what I'm saying? If you don't like what I stand for, I get it. Move along. That's fine. If that's not what you want, it's okay. I have my coffee maker right here with me. I got my little blender. I got my PS5. You know what I'm saying? I got my little mushroom coffee. I got my little coffee. I got my little setup for myself. This is me. This is for me. It's for me. And everything that I have in here is all for me. I'm just inviting you in to come and hang out with me. Now, we talk about politics. We talk a little bit about religion. You guys know that that's what I do. I'm big on immigration. My show right now is huge on immigration. I think immigration it's so underrated for most Americans. I understand, the nature of being humanitarian and all this stuff, but you know what? Feelings and emotions is not gonna make your country successful. Now, I will say this. Yeah, it is. It is an AI screen. Thank you for the compliment there, you asshole. It's obvious it's a green screen. This guy. You see how they come in and troll? They just interrupt. That's just what they do. Who's Christian? I want to know. I'm not a Christian. How's that? Is that better for you? All right, all right. You know what? Before I continue with my little rant in here, let me just go ahead and acknowledge Sticks, my newest member. Welcome, my friend. I appreciate you being here. Don Mitch, man, I gotta go get that little piece, man, for the window. Don Mitch is a veteran. Don Mitch was, I don't know if it's okay for me to say, to be honest. I don't know. Forgive me if it's not okay. I'm a very nosy dude. I did forget to put my powder on my face, though, because it's too shiny right now. Don Mitch is one of our Navy veterans, and he was in the, what is that called? The NSS? What was it called? The ship that shut down that Iranian commercial jet or whatever. And, the story that Don Mitch tells me matches exactly how it happened under the Reagan administration. And a lot of people give our military shit. For one, it's because they don't like the United States of America. And two, is because we are supreme. A lot of people think that the United States of America, as they do with President Trump, they think that we're just bluffing. Where we tell people to behave, or otherwise we're going to swap their butt. They don't believe us. It's like they're just rebellious kids who just don't want to listen to authority. So then we have to react, and then we look like the bad guys. But you know what? We are the good guys. I don't care what anybody says. Now listen, today, this is going to be, I don't know, man. If you are a complete only Trump supporter, if you are a loyalist, I'm going to tell you right now, I will disappoint you because I am not a loyalist. Listen, I will love you as long as you allow me to love you. That's as far as I go. Listen, I got two things that I'm disappointed with President Trump right now. Now, this is just my own personal issues. Has nothing to do with me supporting. I still support everything he does. But I got two things that I'm kind of pissed off about him. And, I want some answers. I want to hear President Trump talk about it. So we'll wait before we go too deep into it. But I want to hear President Trump talk about it. One of them is the catering thing. The catering thing really bothers me. But we'll talk about it later. Anyways, Don Mitch, my hero, my veteran. He was in the Navy ship that shut down that plane, and he explained everything to me. I'm glad that he told me what he told me because it actually matches what historical documents actually say about it as well. So thank you to all my vets, man. Just so you know, I don't care what the world says, man. You guys are our American force. You guys are the backbone of Americans, and we love you. In this channel, we love our military men. Not like the psycho ass, supposedly he's in the military, the guy who was threatened to kill me, supposedly in a base down in Tacoma. Maybe I misheard, and it was his mama's basement in Tacoma. Whichever case, somebody's stolen ballots, somebody's saying they're American soldiers and they're threatened to kill a civilian. That's pretty pathetic, I would say. Very un-American. With that being said, Robert, good morning. Good to see you. Destroy is in the house. My man. Man, I love having my man here. Appreciate you, brother. I know you don't want me to say your name, but I appreciate you, man. I had a couple conversations with you, a very long time ago, and they're still, reckoning in me. You are a fantastic man, and I love you for that. Thank you for your service. Let's see, who else do we have here? Of course, Ender is in the house. Thank you, Ender, for your support from abroad. Winter says, "Buongiorno, signore. Buongiorno. Salute." I don't know. I don't speak Italian. I just make my own shit. Oh boy. I just make my own shit. Here we go. Let me see how many ways can I say hello? Let's see. Bonjour. Oh, here we go. Buongiorno. I think that means hello, something like that. Hola, hello. Talofa, aloha. That's it. That's all I can think of right now. But a couple of languages in there. Not bad. Not bad. Working full in the AM, so 7 hour help when I can. No problem. Sticks. Listen. You're becoming a member. I appreciate you. Now, somebody's been telling me about the pricing for memberships. If you guys think that the membership prices is too high for the lowest one, let me know. I can always change that. But you don't have to be a member. If you can, fantastic. If you can't, that's okay. It's either way. I appreciate your likes. You guys can throw super chats whenever you want. That's how you support this channel. I appreciate every single one of you guys. Who else do we have in here? Don Trump. Good to see you on here. Man, you're here early today. Let's see. Thank you, Lester. I appreciate you. Aztec, you better behave, you biatch. Aztec gives me a hard time sometimes. This guy, I kick him sometimes. I can't stand Aztec because Aztec, he says some dumbass shit sometimes, which is okay. But the problem is, Aztec, and I'll let you know directly, the problem is that sometimes there is so many trolls in here just being so negative, and sometimes when you say your dumb shit, it's too much. It's overload. You know what I'm saying? So you got to go. I am sure you know what I'm talking about. You know what? Of course, it's every day I do. I actually had to restart my computer right before I started this live. I lost every single one of the things that I had to show you today. So we are going to go through the news and we're going to grab what I have been watching from yesterday and this morning. And so we'll go through that. Let me make sure I log into my X account real quick, if I can. Let's see. Come to Papa. There we go. All right. So yeah, I had to restore my tabs. It's pathetic. Pathetic. And of course, my Facebook. I think I saved something on my Facebook for you guys to watch. Now, guys, let me give you. I appreciate you too, man. Let me give you guys a little disclaimer, okay? In this channel, listen. We only have 23,000 subscribers. I know it's not much, right? My channel gets shadow banned a lot. It's okay. It's okay. I don't control that. My channel gets shadow banned a lot. Plus, it's only for 18 plus. All right. So you got to be 18 and older to be in this channel, and so there's those are flags that doesn't allow for a lot of monetary or for a lot of exposure, and so I will tell you, is a young channel. We're 1 year old, literally 1 year old this August, and even though I started doing this like a few months before, but going live, is 1 year old, and there's a lot of things that I have, for the future. I'm investing in some things, and it's tough times, but I'm investing some things for the future. This channel is not going to be just what you see here today. I mean, maybe it will, but in a different scenario. Trust me, there's a lot of things in my head that I want to do. But what I'm trying to tell you is that there's going to be a lot of shadow ban. There's going to be a lot of trolls that come in here. They don't understand why I talk the way I talk. They don't care to understand why I talk the way I talk. They don't know why I stand the way I stand with immigration. They don't know why I stand with President Trump the way I stand with President Trump. They don't understand why I love America. It doesn't matter how many times I say it. It doesn't matter how many times I show them. It doesn't matter what I say to them at all. They will never understand because they don't want to understand. I don't sit here and tell you my personal life so that you can make fun of it. I tell you my personal life experience so that you can learn to understand me if that's what you really want. But most of the people, they just come in and troll. One, they're probably mad at me because I left a comment on one of their dumbass videos. Two, they hate that they can't beat me on any debate. They don't like me contradicting their fake ass, and a lot of people, we're talking about very sad moments, and all they can do is laugh and make fun of us. It's like, what the hell are you doing? I thought you wanted some peace. I thought you wanted to, be united. But that's not what they do. They like to fight against us. And the problem is, guys, we have so many enemies around the globe. We have millions of illegal immigrants. And listen, I don't care how innocent you think they are. I know some. They're good people. I know. But I can't hate the United States of America if they get deported. That is their right. That is how they protect this country. It doesn't fucking matter. Oh, it's my cousin. No, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. I don't care what is the excuse. It doesn't matter. Of course we want him to be here. Of course we want all these good people to stay here. But it's the law. We can't get mad at our government, at our president, at our country for enforcing the law. The law is there for a reason. And I can never, ever, ever go against that. Do you understand? So, when I talk about immigration, I know what I'm talking about. I don't care if you think Maria and her 2 kids deserve to be in this country to make it doesn't matter what you fucking feel or think. It is the law. And while they're here, okay, they're taking a chance. All I'm saying is, don't hate the United States of America for doing what the law says to do. The law was here before them. And it's very simple. Very simple. And if you can't agree with me on that, we'll never be able to agree. And then you can just move along because we're just going to sit here and argue. And I'm just going to embarrass you and probably cuss you out. With that being said, that is what I'm about. I'm not perfect, but doggone it, we got to try to respect the law. We got to try to make sure that this country always looks good. I have a lot of rumors and little hearsay about, we have depleted all of our missile supplies. As if the United States is stupid enough to tell the media and the people, oh, yeah, by the way, we are down to 10% of our missile capability. Yep. Yeah, this war in Iran is depleting our... Who the fuck is going to be stupid enough to say that to the legacy media? To the media outlets, the ones that go and tell our enemies. You know what I'm saying? Oh, please. Today, I'll give you a chance. If you haven't been blocked for being an asshole, today you will get a chance to call in. How is that? Yeah. And then you can go ahead and listen. As a matter of fact, the way that I'm talking to you right now, just watch the chat. Don't remove the messages. Yeah, don't delete the messages. Let them embarrass themselves. You take a listen. You listen to what I say, and you read their comments. These are the morons that are destroying our country, just so you know. So just watch the white liberal Karens, the mentally ill, the mentally unstable, un-Americans. I get mad at them because it's annoying to see their stupidity, but at the same time, it's like, what can you do? They're the one retarded kid that we have to love anyway. And that's just the way it is. Let me see. Man. When you get time, can you read later? Timestamps included. Okay. All right. All right, Don. Thank you, man. Appreciate you. Yeah, I got the text. Oh, man. It's going to be a good one. We're going to do a good one today. It's going to be a good one, my friends. It's gonna be a good one. I believe I can fly. Ooh. I believe I can touch the sky. Oh yeah. All right. Let's go ahead and put that there. I'm sorry, guys. I do all this shit in here. All right. Here's the thing. Today we celebrate our Independence Day. No, I'm just kidding. That was a great movie, actually. Before Will went rogue. You know what I'm saying? Being married to a socialist woman can mess up a real man and break him down into pieces and turn their children into little demons. I'm going to tell you, man. Will Smith and his crazy-ass family. Will Smith used to be so funny in the 90s. He was so funny. Yeah, we all love Will Smith, the Fresh Prince of Bel-Air. I don't know what he sees on that rag that he married. The one that he went over there and punched Chris Rock for no reason. I don't know what the hell he sees on that demon. I'm telling you right now, that bitch is a demon. But his son, bruh, he don't know who he is. And I blame the libtards for this. Oh, they should express themselves as they want to. No, bitch. They need to learn. They need to learn. Welcome to the big rift. That's what this guy called it. Welcome to the big rift. But the truth shall set you free. These trolls are demons just melting with the truth, because the truth is the holy water that destroys these sons of bitches. Anywho, I look at his kid, man. First of all, let me start off with the parents. Let me start off with Will Smith. I used to think he was so funny, man. Remember Bad Boys? Bad Boys for life, He was all fit, just funny and action and, everything you want in the movie, you know what I'm saying? Comedy, some, I can't think the words in Spanish and English. Some detective work, there's some mystery, action, a little bit of drama, emotional moments, this and that. All of the good things were all in that movie. And what's sad is that now he's just a lost old man. I mean, he's a little bit older than me. He's not that much older than me. But he's a lost soul. The guy sat there on a table listening to his wife telling him how she banged the pool boy, his son's friend, this cougar. Talking about how she banged the pool boy right there in this so-called something table. And Will Smith had to sit there. That was my fault. Yeah, that was my fault. Yeah. Mm-hmm. That's what I called a pussy. I'm sure he votes for Democrats right now. Not only that, but his wife, I will say this, I do like her eyes. She got pretty eyes. But other than that, she is so dark. She is so ugly to me because she's so dark on the inside. Jada, that's her name? Oh, that's the wife? I don't know. Who cares about her? I really don't even give a shit about her name. She, I think she played on the last time I saw her acting, I think she played on that series. What was that series called? It's not Batman. What's that series called where she last played? She was like Fish or something like that. Somebody put it in the chat. Let me see if you guys know what I'm talking about. It's not Batman. It's not the Joker. It's a series. It's called Gotham. It's the name of the city. The name of the city, Gotham. I think she was Fish. I think. Maybe I'm confusing the start, but maybe I think she was Fish, and she was kind of a badass in the movie, right? But His son, bro. Listen. Oh my goodness, guys, come on, man. Be serious. Come on. Be serious, bro. Tell me that the outfits that this little monkey wears are cool as they say. Bruh, there is no freaking way. I don't care what science fiction movie. I don't care. Yeah, I'm sure she's fishy. No, she's not Catgirl. No, that was that beautiful woman. What's her name? Halle Berry. First one, the white one, the sexy one was Michelle Pfeiffer, I think. I think that's her name. I'm very bad with names, guys. Forgive me. But anyway, so the whole thing is that you have this child who grows up in a millionaire lifestyle. You see what I'm saying? He's had. Don't worry about it. I appreciate that. He had the opportunity, right? Think like this. He had the opportunity. Number one, okay, so he's black. All right, here we go. He's black. But he's rich. And he had the opportunity to make something great of his life. Instead, man, traumatized by his mother. The young man doesn't know what a man is. Because Jada cut Will Smith's balls off. And Will Smith, not being a real man, destroyed that child's brain. He has no real man influence in his life except for the ones that got his back. You know what I'm saying? Disgusting. You got to blame the parents. You got to blame the parents, but the kids, they need to be blamed themselves because they are the ones actually doing what they're doing. See, that's the difference between me and people on the left. Man on the left. Will Smith allowed this cheating wife, which, by the way, the rumors is that she is still in love with Tupac. Why the hell did you marry Will Smith? Well, you know what? Whatever. We all make mistakes. But Will Smith had become such a pussy that his son is so confused. That's sad, bro. That is sad. I see that a lot in Hollywood. You know, you ever watch a Hollywood movie and you see this kid? What a great actor. And you fall in love with this kid and you're like, man, I can't wait to see what movies he's going to make when he gets older, right? Yeah, there's a lot of different emotions on that. But yeah, Tupac, I mean, I like Tupac, but I didn't support him on his lyrics. I think the guy was talented, amazingly talented. Are you kidding me? Bro, his voice was perfect for rapping and the beats were catchy. And it's not just the beats, but did you know that, man, you know what? Matter of fact, I listened to one of his biggest fans. You will not believe who is one of the biggest fans of Tupac. Somebody tell me on the chat. Let's see if you pay attention, man. I will tell you. He is on Trump's administration. He's a big Tupac fan. Let's see if you guess who it is. Let's see if you guess who it is. I identify with him a lot. But anyways, going back to Hollywood, let's see if you put that on the if you know the answer, put that on the chat. Who is Tupac's biggest fan in the Trump's administration? I'll give you a hint. It's not Trump or Vance. That narrows it down really, really, really good. But you know, you watch these kids, right? Remember, not Kash Patel. Probably, maybe, but not Kash Patel. You guys will get there. You remember watching The Terminator, right? Remember the actor? You guys are going to go down the whole administration. Come on. Can't believe you guys can pin it. Yeah, I can't believe you guys can pin it on the right one. But anyways, you watch Terminator, right? And then you watch John Connor, right? When he was sad, the Sand Ninja. Oh, bro, listen, I'm gonna play a song. I see if I can find it. That's right, Marco Rubio, bro. He's a Tupac, hardcore Tupac fan. And he thinks like I do. You know, he loves Tupac music. He believes he's a great rapper. He was a great artist. And also, he was a great actor. He actually went to acting school, some sort of art schools. And, you know, he was a good lyricist. You know, he would write good music. The only thing I don't agree with him on his lyrics is belittling women. This is something that is popular on hip-hop. It's belittling women and just treating them like a piece of meat, you know. And let's be honest. Listen, male's anatomy or autonomy. I don't know what the word is. I can't think of the word. But a male and a female, our bodies are created differently. A female's body, and whether you like to hear it or not, it is irrelevant. It is the truth. A female's body gets wasted the more it gets used. I don't want to be too graphic, but you know what I'm talking about. So it's very important for a female to find a man that loves them. And of course, it's very important for a man to find a female that loves them too. Because let's face it, while something is attractive at the beginning, with time, not so much, right? But when you have love, I will tell you, when you have love, it just never dies. It's something that you can just, you know, see beautiful for the rest of your life. And I have seen people that have been together since their early 20s. They live a whole life well into their 80s. And it's so beautiful to see that old man with that old woman all that time. Every year they both got older. They never saw each other get old. Isn't that fantastic? That's what love does. That's what love does. Yeah, you know, I don't know about Tupac's poetry. He was not a poet. But, you know, some people are crazy like that. You know, I know I used to watch a lot of like the hardcore, bad, you know, movies and BET and all these nasty ass vagina poets and all this other stuff. You know, it's crazy stuff. But you know what? It's just like Hollywood has all these ideas, and unfortunately, what they're doing with these ideas in Hollywood is that they actually not encourage, but they not indoctrinate. What's the word? What's the word that I'm looking for? They are they influence. They influence the gullible and the young mind into thinking that it's okay. Like, for example, I'm going to tell you this. How many Star Trek fans do we have in here? Any Star Trek fans? Any Star Trek fans? Yeah, I was talking about that, but we'll get to that later. We'll get to that later. I'm pissed off about a couple of things, not just that. And I will tell you why I'm pissed off about him doing that, but that will be later. Influencers, Hollywood. If you're a Star Trek fan, you'll know what I'm talking about. And even today, you know, if you like Galaxy, what is it called? Guardians of the Galaxy, right? Okay. There is something that happens in the movies, in science fiction. I'm a big science fiction guy. You will not believe it. I am a big science fiction guy. You know, I think it's everything that stays in science fiction is fantastic. When you bring that to real life, that's a big no-no to me, okay? But here's the thing. Captain Kirk. Captain Kirk is the badass. Out of the whole thing, Captain Kirk is the badass. From the beginning. I mean, the only thing I like is, like, you know, Captain Kirk getting that flip phone out, you know, hey, Scotty, beam me up, you know. Now it's a cell phone. Now you can really talk on it. Now, we can't beam each other up yet, but who knows? Maybe in the future. I don't think we'll get there to that technology, but But anywho, so what I'm talking about is Captain Kirk. He is he's a badass. He is the hero of the story. And it doesn't matter what country he goes to, what world, I'm sorry, not country, what world he goes into. It doesn't matter if that woman has a tail, he's tapping it. It doesn't matter if that woman is purple with some Shrek ears, he's tapping it. You know what I'm saying? It doesn't matter what kind of alien, if it's a female, he is tapping it. Oh man, oh man. Listen, hey, listen. I know you guys make fun of people, but listen, I'm gonna tell you, there's some people that got caught tapping some goats. That's not a joke. That's not. I wish it was a joke. People have gotten caught tapping a goat, tapping a horse. I kid you not, tapping a dog. Guys, bro, it's crazy. Again, you know, when you're watching science fiction movies, you know, whatever it is, right? I get it. I get it. But we're humans, man. We gotta stay in you know, we gotta live in reality. Is what I'm saying. Bestiality is not a good thing, man. It's a very demonic thing, and you know, it destroys the mind. It really does. It destroys the mind. Now, I know that some people are going to miss it because I got two things that I'm going to be pissed off, that I'm pissed off about President Trump right now. Those people that don't stick around will never find out what that is. But the rest of you faithful believers in the truth will stick around, and you will get to hear why I'm so pissed off about these two things. And one of them could just be hearsay, or a theory, but the other one is very serious to me. And I'm very pissed off about that. But anyway, you have look at the woman that Guardians of the Galaxy has, right? Chris Pratt. She's green. I mean, I can only imagine what the green women look like. Who knows? Maybe it's just everything's the same. But you know that you have these furries today. You know, these furries. You know, the guys that like to dress up like animals and then go and tap each other. Yeah. That's a mental problem. That's a mental problem. I would dare say demonic. I have seen a lot of people, especially in Europe, where they're wearing a dog collar, and they act like dogs, and they like being told what to do. They like to be insulted. It's crazy. Demonic. That's what it is. Demonic. Now, I'm going to tell you, there's only one rule that I have about watching movies. Listen, I can watch any movie, but the moment that they have a sex scene, it's done. It's done. So if I'm in a movie theater and, they always give you a warning. If there's going to be sexual content on there, like, sex scenes, I don't watch it. And if I watch it at home, I'm fast forwarding those parts. Call me a hypocrite, tell me I'm still wrong, and you be right so to call me that. But that's just your belief, and I don't know. I don't believe that. Just like a lot of the things that I tell you, you don't believe, right? Right. Okay. So yeah, it is what it is. But what I'm saying is, if I watch an action movie, for example, right? I want to watch it because it's action. I want to watch action. I don't want to watch porn. If I wanted to watch porn, then I will go and watch porn. But that's not what I want. I want to watch some action. You won't believe how many movies are out there that get destroyed because of that. I know a lot of people are the way that I am. A lot of people. And it destroys the movies. It has nothing to do with it. Like, you don't need to have a naked sex scene or anything to make it a good movie. You know what I mean? Like, it's crazy that people do that when they make movies. But anyway, to each his own. So big sci-fi, big action movie. That's what I like. That's what I like. Is it too loud? Okay, let me turn down the gain a little bit, just a little bit. Some people complain that the audio is not loud enough. That's why I turn it up that much. But I do talk loud, so maybe that's what I got to do. I just got to continue to talk loud the whole time. That way the microphone stays there. It's not. I'm not very good with the mic adjustments. Every time that I adjust it here, I think it's perfect. It sounds good, and then people can't hear me. You know what I mean? Scary movie. You guys remember that movie called Scary Movie, right? The comic one. I can't stand those movies. You know, especially when what was it? When Marlon Wayans, Sean Wayans gets killed by a big wee wee go through his hair and it just kills him. It's that to me was stupid, and I just can't watch it. Yeah, I couldn't watch it. I couldn't watch it. But I like movies like I can't even remember the names, but look, Interstellar. I like those kind of sci-fi movies. Very long, maybe boring to a lot. But the crazy thing about Interstellar and movies like it is my brain is always active. You know what I'm saying? My brain is always active. My brain is always trying to figure out that sound. How did they get that sound? I know I'm weird like that. How did they get that sound? Okay, what's going to happen next? Remember when he's hacking that drone, right? He's got his girl. He says, "You drive," and his daughter is driving the truck, and then he's over there hacking, the drone, and I'm like the whole time I'm very into it. I'm lit. I'm lit watching it. I really love it. You didn't get the ending of it? Well, the whole point of the movie was that there is an interdimensional. You saw that, right? Space and time, and so he's gone into the future, but he ends up hitting a dimension where his present line was altered, and his daughter is already old and lived a full life. While he was in time travel, he was not aging because time doesn't revolve against the travel. It revolves around the things that are not traveling, if that makes sense. I didn't like the fact, the only thing I didn't like about the movie was I feel like she knew that was her dad. She knew that her dad was going to be gone, probably never come back home, and then just resented him and started hating him and all this stuff that, emotions make you do. But you didn't get the behind the bookcase part? Okay. So I'm not sure if you're getting to where I'm saying here, but the person that obviously you know this, the person that his daughter saw that said it was a ghost, it was him. It was his dad on a different dimension in a different time. So this is, it's kind of like God. God is everywhere, always, at all times, and all dimensions. He's omnipresent. He's everywhere. And people will never understand this, but Interstellar, that's probably why I like it, even though, graphics are graphics. But the thing is that he was pushing the books. He was trying to find his daughter. He was trying to find his way back to his daughter so bad. He entered into this dimensional space, and he kept pushing books and doing things like that so that his daughter can see him and hear him. And of course, in the present time when the daughter was watching his books fall off, she was like, "There's a ghost here," and the dad is like, "Oh, there's no ghost, blah, blah, blah." And they can explain all these things, but in reality, it was him in the future present. And past at the same time. Anyways, Interstellar is a fantastic movie. I like movies like Martian. Oh man, that was horrible. I hated the way that it turned out, but I love the movie Martian. I love science fiction movies like Ghost of Mars with Ice Cube. Remember that? Yeah. What was that one movie that they made a game? You know those action games where all you see is the guns, right? You just going in there. What's it called? It's from like it's not Resident Evil type of sci-fi. It's hey, how you doing, Jeff? Welcome, Daniel. Good to see you guys in here. Right now, we're just talking shit about movies. We're talking random stuff about movies. Believe me, there is a point eventually to all of this. We started talking about this because a lot of children, kids, teenagers, etc., not Ender, nope, they copycat the figurines in cartoons, in in anime, right? They do the haircuts and they do the dressing, and Japanese are good at this. Japanese are making a lot of women look young like dolls, right? Eh, eh, I'm telling you, I'm telling you, AI is great, but when you start acting like AI, that is not so great. Let me tell you that right now. You see that, JS? I'm not even talking anything else. We're just having a conversation, talking some shit, talking about movies, and people still come in and troll, bro. This is why I cuss people out. So when people put negative comments on my chat, this is why I cuss them out. This is why they get blocked, because they can't come in here and just have a good conversation. You know what I mean? I'm having fun. I know that this is not what I want to do right now, in the show. I want to get to some news clips and stuff like that I have. But I enjoy having this, interaction with people. A lot of my subscribers or the members, a lot of them, they come in here just so that they can, so that they can interact with other people. You know what I'm saying? I know, Billy Bob, but sometimes there's so many of them, man, that you just can't. You understand? It's easier for you guys because you guys are just over there. It's just you, no big deal. There's nothing there. But here, I'm trying to show you something. I'm trying to entertain you. I'm trying to give you some truth. I'm trying to give you some opinion, maybe some theories. And when people come in, it's just like somebody's coming into my house uninvited. If you come into my chat and you're polite and you're nice and this and that, it's fantastic. But when you come in here being an asshole, it's like you just came into my house uninvited. You know what I mean? All right. Just saying. I can't read all the comments either, so if you guys want me to really read your comments and you want me to pay attention, you got to put a super chat. I don't care if it's $2, $100. Just put a super chat so that I can emphasize on your comment. I can't read all of them. Trust me, I can't. Let's see. Okay, watching that soon. Man, there's a lot of movies. I can't think of all of them. There's a movie that you guys probably know this. I don't know if it's a Hellraiser. I can't remember, but it's that guy that has all the needles on his head from space. Remember, it's like the people in the ship have gone through hell, and the ship is possessed, something like that. I can't remember what the name is. That was a pretty good movie, and I think the guy that plays Morpheus is in that movie, and it was pretty good. I think he was in the movie. It was pretty good. Remember Alien from the 80s? Hellraiser, right? I think that's what it was. Alien, all of them were, I don't know, corny-ass action, but they were pretty good. For the time, they were very suspenseful and things like that. Moves are cheap. Movies cheap like you. I don't know what the hell this guy talked. I don't know what. There's something wrong with his people, man. Mr. Big Boss, what's going on? That is a horror. Event Horizon. Event Horizon. Yeah, that's another one. Was it Event Horizon, the guy with the needles? I should look up the pictures and see if that's what it is. But anyways, I like science fiction. I like action. I like all this stuff, but I don't believe that I should live that way. You know what I mean? Like, I have my limits. And yes, you and I, we can dress up and play for fun and do this, but only for fun, not for real. You know what I mean? Like Halloween, okay, a lot of Christians don't celebrate Halloween. I don't really celebrate Halloween, but I like the custom thing. You know what I'm saying? Like the outfits, the walls and all that. I listen, again, science fiction. I wouldn't accept that as a reality. I will never worship them. I will never do anything to say that I'm part of a demonic cult. But you gotta be able to separate yourself from movies. You know what I mean? I really don't like when movies says based on reality. Maybe the title of the story was based on reality, but the whole movie was bullshit. Never happened. You know what I'm saying? And I think that's the biggest mistakes that we do as humans. You know, we watch movies that we like. It's fantastic, but then people go out there and try to live that life, and it's not true. It's not true. You know, what's the other one? Superman. Remember Superman back in 1979? I think Superman came out in 1980, I believe, the first one. I can't remember. There was kids jumping off buildings, thinking that they really believe that they can fly. And I'm going to tell you, I, as a kid, at what, 5, 6, 7 years old, at 5, 6 years old, I had dreams. I had dreams that I can fly. Like, I literally felt like I could fly. I mean, I can stand right now, and I really believe that I can levitate. And I really believed it. When I used to jump, I believed that I can take an extra jump at the end of my jump. And I did. I did. But it wasn't that I can step on air. It's just flexing my body up, giving me an extra couple inches on the jump. But you know what I'm saying? It's like your mind. Yes, there is a lot of things that you're able to do if you believe it. But we're not that good. We're not that good. So, all right, getting back to business. Let me, man, I got to log into this one too. All right, hold on. Let me, what was my account? Bro, this is why I hate, listen, I know some of you guys always tell me to, use other social medias and stuff like that for the channel or whatnot. I hate having to
You came back for more? No,
oh my gosh. I hate having to remember all the usernames and man, it's so annoying, bro. It's so annoying. Oh Lordy Lord. Oh man, I don't know. I don't know if I should show you guys that. I have 89 followers on Instagram. Yeah, I'm a very famous guy. On TikTok, about 103, I think. And Facebook, I don't know, 20 people have subscribed to my, have joined my Facebook account. I'm really horrible. I've been slacking. I've been slacking a lot on advertising. I'm just a horrible marketer. But all right, today we'll do this. I am going to give you 2 things that I am so pissed off about President Donald J. Trump. 2 things that piss me off about it. You guys ready for that? No? Okay. Then why don't we go ahead and start with, let's go ahead and start with this video from the Police Insider. Now, this guy has 1.2 million subscribers. Let me see if I can find a good spot for you guys to start watching. Okay. I want you to know something, okay? You know what, JS? I'm so proud of you, man. You're actually having a conversation. I appreciate that. Yeah. I like that. I think JS has talked shit on my channel. I think he's been really against me for some reason. I think it's JS. But I'm going to tell you, that is exactly what I like to see, brother. I really do. I really appreciate people and respect people that can switch off politics. You know what I mean? I like people that can switch off things that they disagree with, because then we can have a fantastic communication. That's what I always tell people. Listen, if you want to debate me, or if you want to come in and bring your argument, which is okay, whether you're wrong or I'm wrong, it doesn't matter. You have to forget about hating Trump. And then we can be real people and have conversations. You know what I'm saying? You can't just, like when I say Democrats, why do I say Democrats? I don't say Biden, right? I say Democrats because These are the people that are supporting the bad policies. And these are the people that are out there protesting and doing all this noise and all this stuff. But it's not really all Democrats. You know, there's a lot of good American Democrats that they're just loyalists to the party. But, you know, I'm not a Republican, you know, and as much as I love President Trump, I'm going to question him when I feel that it's not right. You know, there's some things that are a little bit shady. I don't have proof, so I have to wait and see what happens. But believe me, I will jump on that wagon to get on him if he does any criminal activities that is proven in court. With that being said, this is a protest for releasing illegal immigrants. There's a guy, this is from last year, in June last year, there was a guy that was arrested by ICE and was deported. I think he was deported already. I don't know what happened to him, but that's what the story is. And then you have these protesters, and you can see a lot of them are probably illegal themselves. But then you have these agitators, these people that are not respecting the law. They're out there protesting, but they're not following the rules to protest. Anyways, I want to share this with you guys. Green Substance, welcome to the chat. Season, welcome to the chat. You over here seasoning people? Yeah, God sent Lucifer to earth, and believe it or not, I believe that those were the first humans on earth before Adam and Eve. I know, it's crazy. It's crazy. But that's not what the Bible teaches, so we're not going to make that a fact. You know what I'm saying? That's just my interpretation. This is what I gathered by common sense and logical thinking. Yeah, good to see you guys in here. All right, here we go. Kramis. Oh, my goodness. You know, some people just don't understand. Listen, Kramis, do you love me? Do you love me? Because if you say yes, it's crazy. Yeah, Nephilim. That's pretty damn close, bro. That's pretty damn close, JS. Yeah. Yeah. And Satan was kicked. Yeah. Lucifer, the morning star, it was kicked from heaven. And how did God imprison them? Flesh is how you imprison the spirit. All right, so Kramis, so you love me. I don't even know who you are. You see what I'm saying? But I love that. I love that you love me. I appreciate that. Now, if President Trump knows me or not is irrelevant. You know, I don't know 350 million Americans. I don't know them, but I love them enough to say I want this country to be protected. You see what I'm saying? I don't have to know them. And you know, this is why they break my heart. Because they don't know me. They don't know I love them. And when I see them going out there and trying to be violent against me, breaks my heart. Why? Because I love them. They don't know. I mean, that's just the way it is, man. You can't explain love, but I can tell you this. You can't love somebody just because you expect them or want them to love you. You just love because you want to love. You know what I'm saying? It's very hard. I'm telling. I am not Jesus Christ. I am not Jesus Christ. I'm just a man like you. Forget about Christian. I'm just a man like you. If we want to talk about salvation, we can talk about what it takes to have salvation. But when it comes to being an American, defending the country, I think differently. All right? All right, with that being said, let me go ahead and jump into this video here. And, you know, just listen. See if you see what's going on here. It's funny that I talk about immigration because that's exactly where we're going to go in our first video. Here we go.
Charges were never meant to be that. I would like to know what they are.
Okay, well, minimum resisting arrest.
No, there has to be original charges for
correct.
Correct.
Yep.
So what were they before that?
It's probably gonna be obstruction, but I'm gonna verify. Can you let me talk for a second, or are you just gonna keep talking?
It was a genuine question. I
know.
You can answer it perfectly fine.
Yeah, I'm just gonna stop if you're not gonna listen to me. So.
Love to protect and serve.
Yep, 100%. We love our community because we do.
Dogs of white supremacy.
Everyone meet up with the main
protest, onto the sidewalk. Everyone meet up with the main protest, onto the sidewalk.
Are you refusing all booking questions, ma'am?
I really like to talk to the lawyer before I answer anything, but
All right, do you know their phone number?
no, are they provided?
No.
Start heading back. Start heading back, bro. Just so we can have an eyes on these people.
Do you have a car?
I do, but I gotta get my camera. I just got here, so.
You still have the keys and everything? Is our car locked?
Yeah.
Good.
You want me to go get it?
The protest was moved to an open lot nearby where demonstrations continued till dark. 19-year-old Emerson was deported back to Honduras on June 18, 2025. Emerson's mother and sister weren't detained with him, but it's reported that they were told to leave the U.S. within 30 days.
Do you think that they'll actually buy specialized equipment now to handle these kinds of things?
It's only going to get worse. It shit ain't going away.
No, it's not.
You start throwing people in jail, it goes away.
Which
You
we
start
did.
throwing everybody in jail, it goes away.
It's kind of hard to do when they're at capacity.
Well, the sheriff might open up an extra block or two.
ICE is good at it. They should be here and taking all these people as well. Take them all.
The problem is,
Now, I want you to listen to what just happened, right? So they ICE picked up the guy, the Honduran guy, and got deported. Interestingly enough, they told the family, because they're also illegal, okay? I want you to pay attention because a lot of people like to criminalize ICE agents. They told the family they have 30 days to leave. Simple. If they don't, they will come after them. Now, listen to these police officers in here. The guys that are protesting on the street, they're not even from this community. That's what he's saying. They're not even from this community. And they're over here protesting, and they don't even belong to the community. They don't care. Sorry, I had to fix my camera here. They don't care about the community. So they wear this vest, and just listen to what the police officers are saying. You can't stop this problem until you start putting them in jail. That is it. That is the key. You got to put them in jail. Let me take the closed captions off so you guys don't get too distracted.
it's not these citizens of Hamilton are doing this. It's outside agitators.
Yep.
Like the guy with the bullhorn and the girl that got between you and that guy. They're paid to be here and to stir it up.
The guy is 100% who I wanted.
Who's Emerson? They're chanting. Who's Ray Emerson? I don't know what that means. Or maybe you watch more TV than me. I have no idea.
I don't watch news.
I have an idea.
Look, I got enough.
I didn't know if you could read, so I wasn't sure.
It can't get dark fast enough. It needs to get dark, so they'll. The wildest part though, I said like Tyler and I came this way, and there was nobody here. And then like 10 minutes later, there was 100 people out here. They had to like all come on a bus.
A lot of them, I think, parked down that way.
Well, you guys need the education, clearly.
Where's she at? Who's the one doing that?
Of course you don't. Wait,
I see two people from. There's a guy with silver. I thought they all hated Elon. One of them was driving a Tesla.
There's always two sides to everything, right? So if you say no mass deportation, where there's protesting, no mass immigration? It's a fair question. I want to know. I want to know. If you out here protesting no mass deportation, where were you to stop the mass illegal immigration? Yeah. But yet no one in America protested the open borders that Trump shut down to try and save this country. And that is very clear that that is the mindset that I have. It is crazy. Oh, Duke Nukem. I used to play that game, bro. That was one of my favorites in the 80s. Duke Nukem. Where is it? That's a crazy game, bro. That was an adult game. I remember going into a stage, and there's like a movie theater or something, and there's like some sort of adult show going on, and you can hear the moaning and stuff. What the hell is that? Obviously, they don't show it, but you can hear the sounds. I was like, what the hell? Now people have Grand Theft Auto, where you can jump into a van and rock the wheels off. You know what I'm saying? Crazy. Anyway, so yeah, let's go ahead and acknowledge that the people with the vest, the yellow vest, are the agitators. These are the people that get paid to travel and make all these protests come to life. It's very interesting what the police officer said. He's like, I don't even know where the hell these people come from. There is not enough cars around here to say that these people are here. They probably came here in a bus. That is what the police is deducting. That all of these people protesting, they don't even belong to the community. They don't even belong to the community, and that's very sad because, as you guys heard yesterday, what's up, Duke? As you guys heard yesterday, right, when I was sharing to you that you have all of these transgender people. Listen, they're entire, oh, jeez. They had all these transgender people migrating from red states to Seattle, Washington. Not only are they migrating out of their own will to Washington State, but they come in and demand money from the taxpayers. You say, Dennis, that's not bad. We're all Americans. I agree. But when they say we came here to Washington State and now we're homeless, living in our cars, we need money. I don't know about you guys, but that's not right. Do you know why I don't live in Miami right now, in Florida? Well, first of all, I got to have a job that pays me in Florida. I got to be able to get a home, a house, an apartment, whatever it is. I need to find a place to live. You see what I'm saying? So I don't make the move to Florida because I'm not ready to make the move. But the way that these people think, it's let me just move there anyways and see what happens. Like, when you have these illegal immigrants. Let me go ahead and sell my property, and I'm just going to find a way to make money in the United States of America. Because of housing doesn't comply with federal law, a lot of illegal immigrants can bring enough money to rent apartments, and then they will find a job. I mean, they're hustlers. I got to give them that. They're hustlers. They know the system. They know they can get a permit by getting an ITIN number. They can actually have their own business, legit business. They can still get deported, even if they pay taxes through that business. They can still get deported because they have no permission to work a business in this country. You know what I'm saying? So they come here, they take the housing away from Americans. There's a reason why we have a vetting system. There's a reason why we only allow a certain amount of people every year to come and stay in this country. And that is to control inflation. That is to control population. And the way that they're trying to control population on these blue states, they're telling Americans to vote for abortion. Yeah, they're telling Americans to abort their beautiful children. That's sad. I'm gonna show you something. You guys seen part of it. It's sad. Remember that video that I showed you yesterday? Remember that video that I showed you yesterday? Women clapping in Massachusetts. The governor of Massachusetts signs an executive order that it is allowed to abort a 34-week-old baby. This is what it looks like. This is a 34-week-old baby. Look how precious. Look how beautiful. Life. Look at it. This is what Democrats are doing. There's a few states that allow abortion up to 34 weeks. This is a 34-week-old baby. You tell me, if you're a Democrat, you tell me, the libtards are not going to stay for this. The libtards are not going to stay for this. Look at the reaction from Zoe. Zoe, you're fucking demonic, bro. I rebuke you in the name of Jesus, Satan. Listen to that. You see, there's a difference. God is the creator of our life. He's the creator of everything. Only He can take life away. Not you, moron. Not me. Not us. Wars, battles, that's a different scenario. But taking away innocent life for no reason, come on. Can't do that. We did. We drowned it with our sin. This is preventable. If we lose our life to an accident or whatever, okay, that's different. But aborting, that is controlled murder. Thou shalt not murder. God can judge everything. He giveth and He can taketh. Look how beautiful. Come on, man. You can't tell me, even if you really believe that. Oh, wait. Oh, watch this. You see that? Do you see that? So Zoe Vord, I want you to pay attention to this. Zoe is the prime example that I can give you. He says, so why did He drown them? Why did God drown the innocent babies? When I say God giveth and God taketh, now look at his answer. It's your book, not mine. Then why the hell do you mention Him? You see what I'm saying? What a fucking moron you are. Dumbass people. See, this is why I cuss people out, guys. All right, here it is. Governor of Massachusetts and a lot of old Democrats are okay with abortion. Governor of Massachusetts signs an executive order to abort babies up to 34 months, up to 34 weeks, up to birth. This is what a 34-week-old baby looks like. Tell me that's not demonic. That is demonic. What an innocent child. We must preserve as much life as we can. It's that simple. It's that simple. What do you care? My book says, you shall not murder. My book says God can give life and God can take it away, but not us. We shall not murder. What a beautiful child, man. God bless those women that didn't want to have their kids, but did. I have heard stories from women who almost aborted their children. And instead of aborting, decided to have them with the intention to give them up for adoption. At the end, decided to keep them. Those same kids that were not aborted came out to be very smart people, very influential to the good of our society. Proud mothers now that their children have gave them the most happiness that they could have ever hoped for. You know, when I had my first kid, I remember going to the doctors. Ultrasound. Yes, whatever. My girl is pregnant. We're about to have a baby. No big deal. And then we're at the ultrasound, and the doctor says, that's his heartbeat. Oof. My heart melted like butter. Tears rolled down my eyes. I choked up. What a bad person I am. I should have been married before I created a baby. I should have followed the teachings of the Bible. If I would have followed the teachings of the Bible, I would have found one woman who also lives for God. And we would have created every single one of our children together. And every single one of them would be worshiping God. Every single one of them would be a blessing to the world. I loved my kid. Four months old or something. I don't know how old the baby was in the belly. But I loved them from the start, from the beginning. Yeah, I used to think that it was okay, after just a few weeks. And then somebody changed my mind because they were right. I was wrong. I've seen aborted children. I've heard the description of what they do to abort children. That's crazy, man. It's crazy. But anywho, if this is the kind of stuff that you're supporting, that's sad. That's sad. May God watch over their soul. These babies are more powerful in heaven when they become angels. I'll tell you that right now. We all have sinned. Absolutely. All right, let's go ahead and get rid of this. I get choked up, man, with things like that because a lot of people are so selfish and they just don't think about other lives. We can argue and have this court about politics and all this stuff, but at the end of the day, man, who are we? Who are we? I will say this. We have some good news. At least we have some good news. Whew! Wisconsin dodged a bullet, hopefully. The DSA takes a major hit in Wisconsin as Democratic Socialist Francesca Hong, the bipolar, crazy Korean woman, loses the race. Hong's loss comes after her campaign faced scrutiny over controversial past comments, including remarks about canceling Thanksgiving, an issue that resurfaced during the race. Her campaign is striking a defiant tone after the defeat. Our team campaigned clean, our souls are intact, and we really made... Who cares? Ah, man, listen, I'm just trying to play off the atrocities that some people commit. I'm glad that she lost. Not just because she is a mental patient, but because she was wrong. She's a communist. I hope that the other Democrat candidate doesn't turn out to be worse. You know what I'm saying? I hope not. I already played. I played a video similar to that, so I'm not going to punish you with that. ICE plans to equip agents with electric shock gloves designed to gain compliance from combative individuals. About time. With the devices expected to reach officers and agents by March of next year. Can't wait to see that in action. Can't wait to see that in action. Hey, stop resisting. Put your hands behind your back. I'm not resisting. I am not resisting. Oh, man, I can't wait. That's going to be some great entertainment right there. Good stuff, man. No, we're not going to show. So some of my, some of the people, I guess Mike Lindell lost in Minnesota. I really thought that he was going to have more support. I don't know why. But I thought that he would. Oh, you bet. I am 100% pro law enforcement. But here's the thing about police enforcement. There are ICE agents that should be punished. Not the ones that can kick the shit out of people impeding federal agents from doing their job. Not those people. But the ones that are doing criminal activities, like being intoxicated in public and still claiming to be an ICE agent. You wreak havoc. You should pay the price. I am almost always right. That is good. That is true. Almost always right. Here is my friend Brandy Cruz. I'm gonna let her give you guys some knowledge. What's going on here?
At a Seattle City Council meeting, I felt so unsafe in there. So this was a meeting about whether the city is going to give $300,000 to trans refugees, okay? Now, during testimony, when anyone came up to testify opposed to this money being given to trans refugees, there was this like Antifa person with their face covered, I don't know if it's a man or a woman, sitting right in front of me in the front row, and they would mutter things to them under their breath. And then they would stare them down and take close-up pictures.
I thought they said no masks.
Pictures of their faces after they testified. I mean, it was so creepy. And then a group of women who had shown up, and Ari, who's a male detransitioner, got up to leave, and I was leaving at the same time. And that's when that same Antifa-type person got up and followed them out, and then attempted to follow them out of Seattle City Hall. So I intervened at that point. I asked security to step in. I even got on the phone briefly to 911 because I'm like, this person was so scary during the meeting. I thought they probably have a gun or something. They had a bag. There's no bag checks in Seattle council chambers. And so I initially called police, then security said they'd walk these women, the anti-spending money on trans refugees women, to their car along with Ari. But I mean, this person was unhinged, mentally unstable. And I mean, the whole notion of trans refugees and us having to give them taxpayer funds is insane. But I mean, Seattle City Council is not a safe place to go give public testimony if you do not agree with the radical left.
True. There you go. Brandy Cruz from On Divider, ladies and gentlemen. Scott Barron, my Canadian friend, eh? Welcome. I love it, man. This guy, every time I made that dumbass joke.
I was just at a Seattle City.
Hold on, what the? I hate it when the audio just clips on by itself. You ninja transfers. I'm about to get some ninja transfers. Oh, did I publish it? I remade, well, I didn't remake, I just edited a video. Hold on, essay. Mandani made a video. Let me see where I put it. On shorts. Where is Mandani? Where did I put this video? I had to edit it because of the music. Oh, here we go. I got you. Check this out.
Special delivery.
Hold on. Not right now. This is Mandani or Mandami on Amazon. Have you guys seen this video? Now, the background music, that's mine. That's my music. All right. This is Mandami on Amazon. Listen. It could be a good thing. I guess it could be a good thing. Listen to this commercial. Okay, this is his commercial from his page. Let's listen to it, and then I want you to give me your input on it. Okay. Here we go.
Special delivery.
It looks like an Amazon delivery.
And it drives like an Amazon delivery.
And it's an Amazon delivery.
Amazon is spending millions of dollars to convince you that this isn't an Amazon delivery. But all you have to do is see for yourself.
My uniform says Amazon.
If I don't wear this Amazon branded vest, disciplinary action will be taken against us. The workers' routes and hours are set by Amazon.
So why isn't Amazon responsible for these vans?
Because Amazon and other corporations have built a vast network of subcontractors
that shield them from responsibility. Amazon tells these subcontractors where to drive,
who to hire, and what hours to work.
I do all the work that makes Amazon all the money.
This is why I'm proud to support the Delivery Protection Act, sponsored by Councilmember Tiffany Galan. Because if Amazon is delivering your packages, they should follow the same rules of every other delivery.
When injuries and worker accidents skyrocket,
Amazon says they have nothing to do with it.
They can't have it both ways.
By shielding themselves behind these so-called independent operators, this trillion-dollar company is able to avoid regulations on our city streets. And that's why we want to pass the Delivery Protection Act.
Sorry, that's my other videos. What do you think? What do you think about that commercial? Not the picture that's there right now, but what do you think about that commercial? So, if for people that come in and say that work is a slavery, you are retarded. You don't. Well, it is in a way. It is, but it's not slavery. It's not slavery. You get paid a wage to serve. Nobody has a ball and chain on your ankles. Nobody's forcing you to be there. It is only a slavery if they force you to do that. But you're not forced, are you? Yeah, I know it's hard. It's hard to have common sense. I know. So here we go. Let's see. Amazon, and as I put that little comment on there, I believe it makes about 700 and some change $billion. The commercial says that they make it over $1 trillion every year. So how many employees do they have? Well, AOC lost 10,000 of them. Now Mondami, I don't know. Let's take a look. What was it? What was it called? What was the act called? Somebody put it on the chat. Let's take a look at that act. What is it called? I didn't even pay attention to that shit. Let me see. I'm gonna have to play it back. What's it called? Somebody's paying attention. Come on. I'm going to have to look this up. I have to look it up. Hold on. Delivery? No. Is it no? Delivery Protection Act? That sounds about right. Let's see. Let's see what it is. Let's go with AI mode. So we're going to have to take this information with a grain of salt. All right, here we go. Core requirements of the act, if passed into law, let me put this over here. I don't know if you guys can read that, but I'll do my best to make it large enough for you. All right. If passed into law, the Delivery Protection Act would fundamentally reshape the delivery logistics landscape in New York City through several strict provisions. Let's see. Maybe it's a good thing, guys. You never know. All right. Direct hiring mandate. It eliminates the subcontracting model, such as Amazon's delivery service partners, for core warehouse and last mile operations, requiring drivers to be regular. A lot of people are going to get laid off. I think Amazon might just have to move. Who knows? W-2 employees of the primary logistics entity is what they want to have in there. So for city licensing, requires all last mile distribution facility and warehouse operators to obtain official city licenses to operate within the 5 boroughs. It implements stringent unified city oversight regarding worker safety, standardized training programs, and operational street safety guidelines. Now, I'm just going to throw this out there. Any big corporation that goes out there and use subcontractors to do their work, I want to tell you, for example, when I worked for Comcast, I went on ride-alongs with technicians and all this stuff. Now, we had subcontractors, contractors and subcontractors that we used when I was with Comcast. Now, they will have their own company logo on their cars, but they always had a Comcast uniform type because people are expecting a service from Comcast. So people understood that the trucks, they probably say something else, like Charter Cable or whatever the cable company was, but they had to have a Comcast sign on it so that the customers would identify that this is being sent from Comcast. I think it's the same thing with Amazon, right? Don't you want to make sure that, even though it's a contractor, don't you want to make sure that it's actually Amazon sending that delivery to you? Anyways, it closes regulatory loopholes that let corporations evade responsibility for driver injuries and dangerous working conditions. Really? It establishes better pay, workplace benefits, and protections against sudden text message firings. You know, I wonder if these people, when they are when they are coming up with this shit, I wonder if they sit there and read this out loud to themselves. I wonder if they read it to themselves and be like, yeah, that sounds kind of stupid. Let's change that. No. This sounds like me writing a paper in 3rd grade. It removes artificial barriers that prevent delivery workers from unionizing. So now they want to unionize Amazon. You see what I don't like? Unions. They work for the for the state government. That's what they do. These people are making me hate unions even more. Here we go. The opponent says, warns the bill will drive up prices. Well, what a coinkydink. Don't tell me. Please don't tell me that it's going to drive up prices, because unaffordability is President Trump's fault. Well, well, well. Isn't it crazy? When you come into a channel where they actually do some research, the opponents are warning. This bill will drive up prices, adding an estimated $664 per year in delivery cost for the average New York households. Somebody's got to pay for it. Sure, might as well be the customer. Here is a beautiful example of what I have been telling on my channel. Remember going to work. You go to work, you get up early, grab your coffee, do your 4 hours, you go to lunch, boom, Mickey D's. $5 meals. $5 meals. Affordable. What do? Well, they want to make sure the employees are making more money on a minimum wage job. So they give them the raise, and guess who pays for that? Us, the hardworking Americans. We have to pay the rise on that price. That was actually pretty good. That was pretty good. And then the Democrats, or whatever they want to call themselves, these people bitch and complain that Trump makes prices go up and unaffordable. Go ahead, Tom. Go create your own business and tell your employees, don't worry, guys. All you got to do is work 5 hours a day. It doesn't matter if I don't meet my quota. It doesn't matter if my customers are not happy. 5-hour work days. Don't worry. Socialists of America, don't worry. The fuck out of here with that stupid ass mentality. The only reason why companies have to pay overtime is because the demand is high and they got to pay it. They got to meet the demand. Why are socialists so retarded? It's a fair question. Honest, fair question. Why are socialists so retarded? Why? Nobody knows. It's a mystery. Again, unaffordability. And everybody on the left says, it's President Trump's war creating unaffordability. High gas prices. Oh, my products are so expensive. You freaking morons. You do it to yourself. And when we know, obviously, doesn't work, you blame us. Not today, suckers. Not today. You are being warned. Prices are going to go up. And we are going to have to pay for it. You understand? But New York, affordability is not a problem. Let's keep raising taxes. Let's keep making it impossible for businesses to continue to make profits. Let's continue to lose jobs. And all we got to do is say, President Trump's fault. Common sense. It's not so common anymore, is it? Here's the thing. Most people have common sense. The minority, about 10% or less of Americans, don't know what common sense is. But they are the loudest. And that is who people put on the news. That is who people put in their propaganda. That is what people on the left advertise with. The no common sense having, low IQ people. You complain about unaffordability and continue to raise taxes on the people. Okay. Okay. You continue to lose jobs because your policies don't help corporations or businesses stay afloat. Okay. Okay. Your incompetence shows by the policies that you carry and deliver and stand on. But we're not going to forgive you. And we're not going to allow you to make an excuse for yourself and tell America that it is President Trump's fault. Because unaffordability has happened because of you, no common sense having socialist Democrats of America. That's my clip. That's going to be my next clip on my shorts. It threatens to eliminate small businesses. I didn't even read this part. I should have read this part already. It threatens to eliminate small businesses. You understand? The subcontractors are the ones that are going to pay for it. And it risks over 5,000 delivery jobs. Can you understand the gravity of the situation? Potentially forcing warehouses to relocate outside of New York City. Whoa, 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 whoa. Where are my leptards going? Where are you guys going? They left. 100 plus leptards left my chat. What's going on here? I thought you guys wanted the truth. I thought you guys wanted debatable information. Why don't these people ever think about those things, man? I just don't understand, man. I mean, I know. It's a rhetorical question. They never leer. These guys never leer. There was a clip that I didn't show you, I think, yesterday. All right, first of all, let me go ahead and get this clip right here. This is a man wanted for murder. Man wanted for murder found in a sanctuary city. What a surprise. What a surprise. Tell me all about it. Tell me all about it.
Está completamente hackeada.
Oh, man. Listen. The clip, the clip itself is not funny. It's legit. So they went in, got a murderer, found in a sanctuary city, handcuffed, no problem. Yeah, a murderer's family suing. Imagine that. Of course, only in America. At the end of it, you hear some libtard with a little whistle. ICE agents! ICE agents! Oh, boy. These libtards crack me up, bro. Now, here's a little clip that I was going to show you a long time ago, and I forgot to do that. No. I had to go pick up my wife. Watch this. This is a migrant girl who was sent to child traffickers after Becerra in California dismantled the HHS vetting procedures during the Biden administration. Where were all the leftist activists and the leftist Hispanics? You hypocrites. She was forced to work 20 hours a day. And you little bitches, socialist Democrats of America, want 5-hour a day workload. Honest living workload. She had to work 20 hours days without pay or water and slept on a ceramic floor surrounded by men. She was sexually assaulted. Fake outrage and selective outrage are mind-boggling. Myra Flores allows this migrant to tell her story. Now, I think she's speaking Spanish, but I think it's translated. Let's take a look. You may have seen this before.
Por la administración de Javier Becerra, yo he sido abusada sexualmente. Y yo me dormía en un piso de cerámico, en un cuarto con 4 muchachos. Un hombre borracho entró.
Let me, how do I get rid of these words? See less. All right, hopefully you guys can see this, okay? They put the, if you can find this, as a matter of fact, maybe I can put this, if you go to my Facebook, Dennis Herrera, you'll find me there with my little goofy smile. You will find this clip on my Facebook. All right, here we go.
La administración de Javier Becerra, yo he sido abusada sexualmente. Y yo me dormía en un piso de cerámico, en un cuarto con 4 muchachos. Un hombre borracho entró en la casa y se quedó a dormir conmigo y me quería violar. Ella, déjalo porque es borracho y él no sabe lo que hace, me decía la señora. Y Javier Becerra nos falló, me falló a mí porque no me protegió. Yo, Juana Rebeca Pérez Santa, yo tenía 17 años cuando crucé la frontera desde los Estados Unidos y yo terminé a manos de traficantes de niños.
Sorry about that. Let me start over. I apologize. Man, this thing kind of traumatized me a little bit. Let me show you. I'm sorry. I didn't flip it over. Listen to this, man.
Administración de Javier Becerra, yo he sido abusada sexualmente. Y y yo me dormía en un piso de cerámico, en un cuarto con 4 muchachos. Un hombre borracho entró en la casa y se quedó a dormir conmigo y me quería violar. Ella, déjalo porque es borracho y él no sabe lo que hace, me decía la señora. Y Javier Becerra nos falló, me falló a mí porque no me protegió. Yo, Juana Rebeca Pérez Santa, yo tenía 17 años cuando crucé la frontera desde los Estados Unidos y yo terminé a mano de traficantes de niños. Una señora me acompañó, como es una trabajadora social, me acompañó en los aeropuertos y nomás me dejó ahí, estaba yo solita. Entonces yo hice esa llamada y llamé la traficante de niños, solo que hay 3 muchachos que van por ti y ellos son los que van a recibirte. Y ya después llegaron los muchachos y ellos levantaron la mano y nos subimos en el carro. Tú te vas a quedar aquí, pero ya desde hoy vas a empezar a trabajar, me dijo ella, vas a empezar a hacer tortilla y la comida. Siempre trabajaba como 20 horas. Ella no me daba nada de comer, ni me decía nada de que si podía yo agarrar agua, solo me decía que trabaja y ya llegando a las 8 de la mañana me duermo 1 hora nomás y me levanto de nuevo. Y entonces ella no me daba ni un día de descanso, ella nunca me dio ni un día de descanso. Siempre empiezo hasta lunes a domingo. Me daba miedo de tocar porque a veces regaña mucho si tocamos las cosas de ella. Entonces me daba miedo de agarrar agua. Ella nunca me pagó y las amenazas que me hacía ella, me amenazaba si con dejarla a ella. Ella me decía que te puedo deportar cuando yo quiera. La señora me dijo que me podía quedar a dormir ahí en el piso y yo me dormía en un piso de cerámico, en un cuarto con 4 muchachos que estaban durmiendo ahí y ellos tenían cama y yo me dormía ahí al ladito de la cama de ellos y yo tenía mucho miedo de que algo me pasara a mí. El peor momento donde estuve ahí en la casa de mi patrocinadora es cuando un hombre borracho entró en la casa y se quedó a dormir conmigo y me quería violar. Entonces él me estaba quitando la cobija y yo no sabía qué estaba haciendo y yo cuando me desperté y vi que wow, y ese hombre que hace ahí, dije yo, y me levanté y toqué la puerta de mi patrocinadora, según. Lo toqué la puerta y le dije que yo no sé qué hace ese hombre ahí, y yo que me duermo ahí, le dije yo, y ella, déjalo porque es borracho y él no sabe lo que hace, me decía la señora.
Can you explain specifically how you feel that Javier Becerra failed you?
Javier Becerra me falló porque él nunca le importó mi seguridad, porque yo llegué a manos de traficantes de niños y casi me violan. Me tenían como una esclava y no me dejaban hablar más con mis familias. Si Javier Becerra llegara a gobernar de California, es horrible porque no me gustaría a mí que le pasara a otros niños. Javier Becerra, si tú estás escuchando eso, ¿por qué no me protegiste a mí?
So, in summary, what she's saying is that she crossed the border when she was 17 years old and fell into the hands of children trafficking, children smugglers into this country. and she blames Becerra for not protecting her, for ignoring the issues. She had to sleep on a tile floor with 4 other men that when they get drunk, they would rape her and they would tell her to just shut up because they don't know what they're doing. And that Becerra failed her because he ignored all the bad things that they were doing to children during the Biden administration. That's what she's saying. And I'm going to tell you something. For those of us that know the truth and that we know how horrible these things are, because for some people, rape is nothing. To us, we know how serious that is. They like to ignore these facts. You know, this Billy the Kid, little idiot that I just kicked out, put in time out for 30 minutes. This dumb ass, this is why I cuss people out. I have no patience for stupidity. This dumbass is saying, oh, put some facts. You know what I'm saying? Put some facts. Show us the source. Doggone it, bro. You're fucking listening to the actual person that this happened to. And then you say lies. She's lying. What? You see what I'm saying? Shut up. I'm going to block every single one of your fake-ass accounts. Fuck out of here. You act like you want information, but you don't want it. You don't. Yeah, but believe me, Deborah, they have a lot of profiles, and what they do is they grab all these profiles, come in, and then they block it, and they always put in don't recommend. They report the channel, so I get shadow banned a lot because I'm always telling the truth on my channel. I'm not like this socialist Democrats of America trolls and all these people that are stupid enough to lie about the American people, to go against our American laws, to go against the prosperity, against the peace, against their countrymen. As a matter of fact, these guys are probably not even American citizens. They're probably some fake-ass Americans from Canada, Mexican illegal immigrants. All these terrorists, all of our enemies, people from other countries that don't like the United States of America, they come into our chats and pretend that they are somehow Americans. You show them the facts. You show them the source. You show them the truth. And I look at, I'm one of the people. I am a migrant. I respected the laws. I came here and I respected the American country. I have been made an American citizen 35 years in the making to be an American citizen. Here I am, a migrant, a person who knows that a lot of people lose their lives on the way to the United States of America that are coming here illegally. We know about the cartels. We know about the rapists. We know about the child abusers. We know about all of these things because it happens. And here we are. I'm here telling you that this happens because I've seen it, and they still deny it. Anchor babies, early 80s. Women talking about getting pregnant, go to the United States of America and make a child. And that's how you get papers. That's what they say. That was the plan. Show me the source. Shut up. I am your source, dumbass. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what I say. If it's the truth, don't deny it. You see that video right there? This is why America suffers. My mom is dead, you fucktard. But she was not illegal. She was an American citizen as well. That is crazy, ain't it? Why we can't have nice things in our country. Well, here's the wolf. Here's the wolf man. I wish I was in Florida. I wish I was in Florida. I'm telling you that right now. I wish I was.
Why can't we have nothing nice in the black neighborhood? Why do they keep taking things away from us? The world just hates black people.
I had to give it to you from a black man. I had to get the black man to say it. Because if I come in here and say, look, black people are doing this, you are not black. You can speak against it. Well, there it is. The Wolfman. Dropping the facts. That's crazy, ain't it?
We revoked her visa. She's a.
And we're going to play Marco Rubio's. It's an old clip. But it's all true. It's all about protecting our borders, protecting the American people. Hold on. There's a link here. Let me see, Tangi. Oh, I see. Okay. I'll play it after this, sis. I'll play it after this. I was able to grab it. Thank you for putting that on there. That's right, Cheney. That's what I'm saying. And you don't have to be Hispanic, man, to know that these people are trafficking drugs into our country, to know that they're trafficking humans into this country. Listen, I decades ago, I went to visit some friends in North Carolina. A guy comes in while we're playing cards. We were getting wasted. But I've always walked away from, things like prostitution and things like that. But this guy comes in to the apartment, knocks on the door, and these two Salvadorian girls, I'm going to tell you right now, dead gorgeous, sexy looking, beautiful women. Two sexy, beautiful, big booty Latina Salvadorians. And I'm like, wow, man, this guy, I want to meet one of these girls. I'm single. Where you been all my life? $20 for 15 minutes. Or until you finish. I said, what? The funny thing is, one of the guys says, yes. I mean, the girls were hot. I'm not going to lie. Big Temptation. I'm going to tell you that right now. I got a lot of stories with Big Temptation, and I said no, so I'm proud of myself for that. 1 minute. Exactly 1 minute. Went in the room and came back out. That's how hot these girls were, man. The guy just couldn't go. Couldn't hold it. Couldn't hold it. These women were trafficked into this country. And that pimp was making sure that they pay back the money that they owe them, using them as sex slaves, as prostitutes. This is what you support when you don't want our border to be protected. All of these things that they lie about, feeling righteous about, protecting innocent women, protecting innocent children, it's bullshit. Socialist Democrats don't give a damn about innocent women, about innocent children. They don't care about migrants. Just look at the way they insult me on here. I am a migrant. Look at the way they insult me here. They don't care. They just want to stay in power. They just want people to do what they say. Not what makes sense for everybody to live in peace. They want you to do only what they say. Here we go. Marco Rubio laying down some of the rules about the privilege, not the rights to be in this country. Privilege. Marco Rubio.
We revoked her visa. It's an F1 visa, I believe. We revoked it, and here's why. And I'll say it again. I said it everywhere. Let me be abundantly clear, okay? If you go apply for a visa right now, anywhere in the world, let me just send this message out. If you apply for a visa to enter the United States and be a student, and you tell us that the reason why you're coming to the United States is not just because you want to write op-eds, but because you want to participate in movements that are involved in doing things like vandalizing universities, harassing students, taking over buildings, creating a ruckus, we're not going to give you a visa. If you lie to us and get a visa and then enter the United States and with that visa participate in that sort of activity, we're going to take away your visa. And once you've lost your visa, you're no longer legally in the United States, and we have a right, like every country in the world has a right, to remove you from our country. So it's just that simple. I think it's crazy. I think it's stupid for any country in the world to welcome people into their country that are going to go to your universities as visitors. They're visitors. And say, I'm going to your universities to start a riot. I'm going to your universities to take over a library and harass people. I don't care what movement you're involved in. Why would any country in the world allow people to come and disrupt? Now, we gave you a visa to come and study and get a degree, not to become a social activist that tears up our university campuses. And if we've given you a visa and then you decide to do that, we're going to take it away. I encourage every country to do that, by the way, because I think it's crazy to invite students into your country that are coming onto your campus and destabilizing it. We're just not going to have it. So we'll revoke your visa, and once your visa is revoked, you're illegally in the country and you have to leave. Every country in the world has a right to decide who comes in as a visitor and who doesn't. If you invite me into your home because you say, I want to come to your house for dinner, and I go to your house and I start putting mud on your couch and spray painting your kitchen, I bet you're going to kick me out. Well, we're going to do the same thing if you come into the United States as a visitor and create a ruckus for us. We don't want it. We don't want it in our country. Go back and do it in your country. But
That's right. Go back and do it in your country. Very simple, right? Very simple. Oh, I got 200 watches on my reel on Facebook. Piece of shit account. Let's see. Log out. Why? I always log on to the wrong one. What's going on here? Give me a second here. As a matter of fact, yeah, give me a second. I think I've had something for you on another account. Thank you for subscribing. Cutting Edge, my Dominican Republican brother. How you been, man? Good to see you on here. Thanks for the drop, bro. Remember that a country and its borders are like the division of each property where each neighbor knows what is theirs. If you remove them and do not protect them, there will always be conflict. 100%. Defend your country all the time. Brother, you couldn't have said it any better. And thank you for backing me up, man. I appreciate that. Let me see if I can go to my profile here. Let's see. Sorry, I'm trying to find out what the hell is. Oh, there we go. Okay, that's whacked. I don't know if this is a good thing to do, but here is Fox and Friends pointing out that red states Max Mondani, man, dummy, with the massive Times Square billboard. But before we get to that, let me go ahead and share a video clip that if I don't show it, she is going to be getting on my nerves. She is going to be mad at me. She is not going to let me have peace. So I gotta show it to you. This is a link shared from my sister, my black crazy ass sister, Tangi. This is Angela Stanton King. Here's a story that will make a difference, they say. Let's take a listen.
I want to say this because a lot of people accuse this man of being a racist. And I just want to say that I met President Donald Trump working on criminal justice reform. I too was one of the ones that said, no, I don't want to go talk to that man. I don't know him. He hates black people. Well, that's what they said. And so they said, well, Angela, he's working on criminal justice reform. You have a story. Many of you may or may not know that I served time in a Georgia state prison. And while I was serving time in that prison, I was pregnant. And when it was time for me to deliver my baby, I was transported to a hospital here in Georgia by a police officer, and I was chained to a bed, and I was forced to give birth to my baby with a sheriff watching for a nonviolent crime. Also separated from my family for a nonviolent crime. But you know, the Democrats said we only supposed to fight for the family separation at the border. They forgot all about the family separation in the border. They want Trump to apologize for the CP5, but they ain't demanded that Joe Biden apologize for the 94 crime bill. But that's something else. I had a story. They told me that this man was a racist, but I had a story, and I knew that if I could use my story to convince this man that there was a need to reform our criminal justice system, then I would do that. I wasn't going to be worried about emotions. I wasn't going to be worried about the media. I wasn't going to worry about the naysayers. I was going to go in with my story and see if I could make a difference. I found myself sitting in front of President Trump in the Oval Office, and I shared my story. This is the man that they told me was a racist. I don't know. I'm scared to death. Is he going to hang me? I don't know. Is he going to call the KKK the way that the media has portrayed it? I'm in the danger zone. Just so happened that he heard my story. Not only did he pass the First Step Act, but he also made it illegal for them to chain women to the bed during their childbirth. This white man that they told me was a racist, they told me he hated black people. So not only did he just sign one of the most historic forms of criminal justice reform legislation to ever hit this nation, overturning the 94 crime bill that massively incarcerated black America, freeing nearly 20,000 people to this day. The First Step Act. I sat in the Oval Office with a lot of criminal justice reform advocates. I saw Kim Kardashian on the front page taking her pictures. I saw Alice Johnson. I saw Louis Reed. I saw Van Jones. I saw Jessica Jackson. I saw, what's her name? Vivica Fox. I saw Isaiah Washington. But I don't see any of them here today. A lot of people want to take a lot of credit for being criminal justice reform experts, criminal justice reform advocates, but to tell the truth, you didn't free nobody. Trump did. Kim Kardashian had the nerve to put up a tweet to say free Gunna. Gunna is a YSL rapper tied to the Young Thug case, charged with RICO, the same DA, the same charges. You put up a tweet and say free a known gangster in Atlanta, Georgia, but you won't put up a tweet and say free President Trump. And the only reason you getting any credit for freeing anybody is because President Donald J. Trump signed the papers. As a criminal justice reform advocate, somebody that's grateful to President Donald Trump for giving me a second chance, giving me an opportunity to run for Congress by clearing my record. Somebody who was completely oblivious to the corruption that happens in Atlanta, Georgia. I just wanted to do something for my community. I refuse to be silent. Not only will I stand for Atlanta, Georgia, not only will I stand for America, not only will I stand for the babies being aborted in the womb, not only will I stand for the mothers that choose life, I'm also going to stand with President Donald Trump.
Damn, there it is. There it is. I'm going to tell you something. Ricardo Garcia, how are you, my friend? Good to see you on here. Man, you just missed a great speech from Angela Renee Stanton. I think it was King. That was her name, right? Yeah, Angela King. For her conviction in the United States District Court for the Northern District. Donald J. Trump at the bottom. Here we go. Fantastic. Yep. You know what? Thank you, Tangi, for sharing that. And by the way, Tangi, I noticed you called yesterday. I missed that. Thank you so much for sharing that clip with us this morning. Now, I do have a live. The DOJ is announcing some indictments of multiple Chinese nationals. That is crazy. Crazy. Let's see. Yeah, she's the one that shared that clip, says Tanya. All right, but before we show that that live that just happened about 40 minutes ago, I wanna give us. I wanna show, because you know the leftists, they love Fox, so I like to play a little clip from Fox. Let's take a look.
A lot going on in the world and here at home as well. The Florida Chamber of Commerce is mocking New York City Mayor Zohran Mamdani in the heart of Manhattan, putting up a massive billboard in Times Square. You can see it here. It deems Mamdani Florida's Economic Developer of the Year and thanks him for the jobs being gained in Florida from people leaving New York City due to Mamdani's socialist policies. Joining me now is the man behind the billboard, Florida Chamber of Commerce CEO Mark Wilson. Mark, good morning. Thank you for joining us. What was your goal in putting up this billboard?
Yeah, look, our country's talking about free enterprise and socialism right now. And you know, when you think about it, free enterprise has created more opportunity and lifted more kids out of poverty than any system ever. And when you look at the numbers that Florida's been putting up, more people are moving to Florida, more companies are relocating, wealth is leaving places like New York and Illinois and California. It made perfect sense to go into the heart of socialism and the movement and show the difference between policies that help people and policies that hurt people. And that's why New York makes so much sense.
So Mayor Mamdani's office responded to the billboard with the following statement that reads, quote, by any metric, New York City's economy under Mayor Mamdani is as strong as it's ever been. We look forward to continuing to grow the economy while ensuring that working class New Yorkers are benefiting from that growth. What's your reaction to his response?
Yeah, I think exactly three people believe that. I think the mayor does and the two people who helped write it. And look, socialism sounds crazy because it is crazy, right? And here's what we need to look at. We need to look at the stats. If you look at, we had lots of places to choose from, Seattle, parts of California. If you look at how unsafe Illinois is being made under Pritzker, but New York takes the cake. New York is losing businesses. More businesses are leaving New York than are showing up. New York is losing over 100 people a day. New York is losing taxable income. Over $1 million an hour of taxable income is leaving New York for places like Florida. So I remember when we were kids and we would call each other fun names, but somebody would point to the scoreboard and say, that's what matters. And by every metric, New York is losing. And places like Florida, we're not the only state, but Florida is winning, and it's because of free enterprise. If you look at the policies we've enacted, DeSantis and so many other people, less government and more private sector wins every time. And that's what this campaign's about.
Yeah, we're seeing some progressive candidates win in primaries, including in Minnesota overnight. Real quick, just 15 seconds. What are the states or cities that you intend on putting up a billboard in next?
Yeah, sure. There's so many places to choose from. Free Enterprise Florida, our campaign is looking at where is socialism growing and where is it being really harmful. Seattle, Chicago, California. There's plenty of places that are losing businesses, losing jobs, and losing wealth. We want them to be successful, but it makes sense for Florida. If America could be more like Florida and grow at a 3+% GDP, our whole country would be better off.
Yeah, Florida has a $1.8 trillion GDP. Top 14.
How about now? And not only that, but now he's going after Amazon. We just covered that. Now he's going after Amazon. Now, here's a live view from the DOJ announcing indictments of multiple Chinese nationals. I don't understand. Well, I mean, I don't know how to explain it good enough to open the eyes of these socialist Democrats of America. I don't know how to open their eyes. But what is crazy is that they come into my channel and they say, I want to see proof. Open your eyes. That's how you look at the proof. Multi-millionaires are leaving you. They're leaving New York, and you're gathering more illegal immigrants. You're gathering more Muslims who are going to kill you. It's just a matter of time. They will kill you. They will destroy New York. Oh, they will try. They will try. I heard that there's some Italian guy going out there about to run for mayor. We'll see. We'll see. Who knows? Maybe I'll move to New York and run as a migrant. To lead New York as a migrant. And I'm going to make it a state and a city for American citizens, not just for migrants. They're going to hate me. They're going to hate me for that. But we're going to do it. We might have to just do it. I'm going to tell you that right now. We're going to have to just do it. Hey, don't get mad at me, bro. Just dropping the truth. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. I'm going to go over there and I'm going to say, listen, nothing is free. But I promise you, you will enjoy the fruits of your labor. Those who don't work, you don't get to eat. Oh, yeah, I'm sure they'll all vote for me on that one. All the social... Why is it? Listen, why is it that all socialist Democrats of America are just lazy-ass people? Why do they think that leaving their mama's basement means that you're going to go to the American basement and live off of welfare? You're supposed to leave your home because now you are independent. You are knowledgeable enough to be responsible to carry your own life without your parents. But instead, you leave your parents out of rebelliousness and you become dependent on the welfare that the taxpayers provide for your lazy ass. Socialism just doesn't work. It just doesn't work. Socialism is an disincentivized tool. Capitalism, you get rewarded. You get rewarded by your sacrifice. If you don't like the wages that a company pays, make your own company. And I guarantee you 100%, you will not pay your employees what you think you deserve. I guarantee it. There is no way. There is no way that you can do it. No way. How do I know? Because I've been a business owner myself. I know. There's a lot of overhead. There's a lot of things that you don't know how much money it takes. And listen, if you invest more and you expand and you become bigger and bigger, of course you're going to see more money. But it's not all coming from one spot. Amazon is making $760 billion in the industry. That doesn't mean that is what's going into their pocket. They have to pay employees. Sure, in New York, you want those benefits, but you keep raising excise taxes, property taxes, business taxes, sales taxes, resale taxes. I don't even know what the hell other kind of taxes they're raising, but they're raising more taxes. Their incentive for Socialist Democrats of America is tax the shit out of the rich. That's it. Why? Why hurt them so that they leave you? AOC lost 10,000 employees. 8,000 employment opportunities by being the airhead that she is. She literally is the face of the jackass Democrat Party. She literally looks like a donkey. A lot of desperate men out there, they think she's hot. I don't think she's hot. Yeah. That is who you choose to follow. I'm sorry. Is my yelling causing some distress? Lower the fucking volume on your phone. I like to cuss out retards. It is what I do, guys. But nobody takes care of the retards like I do. That's why I'm hard on you. Because we take care of you. You understand? You Socialist Democrats of America, you don't do shit for this country. All you do is take, take, take. And that's what we do. We still believe in what we believe, and we still get up every day and do our job. You know what I'm saying? Thank you, Clan. You see what I'm saying? You see me on my live here for a few hours. 16 hours is what I do every day. 16 hours a day for my show, and I'm getting paid less than minimum wage. If I compare to how many hours I put into this, I'm not even making minimum wage. So shut the hell up about your whining. Make some investments. You know what? Maybe one day I will be making 100 times more than my minimum wage. But until then, I got to continue living with the means that I have. Very simple. By the way, I haven't even said this officially, but congratulations, Attorney General Blanche. One vote was all it took to make him official. And I am so happy that he is the Attorney General, because this man is very smart. And even though he works for the president, because the president works for us, I think he's the right man for the job. Go ahead, Mr. Attorney General Blanche. What you got for us?
Good afternoon. Today we are announcing the arrests and unsealing of an indictment out of the Southern District of New York, charging 11 individuals for allegedly overseeing an extensive, decade-long marriage fraud scheme involving more than 1,000 sham marriages between Chinese nationals and United States citizens, and then the submission of fraudulent applications for green cards. This is one of the largest marriage fraud prosecutions in United States history. This scheme was not a quick fly-by-night operation, but rather a years-long, multi-million-dollar cottage industry to criminally assist people who would not, or legally could not, otherwise become citizens of the United States. The men and women who facilitated this scheme were all naturalized citizens originally from China and one green card holder. Under President Trump's leadership, the Department of Justice is working alongside our partners at DHS to secure the border and protect American communities, something that was ignored during the last administration. Not only are we protecting our physical borders from unlawful crossings, but we are also preventing immigration fraud schemes that are just another way to skirt the immigration laws of the United States. As alleged, some of the charged defendants acted as facilitators who orchestrated the marriage fraud scheme, pairing foreign nationals seeking immigration status with United States citizens willing to participate and engage in a sham marriage. These facilitators employed attorneys, tax preparers, and marriage officiants. Some of the other charged defendants acted as recruiters by finding and recruiting United States citizens to participate in the scheme, and other defendants acted as officiants, officiating dozens of these alleged fake marriages. Now, the way that this scheme allegedly worked is the facilitators used social media and other forms of advertising to market fraudulent immigration services to foreign nationals, primarily from China, and Chinese nationals would pay these facilitators as much as $100,000 for assistance in obtaining a marriage, which then allowed them to apply for a green card. The facilitators also paid willing U.S. citizens as much as $30,000 to engage in the sham marriage with the foreign national. Now, often after these phony ceremonies, defendants would stage images of families at restaurants to create the appearance of a legitimate wedding, and some of the defendants also facilitated sham marriages overseas in China. After the marriages took place, the actual ceremony, the then married couples would visit a local office affiliated with the scheme, sign forms for submission to the U.S. Citizenship and Immigration Services, learn about the USCIS interview process to apply for a green card, and then execute prenuptial agreements, which, not surprisingly given the allegation these were sham marriages, waived their rights to share in the other's estate upon death, child support, and other claims in marital property. One prenuptial agreement even provided that, and I'm quoting from the indictment, except in the name of husband and wife, both parties live independently and must not interfere with each other, end quote. The facilitators of the scheme would then prepare and submit fraudulent green card applications and work with the couples through the immigration process, submitting photographs, opening joint bank accounts, mobile phone accounts, all to obtain green cards to allow them to stay in this country. But that's illegal. These charges and the indictments now unsealed, they show how far people will go to cheat our immigration system. Gaining American citizenship and legal status to reside in this great nation is a sacred privilege, and we will ensure it is always done in accordance with the law protecting our communities and national security. These schemes have real costs. They rob our country of its ability to know who should be and should not be allowed in America. And this department and the Department of Homeland Security will not stand for this. And I think this prosecution and the hard work that went into it with the agents and the prosecutors show that. Our efforts to protect our immigration system and our country's borders are aggressive and exhaustive. No matter how complicated the scam, we will do everything in our power to stop it. Additionally, we've directed the U.S. Attorney's offices around the country and the Criminal Division here at Maine Justice to work with DHS to prioritize the investigation and prosecution of birth tourism schemes. We've also directed the Civil Division to prioritize the denaturalization of naturalized citizens who have obtained citizenship through fraud. Our fantastic lawyers have filed a record number of complaints, more than 120 at this point, since January 20th, 2025. We are a nation of borders and sovereignty. The greatness of America is only as strong as our willingness to protect it, and I am proud to be part of the whole-of-government approach to bring down sophisticated networks like this. This is indicative of the work we're doing to keep America safe. It will continue and will not relent in our efforts to protect national security. I do want to thank the Southern District of New York for their work in this case, and our partners at DHS, HSI, Homeland Security Investigations, and the FBI for the tireless work in investigating this case and bringing this prosecution. I'd like to now turn it over to our newly confirmed by the judges, SDNY United States Attorney Jamie McDonald. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I'm Jamie McDonald, the United States Attorney for the Southern District of New York. As the Attorney General just laid out, today an indictment has been unsealed in the Southern District of New York, charging 11 defendants with an expansive conspiracy to commit marriage and immigration fraud. As alleged in the indictment, over a decade, the defendants and their co-conspirators orchestrated more than 1,000 sham marriages, which were designed to fraudulently obtain lawful permanent resident status, or green cards, for foreign nationals, primarily from the People's Republic of China. The defendants allegedly ran a full-service fraud scheme. The Attorney General laid it out for you, charging fees as much as $100,000 per green card. They recruited U.S. citizens to engage in sham marriages, arranged sham wedding ceremonies, complete with officiants, wedding attire, photographers, and attendees. They put together green card applications which they submitted to USCIS, and they manufactured evidence in support of these applications, including by staging photographs, opening joint accounts. They coached couples before USCIS interviews, and once a foreign national obtained a green card, they arranged for a divorce. The defendants arrested today played different roles in the scheme. Some ran the operation, identifying foreign nationals who were willing to pay for the green cards. Some found or recruited U.S. citizens to enter into sham marriages and carry out the scheme. And some facilitated the fraudulent applications by leveraging a network of marriage officiants, attorneys, tax preparers, and other service providers. Through this process, the defendants made enormous sums of money for themselves. We believe this network took in tens of millions of dollars over its decade-long operation, making it one of the largest marriage fraud prosecutions in U.S. history. Investigations of this scale require extraordinary teamwork. The charges unsealed today were made possible by a coordinated law enforcement response involving federal, state, local partners working closely with our office. Now, sometimes you all ask, well, how did this investigation, how did this case come together? The way that this case developed was really, truly remarkable. It began with a single communication that our office uncovered in an entirely unrelated case. Our prosecutors identified that communication, thought that it could be tied to a potential marriage and immigration fraud scheme. They moved quickly, they obtained warrant after warrant, and followed the facts where they led. Our prosecutors and our partners analyzed communications, immigration filings, financial records, photographs, and other evidence, and identified the key participants in the scheme and the many, many sham marriages they brokered in furtherance of it. Our prosecutors built and then charged a case aimed at dismantling the network itself. That's what the case today does. Their work wouldn't have been possible without the outstanding contributions of our law enforcement partners, but I do want to note that while this case today is aimed at dismantling the network, our investigation into other aspects of it, going up and down the chain, is continuing. I'd like to take a moment to specifically recognize some of the partners that we worked with for their invaluable contributions. Homeland Security investigations, and in particular the Hudson Valley HSI, the FBI and its Westchester Safe Streets Task Force, the U.S. Citizenship and Immigration Services Fraud Detection and National Security Directorate, the United States Army Criminal Investigation Division, the Westchester County DA's Office, the U.S. Attorney's Office in the Middle District of Florida, and HSI in Jacksonville. All did extraordinary work with our office to investigate and disrupt the sophisticated and expansive fraudulent network with remarkable speed. I commend our prosecutors and staff in the Southern District of New York, especially in our White Plains office, which is where this investigation was run and where the prosecution will proceed, for their speed, creativity, judgment, and determination with which they built this case. The defendants will be presented in the White Plains White Plains Courthouse later today. I'd also like to thank in particular the Attorney General and his office for his support in this investigation and the continued efforts of our office and all of our law enforcement partners. This case shows what coordination, hard work, this sort of whole of government approach that the Attorney General mentioned, and creativity of our nation's dedicated public servants can accomplish when we work together to protect the public. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Matthew Milholm, the Deputy for Homeland Security Investigations. Today's announcement demonstrates the strength and the purpose of Homeland Security Task Force, bringing together federal, state, and local partners to identify, investigate, and disrupt complex transnational criminal networks that cross jurisdictions and exploit lawful systems for profit. I want to thank the Department of Justice, the United States Attorney's Office in the Southern District of New York, and our federal, our state, and our local partners whose outstanding work brought this case to this important milestone. Today, we're recognizing the results of a broad, coordinated investigation led by HSI Hudson Valley, New York, into an alleged nationwide and international marriage fraud network. The indictment unsealed today charges 11 individuals with participating in a conspiracy involving sham marriages, false filings, and also fraudulent documentation intended to unlawfully obtain government benefits. The alleged scheme operated for more than a decade and involved countless sham marriages, and it generated tens of millions of dollars in illicit proceeds. The investigation focused on a network that arranged sham marriages between foreign nationals and United States citizens. These crimes were not only taking place in New York, they reached across multiple states as well as overseas. Of millions of dollars. Highlights the type of complex, organized fraud that HSI is uniquely positioned to investigate. Marriage fraud is not simply a paperwork issue. When individuals or organizations allegedly manufacture relationships, falsify supporting documents, stage evidence, and attempt to mislead the federal process, they undermine the integrity of our systems, and these are relied upon by the public and the government alike. From the earliest stages of this investigation, HSI Hudson Valley special agents followed the evidence across criminal, financial, and administrative lanes. The work required patience, it required precision, and it required extensive coordination. Through the Homeland Security Task Force, investigators were able to seamlessly share critical information, connect leads across jurisdictions, and mobilize the full strength of our collective capabilities when and where they were needed most. Together, HSI and its Homeland Security Task Force partners combined complex fraud expertise, financial analysis, criminal investigative resources, and local knowledge to address an alleged network that reached beyond any one jurisdiction. I want to specifically recognize HSI New York's Hudson Valley office for its leadership in this investigation, along with the FBI, CIS, ATF, Army, CID, and many other law enforcement partners. Today's indictment represents an important step in the criminal justice process. HSI will continue to investigate organizations that seek to profit from fraud, deception, and the exploitation of lawful government processes. We will do so professionally, meticulously, and in close partnership with prosecutors and law enforcement agencies at every level of the U.S. government. I want to thank the special agents of HSI, our task force officers, analysts, prosecutors, and every partner agency that contributed to this investigation. Their work reflects the best of coordinated law enforcement in the United States. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, thanks everybody. We'll take a couple of questions. David?
Is there any evidence that these people wanted to come to the United States to spy for China? Is there an espionage aspect to this?
Not as alleged in the indictment, no. I mean, I think that as the U.S. Attorney mentioned, this investigation, as you would expect, given the numbers and what we described today, is not over. So if there's more to come in that space or anywhere else, you'll hear about it, but not as alleged in the indictment.
And separately, if I could ask you on the Anthony Fauci contempt referral, is there any update on that? Is your office closer to coming forward with any decision on that?
Well, no, I don't have an update. As you guys know, when the Department of Justice receives a referral from Congress, there's a process. There's a process of how we take it in and how we investigate it. But any update that I would expect to come from this department would be if there's ultimately a decision made, and that certainly won't be anytime soon.
In the reflective case, maybe earned.
What about the reflective? I don't know what you mean by the White House has asked us to do that, but no, I don't have an update on that. I think there's been a lot of comments and source-based comments about what, if anything's happening with that case. The judge ruled in that case, or we're waiting for the ruling, and I don't have an update, no.
We've learned that the Justice Department has
unsealed a case against the former chief financial officer of the Southern Poverty Law Center. Can you please speak a little bit about what you've learned as part of that investigation and if we should expect more charges?
So yes, today, my understanding is today there was an arrest made, and there is a new indictment that includes the former CFO of SPLC. I don't have any comments about whether, we've said from the beginning, everybody, not just me, but anybody who's talked about this case, like virtually every criminal case, the fact that an indictment is returned doesn't end the investigation. It's just part of the investigation in most cases, which is certainly true in this case. I think as alleged in the indictment, this individual participated in the scheme as alleged. I believe she was part of the effort to open bank accounts in completely fictitious companies' names and make payments to individuals for reasons that were not that were not accurate as described. But I don't have. I think the indictment was unsealed this morning. I believe it was unsealed this morning. I think the arrest was this morning. I don't have anything to say beyond that, except to say that this is exactly what we said would happen in a case like this, which is that our investigators and the U.S. attorneys and the agents working the case can keep on working it even after the initial indictment.
Thank you. Question about yesterday, President Trump said that he's exploring federal options against New York City's second home tax. Is the DOJ exploring legal options to counter that tax right now?
I don't have any comment about what we're doing to explore legal options with respect to that tax. I think that's a combination of the Department of Justice and potentially other agencies that would look into what to do. The president's spoken publicly about his views of it, and the Department of Justice has filed civil lawsuits against cities all over the country where appropriate, but we haven't filed a lawsuit yet, and I'm not going to comment on what we're doing around that. Yes.
Thank you so much. Oh, thank you. The Justice Department's been investing a lot of resources in combating fraud on taxpayer programs. In addition to cases that target beneficiaries and providers who file fraudulent claims, can we expect to see the Justice Department pursue state officials who have been aware of extensive fraud but have failed to stop it?
We've talked extensively, as has the Vice President of the task force, that we very much believe that one of the reasons why we have a massive fraud problem and a massive issue of people stealing from taxpayer money is because state officials are not doing their job in making sure that there's appropriate checks in place to stop the fraud. Now, there's a difference between a state employee or state official not doing their job and committing a crime. And so when we look at some of these programs that are being administered by the states and we see absolutely no effort to do anything to police who's receiving the money, then that's something that we, of course, will investigate. But that's different than whether we will ultimately charge an individual with a crime. If we learn that an individual has committed a crime, whether it's a participant in the scheme, a leader, or a city official, or a city leader, yes, we will absolutely indict and prosecute that person, which is what we would do in any case. But I do think that, as the Vice President has talked about repeatedly, one of the wake-up calls we hope governors and city officials will take from what we've been doing over the past 6 months, 9 months, is to realize that they need to, this is money, this is taxpayer money, the generosity of the American taxpayer, and so they need to do their part to make sure that they are the first line of defense, that the people applying for these benefits are entitled to receive them. But if we learn that they're not only closing their eyes and letting it happen, but affirmatively helping in a criminal way, we'll definitely move forward with that. Yeah.
On that, it's been a while now since Vice President Vance referred the top Democratic leadership of Minnesota to DOJ for this type of investigation. Can you talk about the status of where that stands?
Of where an investigation, the leaders of
he referred it over here. Is that something you've opened on, or you intend to, or can you just are you making progress toward that end?
we've spent a ton of resources, and we continue to spend a ton of resources in Minneapolis combating fraud, and that includes a very intense look at the leadership and the programs and who's administering them. But beyond, and the governor knows that, and everybody knows that, and that should be the case. That's what every single person should expect us to do as the Department of Justice. But I don't have an update or comment on how that's progressing beyond the fact that, yes, we have a lot of resources spending there. Yes.
Attorney General, this is either for you or for the U.S. Attorney. There's a hearing scheduled for Friday in the Luigi Mangione case, and the question is whether does this indicate that there might be a plea in the offing in that case? Is there anything you can update us on that issue?
Yeah, go ahead.
There's a conference scheduled for 11 a.m. on Friday, and that's all we can say at this time.
On this case for the attorney, I was curious about what were the common themes here of people who were Americans that were targeted in this? If you can clarify how this was, maybe discovered and how these people were found to take part in this.
It's a good question. I'm not sure that there was a common theme with respect to the Americans. I think there were common themes in respect to the ways that they were recruited. They were recruited through various networks. The individuals that we've charged today, some of them were recruiters. They were out trying to identify people who would serve on the other side of these sham marriages. They then used their own networks to try to recruit additional people. A significant amount of it was done through various methods of communication, including social media advertisements that were sort of veiled, where they may not have been apparent on their face that they were recruiting U.S. citizens to participate in these sham marriages, but that could lead to the initial discussion, and then in those discussions they were recruited to be part of the scheme.
Alex.
One on this case, just on the number of marriages, the 1,000 number, what happens to the people who receive the green cards? Is there a process where they're going to be ultimately have their green cards revoked? And then on a separate question afterwards, if I can.
Sure. So it depends on the circumstances. So this scheme started in 2016, ended now. We just brought it down. And so depending on where a criminal, because that's what they are, where they are in the process of the immigration process. Some of them will be earlier on, some of them already have their green card, some of them may actually already be citizens. So depending on where they are, yes, that's part of the investigation that we're doing now, and there's a lot of work. There's thousands of marriages that we're looking into, and so I expect that there will be more work, whether that's civil, like you just asked, where you're pulling their immigration status and deporting them, or criminal, depending on the circumstances and the proof that we have. Exactly. But that's a big effort that we're undertaking now, and I think that it's hard to say this is what will happen with every single sham marriage, because it depends on the evidence and the factors.
Just on a follow-up, the president has never gone as far as you have to say that the anti-weaponization fund is dead. Now that you've been confirmed, narrowly because arguably of that anti-weaponization fund, the president said this week he'd leave it up to you. What's your answer? Is it dead, and is it ever going to come back?
Well, so I quibble with that, because the president said in the cabinet meeting that it's dead. He's also said that he likes it, but he has also said it's dead. Now, as for me, and I keep on saying this over and over again, but I'm happy to say it one more time. I have testified under oath that it's dead. I have testified in front of the House where I wasn't under oath, where I said it was dead. I have answered questions after my hearing where I said that it was dead. I have rescinded the order that set up the weaponization fund, which means that it does not exist. As we've said repeatedly, there were never commissioners. There was never any money went anywhere. So I'm not sure how I can further say that the anti-weaponization fund doesn't exist, or we use the word dead. But if anybody has any ideas, we also have said under oath that if Congress would like to make it a law, that we would support that, as would the White House. So I'm not sure. I get that this is a super fun story to not let die, But I don't know what else to say except that yes, the president feels very strongly, as do I, that there were people who were victims of a Department of Justice that was absolutely weaponized, and he feels very strongly that he would want to make them whole, as do I. But it will not be through the anti-weaponization fund, which again was never set up, and nothing has happened with it. But thanks, Alex. Sarah.
I'm short. I have an on topic and an off topic. On topic, I know that SDNY in particular actually has done a lot of investigations over the last several years into, people who were harassed by China, who were political dissidents, who were trying to escape oppression. So I'm curious if any of the people in these 1,000 marriages were maybe in that position where they were trying to get cover, to protect themselves from being harassed by China. That's my on-topic question.
So I think, and Jamie can speak more to this if he chooses, but it's hard to label a particular marriage and a particular reason or why it happened. You're right. Southern and Eastern District of New York have had a lot of cases in that space over the past couple of years. When I will add, though, that if there is a Chinese national who feels like they're being harassed, they have other ways to remedy that besides entering into a sham marriage, right? You can't, just because you're being harassed doesn't give you the right to go commit a crime. So, but yeah, I don't think it's fair to try to say some percentage or some number may have separately claimed that they were harassed, so.
My off topic, I was just curious if there were any updates. We've been having primaries across the country, and as usual, the Civil Rights Division has been sending monitors in some of these places to sort of keep tabs on things. In the past, the head of the Civil Rights Division has said some of these counties have had irregularities, she said in the past. What's been the feedback so far? Have you spoken with people in the Civil Rights Division to see what they're observing in these primaries, and if you have any concerns that they have raised as they've been observing polling places?
So I don't have an update necessarily today to say here's what we're doing, but yes, that is something that the Department of Justice, as every Department of Justice does, is making sure that we're appropriately monitoring between now and, you're right, there's primaries, but up through the election, and we'll continue to do that. I think there's not anything secretive about this process. There's not supposed to be. I don't think there should be. So to the extent that the Civil Rights Division is doing something, we're not going to do it in secret. You'll know about it because it's important the American people know about it, because we're doing it to make sure that we have elections that are fair and run the right way. So all right, I'll take one more question. Got it. Go ahead.
Next week, there's a deadline in the Comey case. The defense has said that there was evidence that was gathered by the government that suggested there were alternative reasons, sort of the restaurant narrative of '86. How confident are you today that that case will survive to trial and ultimately result in a conviction?
So I'm not going to comment on a defense filing in any case, because that's not fair to any of the parties involved. And so I don't have a comment on the way that every case works in this country is that when every indicted case is, it means a grand jury has returned an indictment. That means that a grand jury found probable cause that a crime has been committed, and there's a trial. And there's a lot of cases as a prosecutor that I felt were definitely going to get convictions, and that didn't, or that it was a tough conviction. There's cases that were really, really tough that got convictions, and so I'm certainly not going to act like I have a crystal ball and predict what's going to happen with that case at trial. But it's enough to say that this was a case that was returned by a grand jury. It's not out of D.C. It's out of a district in North Carolina, and we'll go from there. All right. Thanks a lot, everybody. Have a good day.
Why is it that these trolls are always on the same meth? Stop doing drugs, guys. Drugs are not good for you. Say no to drugs. That's all I got to tell you. Say no to drugs. Well, I'm glad that they're looking into it. We know that the, marriage fraud has been happening for decades. That's nothing new. But I'm glad that they're actually doing something about it. I think that the more people protest against ICE and the immigration and all this other bullshit, the more that they're opening their eyes to the government on how the federal government has been lacking and slacking on immigration. I think because of soft sanctuary cities and soft leadership, a lot of illegal immigrants and a lot of fraud and scams have been going, just crazy all over the United States of America. It affects everybody. Now, you mentioned China, somebody here, some retard. China has been harassing the Philippines. This is something that we all know about. And as the United States, I think that we should take care of them. How do we take care of them? Well, first of all, you let Trump do that. Second, don't be an idiot. Don't be a fool, and don't just be buying into everything the leftist media tells you. It's crazy how loaded people come in here from CNN and MSNBC. It's crazy. I recognize them right away. But I do want to share this video here because Trump posted a gaggle with the press at the Joint Base Andrews from yesterday. Now we'll listen to it eventually. But first, let me give you my two frustrations that I have that piss me off about President Trump. Now, this is going to be some content that is going to help the libtards hate our president even more. Now, these retards haven't thought about it, but I got to call it as I sees it. President Trump, as you may have heard already, they threatened the Air Force One, the airplane. So President Trump went on the plane and, he went into, what is that? What do you call that? The vehicle, the food cart? What was it called? Somebody tell me. Somebody help me out with the name. President Trump snuck away. Give me the name of the vehicle that he left in. I'll let you guys put that on the chat. Let's see if anybody's paying attention. President Trump got into Air Force One and then left. I want to say it's the snacks car, but I don't know if it's called the snacks car. Somebody, put it on the chat. Let's see if you know the name of the vehicle that took President Trump from Air Force One. Anybody? Don't make me find it before you. Come on, people. Come on, come on. Put it on the chat. What happened? The chat died on me or what? Okay. I had to refresh. My bad. I had to refresh. Here we go. Everybody is wrong. Everybody said the catering truck. So close. So close. Somebody fix that name. What is the catering truck's real number when they took the president in it? Catering truck 1. Catering truck 1. You guys were so close, very close. Remember, any vehicle that the president goes into becomes 1. Air Force 1, Marine 1, catering truck won. All right, that's just a joke. But what I'm pissed about is this. So the story says that because the chimichanga truck won, the chimichanga truck won. That's what it has to be. Catering truck won. It has to be catering truck won because it's carrying the president. Now, what I'm pissed off about is this. Okay, so I get it, protect the president, etc., right? But this is a really bad look for the president because, you know, he could have stayed on the Air Force One and, you know, our military will take care of him. They'll protect him. But he knew there was a threat. And he left in the catering truck one. And what pisses me off about it is, what do you think pisses me off about that? No, that doesn't make him a coward, you retard. What do you think pisses me off about that? Let me see if you guys are really paying attention. I want you to tell me, what do you think pisses me off about President Trump getting a threat in Turkey, retrieving himself on a catering truck one? What do you think pisses me off about this scenario? %100%. 100%, Jonathan. It's not about being afraid. I get it. It's a smart move. You know, protect the president at all costs. But I don't like the fact that the president allowed Air Force One to take off with all the press and the rest of the people that were in the plane. If he really believed that there was that much threat, I think that was the wrong move. What I would have done, now guys, nobody's perfect, but what I would have done if I knew that. Now, it's easier for me to judge it because I see it from a third-party perspective, and I see the things after the fact, and I've gotten time to think about it. I'm sure at the time they didn't think about it. But what I would have done is I would have left on the catering truck one, got into the, into the next military plane, Air Force One, and took off and left. I would not have allowed that plane to take off with the reporters. I would have called in some sort of, there is a delay. You see what I'm saying? I would have said there's some sort of delay. Flight is canceled. And nobody knows the president, well, he's not on the plane. Now, that's just one point of view. The second is, does it show he's a coward? Of course not. That's the stupidest thing that you can say. Because the president must be protected. The president must be protected. But it looks bad, regardless. It looks bad. To me, it does. I just can't imagine being president and knowing, or maybe, right? Let's say I know that somebody threatened. I don't know what the threat was, but it was serious enough for him to, take the catering one, catering truck one. So I get pissed off about that. And I think it's a smart move. He is our president. If they kill our president, that's a big mistake. You have to understand that. they will fuck the shit out of Iran and our other enemies. It'll be crazy. It'll be crazy. Maybe World War III, maybe nuclear war. Who knows? All I can tell you, if something happens to our president, we're screwed. Now we do have J.D. Vance, who will be a tremendous president, I believe. And then we can move Marco Rubio to vice president. And then we can continue our agenda for the American people. So, I mean, there is other ways for us to continue moving forward, but we're not going to let our enemies take out our president. Because I'm going to tell you right now, you know, the enemy is watching all these channels, not just mine. My channel is small. But the enemies are watching. But I'm telling you right now, if our president gets killed, all hell is going to break loose. You understand? If the libtards would have accomplished killing our President Trump, I can guarantee you civil war will be fighting right now. We will be killing every single libtard. Every single one of them. Nobody wants that. The United States of America does not win when they fight itself. You understand? If we kill every single libtard in this country, we lose. We can't fight against each other like that. There was no winners on Civil War. No winners. Yes, the slave got their freedom, but there was no winners. The United States lost. And if we go into a Civil War II, it's the same thing. We lose. Even if we get rid of every single libtard and just keep every single patriot that believes American citizens are first before illegal immigrants. So here in America, we wouldn't win. We would lose. Our enemies, on the other hand, well, they will have to think about trying to conquer us after that. Because if we get rid of all the libtards, all you have left is a bunch of patriots who are arm up the yin-yang. And China and any other enemy trying to destroy the United States of America would be in for a big surprise. So I warn our enemies, what do you think is better for you? To let us have our peace or to get rid of our disease? And then we'll take care of you. How's that? How does that work? You see what I'm saying? Iran, let me tell you right now. Let me tell you right now. And this is just a warning. This is not what we want. Iranians, okay, Manuel Correa, get the fuck out of here, you pussy. Take your mangina with you somewhere else. Get out of here. All right. Thank you for visiting the channel. I want to tell you right now. If this so-called Iranian regime terrorist activate themselves, please do. Please do. Remember Pearl Harbor? Yeah. You remember Pearl Harbor? The Japanese said, what the hell have we done? We have awoken a sleeping giant. I can tell you right now, every single one of our real American heroes can't wait to put boots on the ground. Our American heroes are eager to go into battle. They are afraid, but they're eager to go into battle to protect the honor of the United States of America. They fight for their countrymen. And if they activate themselves, we can just say, libtards, Socialist Democrats of America, you fucking retards. We told you who they were. And I will tell you right there, we win. I wish they would. I wish Iran would activate them fucking selves right now. Please do it. Do it. You give us an excuse to get rid of the fucking libtards. Activate it. Do it. Activate the sleeper cells. I am telling you right now, will be the biggest mistake the enemy can ever do. Because let me tell you what happens when our enemies think they have us by the balls. Let me tell you what happens. 9/11 happens. 9/11 is not the destruction. 9/11 is the awakening of the sleeping giant. And those countries in the Middle East that celebrated the death of 2,800 Americans and the fall of the Twin Towers reap the wrath of the American people. They won't do that shit again, would they? See, this is why they infiltrate our country. Tell you to abort your children, who most likely will be patriotic to the United States of America. And they can multiply, easily outbreed patriots, and create anti-American citizens. If I was evil and I hated this country, that's what I would do. What would you do? Huh? I'm going to tell you right now. To our enemies who are listening, for your sakes, do not wake up the sleeping giant. Learn from the Japanese. They're full of surprises, but they regret that surprise. Now back to the president, when now we are free. Free at last, we are free at last. Thank God Almighty, we're free at last. All right, second thing that I'm pissed off about with President Trump. Thank you, John. Second thing that I'm pissed off about President Trump, and now this is more of a hearsay, more of a theory. I'm a little bit pissed off about it. Well, maybe not pissed off, but it bothers me. President Trump threatened FIFA of some serious consequences, not death, money. Talk about money here. Of serious consequences if they fire the president of FIFA. You know, the bald guy. What's his name? Gianni? I forget his name. But you know what I'm talking about. You know, the guy. You know the guy. Because President Trump says that he was so fantastic, he's great, this and that. Well, let me tell you something. Now, this is where all the libtards should be happy with me right now. Because it looks like he is doing, it's not exactly like it, but he is doing sort of what Biden did with Ukraine. Now, this is a little different, but it's sort of, right? So it's okay. Let's say you agree to get rid of them or get rid of the guy or not. That is something that we should have nothing to do with. President Trump can say, hey, listen, I think that would be a big mistake. I think the guy is fantastic. I mean, he did a great job. He made you a lot of money. He did this. But to threaten them, I don't know how I feel about that. I don't know how I feel about that. And that could be just, the part of the of Trump that the leftists hate so much, which is the businessman. Yeah, that finally we agree with something, Sonics. It's interesting. I mean, we really don't understand the facts. But again, hearsay, right? We don't know exactly, so we can't really go on it. And the way that I'm looking at it is, okay, why privatize? Now, I get it, capitalism. I'm 100% for capitalism. Why privatize? Why privatize? Does his family get anything out of it? Do they get a kick back out of it? I mean, I don't know how long you think Trump is going to live, but I don't think he's looking to make hundreds of billions of dollars for his funeral. I'm not saying he's going to die soon either. He's very, very healthy for an older man. Now, Hammer, can you please for once just come into my channel and troll with something very intellectual instead of your dumb ass, fucking retarded, same ass comments, lame ass comments? I wish you would be smart. I really wish that you will bring something of substance, but you're so fucking retarded. I just can't believe how retarded you are, Hammer man. We've already explained the jobs. We already explained the economy. You guys are retarded. You live in your own little science fiction movie world. With that being said, those are the two things that I have against President Trump. One of them, I didn't like the fact that the press reporters, all the people, still took off on that plane after the threat. And the second one was the money thing with FIFA. I disagree with them. I'm going to have to wait and see if we get anything better, more information in the future. I want some clarification. I would ask them that question. I'd be like, President Trump, listen, I love you, man, and everything. Thank you, sir, for your service. I appreciate all that. But why did you think that it was okay to allow the reporters, after you had that threat, why did you think it was okay for the reporters and everybody else to still take off on that plane if you felt that it was threatened with death? I want an answer. I want an answer. So there you go. That is my criticism of President Trump. With that being said, come on over here, Mr. POTUS. I still love you. Go ahead. Give us some gaggles.
So the Patriot Games were tremendous, a tremendous success. Great young athletes, the future of our country. And we had a great time in Ohio, a fantastic time in Ohio. The country's doing well. The stock market's fantastic record. We have 79 records so far in a short period of time. More people are working right now in the United States than ever before, and prices are dropping fast. Iran is going fine, going just absolutely fine. We totally control the Strait of Hormuz. We have control over it. Nobody else, only us. Our Navy is unbelievable, and things are going great for our country. Go ahead.
President, can you tell us about your ride on the airport catering truck in Turkey? Why did you need to do that?
Well, it's only up to Secret Service. I just follow what they'd like to do. So I go by Secret Service and the military. They wanted me to go on a different flight, a different plane, equal safety, but they wanted me to do it, so I do it. I do what they say.
What was the nature of the threat?
There was a threat out there. I didn't really ask too much about it. I get a lot of threats.
President, Darlene Graham has made it to the runoff election in South Carolina.
All right. There you go. So that's the explanation. Secret Service. I normally don't pause these. I normally don't pause this sort of videos. But I really need to know. So Secret Service advised them. What do you say to that? Now that you know that he doesn't really know what the threat is, now that you know that the Secret Service took him out of there into the catering truck 1 and took the president on another plane. What do you think of that? That changes my feelings a little bit. Not completely, but a little bit. I know President Trump is a survivalist. He's a fighter. He's going to do whatever it takes to survive. I get that. But I wonder if they just, I don't know. I don't know. You know, it could be a threat. Maybe it wasn't a serious threat, but I still don't like it. I still don't like that. Well, now I still don't like that Secret Service knew something was wrong and still allowed the course of the flight to take off. It gives me a little bit of a 9/11 feeling. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm talking about? It gives me a little bit of a sour feeling from 9/11 because we hear all this information that the government knew that the planes were taken over. Should we have known? Should we have known that those planes were taken over by terrorists right away? Maybe. Maybe not. See, this is why we have a government that we put in place, because they got to make the decisions, the hard decisions that you and I are not willing to make. So if I tell you that I'm going to run for governor here in Washington State, I am willing to make the tough decisions. And I know how far I can go. So I can assume that responsibility. But the president of the United States' responsibility is beyond a governor's responsibility. There's a lot running. And he's not a coward. He's not a coward. Why is he a coward? Would you not want to protect your president at all costs? Even if the president says, hey, no, I want to stay here. Nope, get your ass over here, Mr. President. Our job is to protect you. He has to do what they say. As long as it's protecting the president, remember, the president is just Trump. The president is a position. It is the leader of the United States of America. So if Secret Service takes him aside and tells him, you got to come with us, he has to go with them. If he didn't listen to the Secret Service, he will be a fucking idiot, is what he would be. Sonics, don't lose my respect. You were doing so good. You see, when I was trashing Trump at first, you were on my side. So fuck you very much. Get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out. Let me tell you, if you haven't learned what I'm about, you probably will never learn who I am. I'm going to tell you something. I give you something to see if you are really, really thinking about this country. But all you're thinking about is the hate that you have for Trump. You got to stop that shit. If you don't stop that shit, you will never be able to see the truth. Do you understand? I'm trying to teach you something. Stop it. You sound like a bunch of fucking traitors. Bye, Christopher. The fuck out of here too, you pussy. Take your mangina with you. Anybody else? Anybody else? Let me know. Anybody else that wants to go, let me know. Right now is your time. Not a Christian. Thank you. Okay, you're okay with that. Not a Christian. What's your point? What is your point? I'm an American citizen, period. Carlos, get the fuck out of here. Get out of here, bro. Get out of here. I don't need you here. Fuck out of here. Anybody else? Anybody else? Oh, I'm here? Get the fuck out of here. I don't need you either. Oh, today is get the fuck out of here day. Today is get the fuck out of here day. Bye-bye, pussies. Grab your manginas with you and stay on the Socialist Democrats of America, you pussies. Anybody else? Let me see. Anybody else? Anybody else that has no balls that wants to join them? I love America. I love America. Now get the fuck out of here, Daniel. Thank you for stopping by. Get your pussy ass out of here. Another one. Anybody else? Any more manginas in here? Lynn Rice. Okay, you too. Get your vagina. Grab your vagina. Take your pussy ass out of here. Okay, bye-bye. Have a good one. Anybody else? Oh, Raj, I'm not even gonna ask you. Your ass is trash. Get the fuck out of here right now. Bye. Boo, bye-bye. Anybody else? I'm calling eyes on you. Okay, that's okay. That's okay. Anybody else? Anybody else? Anybody else? Anybody else? Hell no. Won't stop crying. You won't stop crying? I don't even know what that means. I'm going to ignore it until I understand that you're a libtard. Australian man is next. Who's next? Dennis says, I'm sorry I used to like you, but I got Arnold and Tomcat McDonald. Yeah, get the fuck out of here then. I don't need your love. Get the fuck out of here. Anybody else? Anybody else? If I misread the comments, I'm sorry, but today is get the fuck out of here day. Back to Somalia, motherfucker, says a green substance. He knows who Raj is. Anybody else? Anybody else? Come on. Come on. I want real American patriots in this channel right now. Even if it's only 10, for Pete's sakes. That's it. Australian men, get the fuck out of here. Go support Australians. Get out of here, you pussy. Go grab your mangina over there and see if a kangaroo can beat your ass. Anybody else? Let's see. Yes, Tyler. There is no due process in here. Just people gotta. Well, actually, they have due process right now because they're presenting their case. And when I find them guilty, they just get the hell out. Don't worry, guys. It's only 30 minutes. They will survive. They will survive. Let's see. Anybody else? Anybody else? Religion. Yeah. Anybody else? Nobody else? Okay. All right. Fantastic. Now we can go ahead and continue with the gaggle here.
What are you going to do to help her get over the finish line? She just called me to thank me for the endorsement, and it's great that she's doing so well, and she's a very good woman, and she's got good genetics because she's related to Lindsay, who's a real professional. So we'll see. I'm going to call her right now. She just called me 2 minutes ago. She won by how many points? Well, it's not done yet, but she's clearly the victor as opposed to all the other people. And that's good. That's what she wants. Will you campaign for her down in South Carolina? I mean, just so you understand, I like the other people in the race also. They're all Trump. I mean, they're all Trumpers, but, I endorsed her. I think she's great. It's really in honor of her brother, and she's really a very smart woman. You know, Lindsay loved his sister. More than anything else, he would tell me about his sister, that she's just outstanding. Yeah, he actually said she's better than him. That was hard for Lindsay to say. So she's out there. She's doing a great job.
Mr. President, you've mentioned 2028 several times in the last few weeks. At the dinner, you put on a Trump 2028 hat. Are you serious about seeking a third term?
Everybody asks me that question, and you know that the law is very strong on that. I'd love to run, but the law is very strong. I get asked by even tonight, they're screaming at the event, 2028. No, everybody wants me to do it, but the law is very strong. Thank you very much, everybody.
Mr. President.
The Turkey flight, Air Force One still flew out of Turkey with press and with White House officials on it. How much of jeopardy?
Went over to England, where it was shown to the soldiers.
It's still at risk, even though you weren't.
It went over to England because the soldiers wanted to see it.
Right, the one that flew.
And they showed it to the soldiers, and we did a switch over there, and it was really as per the military, and I just have to do what they say. They go for safety, and I have to do what they say.
Why was
President,
it too
on the
dangerous
midterm-
for you to fly on Air Force One, but not too dangerous for the press?
The plane that I flew on was at greater risk. I think it was
say
at
that?
greater risk.
Mr. President,
That would be the plane I think that they would be more likely to go for.
Mr. President,
Were you surprised, Mr. President, that the Secret Service was telling you to take that third plane?
Not surprised. I have a lot of threats. I have a lot of threats that you don't know about. Any consequential president has a lot of threats. Non-consequential presidents don't get threats. And I think that I'm maybe the most consequential.
Took Iran to pulling something off.
Nobody's done more than me in a period of almost 6 years. There's nobody.
Are you worried about a shoulder-fired missile?
I don't worry about anything, to be honest. Whatever it is, you know my attitude, whatever.
Mr.
How can you trust Iran at all? And they tried to kill you, Mr. President.
Why? Are you saying I trust Iran? I'm the last person to trust Iran. They've lied to me constantly. We have total control over the Hormuz Strait right now. They don't have control. We have total control. We own it. And at some point, maybe they'll do something and then they get blown away. But right now, we're in a very good position. We have a country that has been the bully of the Middle East for 50 years. It's really 51 if you think about it, right? We've been saying 47 for 4 years. And they're no longer the bully of the Middle East. Thank you very much, everybody.
Today is get the fuck out of here day, just so that you guys are aware of. You come into my channel today. There's no patience today. Hold on, give me a second. I'm reporting this jackass who gave me a death threat here real quick. All right. Fantastic. Thank you very much. Okay, that guy is done. All right, here we go. Anybody else? Let's see. The passengers went very willingly. Well, you know, that's going to be very controversial. But I believe, I don't know. I'm going to say this. This is me personally, okay? This is me personally. If I was one of the staff members or one of the press on Air Force One, okay? This is just me. If they took the president off that plane to go into another plane, I'm okay with it. I'm okay with it. Now, that's just me personally. I don't know how I will feel about the rest of the people, but me personally, I don't have a problem with it. Think about it. We go on the Air Force One, go up in the air. I don't know what the hell is going to happen. Maybe we get taken down. At least our president will be safe. The president is all that matters. I'm not the president. I'm not making deals for the people. I'm not working to fight all our enemies. The president is. So to me, he's not a coward. And if I die on Air Force One and the president was saved, righteous death. You can see it that way. You can see, I can see why you see it that way. I know that there is a delay from when I say something and when you type it. So I already answered that question, okay? I already answered that question. All right, here we go. We have one more, I think. Let me see. Where was it? Where was it? Nope, nope. Oh, man, what the hell happened? I had something for you guys to watch. Oh, man, what the hell did I do? I think I lost it. Ah, man. All right, well, let's take a quick peek and see what a third world country immigrant does for the nation that they flee to. Let's take a look. Oh. Hold on, I'll show it to you. I'll show it to you. You ready? The good old traditional Indian ways, just being shared with our British people. Just beautiful cultural things, guys. Can somebody tell me what that is? Anybody? Let's see. Why don't we look it up together? Why don't we look it up together and see why do Indians break coconuts? Coconuts on the floor. All right, here we go. Here we go. See, you do some research, guys, and then you can learn something. Let's read it together. In Hindu tradition, breaking a coconut on the floor or ground is a deeply symbolic ritual representing the surrender of the ego, the release of inner negativity, and an offering of purity to the divine. It is commonly performed at temples, during weddings, at new business openings, or before starting a new journey. All right, there we go. Don't say I was not fair on the criticism. So, as you look here, looks like they're in front of a business. Yeah, they're just, doing their spiritual thing. And thank you, Mr. Jason. And nothing wrong with that. I'm sure they cleaned it up afterwards, right? Yeah, if they cleaned it up afterwards, I'm okay with it. You know what I'm saying? It's okay. I don't have a problem with that. Don't have a problem with that. What? Oh, boy. Let me refresh my page here because I had something for you. Young Hong Dong won. He didn't win. She didn't win. She lost. Oh, boy. You guys might like this one. You guys might like this one. DEI professor resigns after plagiarism. Resumes fabrication exposed. Let's take a listen. Let's see what Jesse Waters had to say about this.
Meet the most inspiring man in British academia. At least that's how the story went.
I learned to speak just before the age of 12, so I was 11. I learned to read and write when I was 18 years of age. Those milestones became quite significant. 12 years after learning to read and write, I gained a PhD, and then I ended up becoming one of the youngest professorial chairs in Cambridge's history.
Autistic at 3, mute at 11, illiterate until 18, and then a PhD in one of Cambridge's top chairs. And they didn't just hire him, they crowned him.
The board of electors on your interview day were absolutely unanimous. We are so lucky to have you. You are the best in the world in terms of the research that you do.
Best in the world, it is a beautiful story, much of it now called into question. Take the PhD, much of it allegedly copied, nearly word for word from another student's thesis. A resume padded with jobs he never held, including a professorship at Ohio State, which says it never heard of him, and a life story stacked with hardships and heroics, each one more unbelievable than the last. A brain tumor wiped his memory right before his final dissertation exam, so he relearned his whole entire thesis in weeks. He ran 30 marathons in 35 days, impressive. The last 9 on a broken leg. Turned up in a documentary that aired in 1964. 21, I should say, years before he was born. Someone even mailed a severed pig's head to his parents as a threat. One problem, police say they can't find record of it. It all came crashing down last week when he resigned in disgrace. Did he own a word of it? Not one. The relentless accusations, speculation, and public commentary have taken a profound toll on me and on those I love. But there comes a point when the personal cost becomes too great. And that resignation letter allegedly written with the assistance of AI. No apology, no accountability, just a con man playing the victim. And he's still cashing in. His memoir dropped today. It opens on a prophecy, a stranger telling young Arde he's destined for great and unfortunate things. That scene, very similar to Spartacus, the Gladiator TV show. He plagiarized his thesis. Did he plagiarize his own origin story? None of this was hard to catch. Yet one of the top universities on earth handed him a top job, a building full of geniuses, and not one of them saw a con man in plain sight. They didn't miss it. They'd already decided merit was not the point. And Arde couldn't agree more.
The idea of meritocracy is it's great in theory, but in actual practice, it falls time and time and time again because meritocracy in itself is not equal. There is no equity in meritocracy. Only a small proportion or certain group of people from society benefit from meritocracy.
So he doesn't believe in merit, and the people who paid for it were his students. Their families spent a fortune on the best education money could buy and got a professor who wouldn't show up. One student called him terrible. He skipped meetings, no feedback, hour-long sessions that fizzled out in 20 minutes. And when the student complained, Arde allegedly implied she was racist and cited her, quote, white privilege. Did Cambridge miss the red flags, or did they choose to ignore them? Every woke box he checked was worth more to them than every student he let down. Equity was dressed up as excellence, and anyone who noticed was smeared. This isn't one professor or one university. It's the same rot inside every Western institution that swapped merit for ideology. The UK is the warning. The only question is whether the rest of the world listens before it's too late. Who better to ask about this than John Yu, a senior fellow at the American Enterprise Institute and a professor. Professor Yu, a student in this young man's class, said that the song lyrics were the first red flag, the way he'd ramble about Tiny Tempa or Eminem and Beyonce. Is this how you conduct your lectures at Berkeley?
Well, maybe I should give that a try now that you mention it. That's probably get my students' attention. But, Kaylee, you ended on the right point, which is this guy clearly was a pathological liar. He liked to pile on lie after lie after lie, see what he could get away with. But it's more important than just him. He exposes the corruption and rot that's at the heart of our major universities, not just in England, but in the United States and in the media that is complicit in this by not asking questions. In fact, he accused journalists who did ask questions of being racist, and the police showed up at the journalists' doors to threaten them not to ask more questions. But unfortunately, even in the United States, you have seen now, I think, universities for several decades using race, engaging in social engineering, treating their trust from the public to teach their kids and also to research the finest thinking and writing and thought in the world to try to press the limits of human knowledge, instead have turned that trust into their efforts to get the right racial balances. The only thing I hope is that we've started to turn things around here in the United States, partially thanks to the Trump administration, whose Civil Rights Division is pressing investigations of our universities, but also from the bottom up. States are creating, like the University of Texas, where I'm thinking of moving, creating these new civics colleges, which are trying to fight back against this institutional rot by creating new spaces for free thought and free investigation and get away from DEI and wokeism.
Well said. On a serious note. On a much lighter note, I went to Oxford for a year. I did tutorials. I would have been able to snuff this guy out. I wasn't at Cambridge. I was at Oxford. I'm curious, do you think you could snuff out one of your colleagues if they claim to run 35 marathons in a short period of time? You're pretty smart, Professor Yu.
Well, if it was a professor, it would probably be the students who carried him for the 30 miles every day that you need to break that record. But you're right. This is so ridiculous. You would have snuffed it out, Kaylee. I would have snuffed it out. But unfortunately, these universities, they foster this kind of lying. They protect people like this, and it makes it harder to root out this kind of corruption.
His story is not in isolation. Professor Yu, thank you so much. Appreciate you.
My PhDs doesn't matter. Now, for those who criticize me for watching Fox all the time because they align with my values, I looked everywhere on CNN videos, live, shorts, and I couldn't find it. Can you tell me who Robert Gilman is? Anybody from the left? Who is Robert Gilman? Yeah. Well, Fox showed a lot of coverage on this. He is a veteran who was imprisoned in Russia for over 3 years. Yeah. I learned from Fox that this man has been released thanks to President Trump. CNN, I didn't hear jack squat from CNN. Well. I got a PhD in psychology. I didn't know that. Oh, man. Susan, stop it. Stop it. You saw it there because that's what you watched. It was not on CNN. I said CNN. Fox has the latest news. I saw it on Fox, and that was it. With that being said, here's a new video of that from Fox.
Welcome back. U.S. Marine veteran Robert Gilman is returning home after President Trump secured his release without a prisoner swap from Russia after more than 4 years in custody and amid serious concerns about his health. Special Envoy Steve Witkoff posting these images you see here on X earlier this morning saying, quote, a special night welcoming an American citizen home to his family and country. Thank you, President Trump, for never leaving anyone behind. The number of Americans wrongfully detained overseas has jumped 163% in recent years, but in 2025, more Americans came home from captivity than any other year in the past 2 decades. With that, let's bring in retired Navy SEAL commander and former hostage negotiator Dan O'Shea. Dan, thank you for joining us. What really stands out here is that it didn't require a prisoner swap. What can you tell us?
Well, what really is, it's behind the scenes. Obviously, the conditions this individual, this former Marine runner, were atrocious. He had been in a comatose state for upwards of 50-odd days. He wasn't taking food, and it was a very dire situation. So he was either coming home to America or he was going to die in a Russian jail.
So you obviously have experience in this. You were in Iraq doing this very thing, the hostage negotiations. Walk us through, obviously the humanitarian part was an issue, but on the flip side, Vladimir Putin loves hostage diplomacy, raising the stakes. We saw it with Brittany Griner and other high-profile cases. So what was different about this one, perhaps?
Well, the reality is hostage diplomacy, to go a little bit deeper, it's now become this worldwide phenomenon, especially with the Putin regime. He's probably more experienced at this than any other leader out there in the world. They will bring up trumped-up charges against an individual, and specifically Americans. This has happened multiple times. It's happened with Brittany Griner. And they will find a charge, and they will charge them with a crime and expand this. Robert Gilman was in jail for reportedly kicking a police officer and being drunk and disorderly in public, which would normally get you 48 hours in the drunk tank somewhere, and then you're released on bond on Monday. He was sentenced up to 10 years, and he was under extreme pressure. He was tortured in prison. He was given psychotic drugs. You can imagine his dietary system was probably challenged with the food or lack thereof. So he was being tortured. And again, Russia, the hostage diplomacy is a way they hold Americans prisoner on trumped-up charges to get concessions from the United States. And in this case, under Trump, as everyone knows, no one drives a harder bargain, and he was released right now on a humanitarian cause, which is a huge win for this administration and for Mr. Gilman and his family.
A huge win for this administration. And as we noted in the intro there, this administration, Steve Witkoff, Adam Boehler, others, Jared Kushner, have been quite successful in this endeavor. Let me just broaden it just a little bit and ask you, do you see any correlation between this incident and, of course, the broader Ukraine war?
Well, I believe something behind. Listen, Putin does not give up anything without getting something in return. Brittany Griner, which was headline news for months, he knew he could leverage it, and he did. He ended up getting one of the most wanted men alive. The Lord of War returned on behalf of Brittany Griner. And in this case, a couple years later, now he's just giving up someone to try and get maybe some goodwill. The Ukraine war has dragged on. No one is winning, certainly not Russia. And this may be a concession that he's willing to give up something to hopefully have some good favor on behalf of Trump when it comes down to negotiations. So ultimately, this is probably a sign of Putin cracking, to be frank, and I guarantee it is tied to the Ukrainian war, which is why he gave up this American. Better to give him up and get something in return than this American dying in his jail and then getting worldwide condemnation for it.
Well, we are so grateful to welcome Robert Gilman home. He's going to have a long road ahead medically, but now he is here with his family and his country. Dan O'Shea, thank you for joining us.
My pleasure.
You know what I'm waiting for? Okay, here. You know, I'm address it for you, Susan. If you're talking about the whole, the Coke soda, the milliliters, and all that shit that we were talking about, your question is irrelevant to what we're talking about. We're not talking about a specific gravity. We're not talking about that. We're asking what was the amount on each one of the vaccines. I don't know what the hell does specific gravity have to do with what we were covering. This is why I always tell you, don't forget to take your meds. Take your meds. Sometimes you have some good questions, sometimes you have some good comments, and other times, I don't know if you're hard shit or just diarrhea. I don't know. I can't make up who you are. I'm telling you, you're challenging my psychology PhD degree. Oh, man. What I can tell you is this. Through observation, we know that humans respond to certain things according to the environment that they live in. Some human brains who are not so gullible or easy to control, they think outside the box. And therefore, they think first of the negative outcome of what they're seeing. But as they're thinking about the negative outcome of what they're seeing, they got to be able to have the critical thinking skills that every human brain needs. And that is, here is my problem. I already know what the negative outcome is of this situation. If you don't have critical thinking skills, you're stuck and you're done. A regular healthy mind will make you think of other scenarios. In my case, I can tell you, I always think negative of everything. And people get mad at me. Oh, why are you so negative? You know why? Because my brain is trying to work out what it is that I'm trying to figure out. For example, in order for me to defend our border, listen, stay with me. Stay with me. I hope you took your medicines already. Put down the pipe, guys. Put the joint down. Listen. In order for me to defend immigration laws, what must I acquire before I can make a decision on immigration law? It's not just learning the rules or the law of immigration. I got to understand why those rules are put in place. I got to be able to say, here are some facts. socialist, communist, Marxist, destroys wealth and people's livelihoods. Okay, where do we get that? Throughout history. The Chinese, billions of people. I'm sure there's hundreds of millions of people who are okay in China, but there's hundreds and hundreds of millions of Chinese people who are not because of communism. Cuba. Most of the people in Cuba are being destroyed because of communism, but there is a group of people in the Communism Party that are being taken care of. Venezuela, communist. Nicolas Maduro, fancy food, fancy clothes, money. And 90% of the country, poor. Over 8 million Venezuelans escaped Venezuela, even though it's one of the richest countries in the world. This is where your thinking comes into place. And because I have knowledge of all of these other variables around the world in history who are factual, that you can check, they're factual, so you can check them, then you start thinking about your personal experience. What happens when I break the law? I get punished. There's consequences. To every action, you have a reaction. You do something good, you're rewarded. Sometimes you're not immediately rewarded. But in the end, you reward yourself by being true to yourself. For example, I wouldn't be able to be so confident in my life today if I didn't get insulted by people all of my life. I wouldn't be able to be a survivor. I wouldn't be a fighter if I have no struggles in my life. But there were struggles. That action made a reaction out of me. The problem with the gullible mind, which is what we call Socialist Democrats of America today, or libtards, is that they are so gullible, they are so dependent on something or someone. Drug addicts have this problem. Mentally unstable people have this problem. Far left Democrats and far right Republicans have this problem. They can't have common sense because chaos doesn't make sense to them. I'll give you a very rational explanation about why I was upset about Trump going into the catering truck 1. We'll call it CT1. And then leaving the press reporters on the plane. I myself am more than willing to take the risk. And I am happy that the president will be taken care of. Why? Because he is the leader. The president is what matters most. The gullible leftists or mentally ill people don't know any better. So they attack our president every chance they get. Are you listening? That is a gullible mind. If they attack the president, you understand this? They attack the whole country. If they get rid of our president, our leader, the enemies believe that we will fold, but what they don't know is that this country, the United States of America, has a great constitution that for those people that don't have a gullible mind have learned to be patriotics, and we know how important our president is. Marco Rubio did not talk shit about Biden, not because he was the best, but because it makes America look weak. And I can tell you right now that if any enemy would have killed President Biden while we are here alive on this earth, we would have fucked them up. We might not like Biden, but he's still the president of the United States of America, and as such, we would stand for him against our enemies, foreign and domestic. I wish that I can teach common sense, but you can't. You can't teach common sense. The Marxists, the liars, the Marxists have convinced the gullible minds at the universities. They have created more activists than leaders, than doctors, professors, etc. They have created activists. Enemies of the state is what they're creating in the universities right now. You can't fix stupid. And when you have Americans who have a good heart, they want to help people, they become political correct. And they can never say the truth directly because they're afraid of someone being offended. I don't offend people. People get offended. Proof on my chat every single day. Retards, stupid, leptards, blah, blah. I say all of these insults. You know what's the one thing that I've noticed? Not one of my American patriots gets mad or offended. Why do you think that is? Why do you think that is? Put it on the chat if you know what that means. Oh, man. You know what? I try to give people, man, the benefit of doubt. The benefit of doubt. I really do. But I want to remind you how retarded the leftist people are. And I want to start with this clip. This are the libtards that I talk about. Here is Massachusetts governor signing an executive order to make it legal. Listen to what they fight for. To make it legal to kill a baby, to abort at 34 weeks to birth. This is their reaction. Abort a child at 34 weeks, their reaction.
Thank you.
You got that? They clap. This is what a 34-week baby looks like. Are you fucking kidding me? That should piss you off. Look at this angel, innocent child. Could have been a victim of rape, could have been unplanned. It doesn't fucking matter. Look at that precious life. How the hell can you clap to kill that? Gullible minds. You see what I'm saying? You wonder why I get mad, why I cuss people out? Listen, man. A lot of people come into my channel to call me a liar, a traitor, un-American, a divider, a hateful person. And what am I doing? I didn't betray the country where I was born. I respected the laws of my country. I still do. I still do. I love my country where I was born. But my loyalty belongs to the United States of America. This is where I live now. This is where my children belong to. Clank. That's powerful. That's powerful. Abortion kills the mother's soul. That right there, my friend, is very powerful. It is sad. Now, today I will tell you, that a mother's life being threatened doesn't happen anymore. They're so good with C-sections. Fast C-sections. If one of my daughters would have been raped, first of all, the guy, if caught, will no longer be called a man. I will cut his privates off. But we will have that baby. And I will be the father of that baby. Until my daughter gets married to a real man. You can call me whatever you want, and you don't have to believe that I'm a Christian. I don't give a shit. I am more free, unapologetic, by not acknowledging your dumbass Christian confirmation. But I'm going to tell you something. Our lives belong to God, not to you. And if you don't want to go back to the Father when you die, well, you're going to hell. Our lives are not guaranteed, ever. But your death is guaranteed. The Bible teaches people that we are just living in this world temporary. This is not our final stop. We live in this world temporary. Our children are not really our children. They are, but they are our responsibility. We have to take care of them. You don't have that baby on your face. I do. You can't. One for the Muslims. I give this one to the Muslims. Muslims do not allow their women to abort their babies. If she is a minor, she has no choice. I make the choices for her. I'm the father. If she's 18 and older, all I can give is my fatherly advice. But she will have to live with that decision for the rest of her life. No. Well, real Christians don't. But the people that argue with us, they also call themselves Christians, and they don't have a problem killing that precious creature that I just showed you. What a little angel. I will take care of it. I will take care of it. Yeah, you can call me a wuss for crying, but it's not easy. It's hard. But I will take care of them. I will take care of them. Life is precious, man. If you are selfish enough to go out there and just have multiple abortions, I can tell you right now, man, I'm not Christ. I'm not God. I don't think that you should be saved. I think you should go straight to hell. But I'm not God. That decision is for him. Yes, I do work for the DHS. That's funny. Some people don't know that I do. It's funny people don't know that I work for DHS. That's crazy, man. God bless you, baby. God bless you. I tell you what, my members know that I work for DHS. Welcome to the Dennis Herrera Show. Caroline has been one of the best White House press secretaries in the history of the office. I have to agree. Thank you, Caroline, for a job well done. What a wonderful world. I had to distract myself, otherwise I'll sit here and cry about all the children that get murdered every single day. Millions of them. Very, very unfortunate. Tweet from President Trump. Our wonderful White House press secretary and one of my most trusted aides. I have an accent. It sounds like AIDS, but it's AIDS. It still sounds the same to me. Trusted helpers. Caroline Leavitt will be departing her role at the end of the month so she can spend more time with her beautiful young children and family. A decision I totally understand and respect. Caroline will now be one of my top outside advisors and an influential voice within the Republican Party. Sounds very interesting, to be honest. And as we work to defy history and conclusively with the midterm elections, Caroline has been a real leader in the White House and has done a phenomenal job fighting for justice, liberty, and freedom since 2018, including our historic re-election campaign of 2024. Caroline has been one of the best White House press secretaries in the history of the office. Thank you, Caroline, for a job well done. President Donald J. Trump, I have to agree with President Trump. I have to agree with President Trump. Man, you know what's awesome, though? We get to hear more of J.D. Vance. I hope. More of Marco Rubio. More Stephen Miller. Yeah. I love Caroline Leavitt because she is a smart American woman. She is a true patriot. I hope that she goes for office. I don't know where. Senate, Congress, I don't know where. But she should go for office. Maybe she becomes the next Secretary of Defense. I don't know. I'm just spitballing here. Oh boy. Yeah, I'm sure that you want to have the black lesbian DEI higher press secretary. I'm sure you would. I'm sure you would, you DEI pussies. Ew! Uh-oh. Max after Burner, Mr. Ryan. I want to listen to Mr. Ryan, man. I like this patriot. Funny enough, I seen him next to another pilot. And I thought Ryan was a big, tall guy. But I seen him on a picture with another pilot. He looks short. But this man is very smart. Very smart. Good looking American patriot. Very smart. Let's go ahead and take a listen to what the Max Afterburner has to offer us today. There's some inside information here. Let's take a look.
So there's a point in every argument at sea where the other side stops using the radio, and Iran just found that out the hard way. This is the MH-60 over the Gulf of Oman, and last night it did something no American aircraft has done recently in this blockade. Before dawn, a Panama flagged container ship called the Villanova put its bow towards an Iranian port and kept going. Didn't respond to the radio calls, to the hails from the U.S. Navy to get it to stop. American forces warned it again, but the crew kept sailing. Not the best idea. Not a long lifespan for these ships that keep doing that. And then enter the U.S. Navy MH-60 helicopter. It put 2 Hellfire missiles into that ship's engine room, and it took its steering away and its propulsion away. CENTCOM confirmed all of it in writing last night. The ship is no longer going to Iran, obviously, not going to Karg Island, not going to Bandar Abbas, not getting that sweet, sweet crude to the Iranian regime that they desperately need. Right now, $500 million a day being bled out of the regime. The blockade, in the United States Navy's words, remains in full effect. Today's August 12th, and here's what we're covering today. We'll cover that MH-60, the Hellfire, how all that teams up and goes down, the MQ-9, and the layered architecture that produces this very shot right here. 55 ships redirected, 3 disabled, 2 boarded, 17 crew aboard the Villanova, and the detail almost nobody is going to say out loud, where they aimed, how they aimed it, and why they decided to hit the engine room. So 17 people found out hard last night that the U.S. Navy's final warning doesn't arrive over the radio. All of those crew are safe, by the way. They got into a different civilian vessel, and that's why the U.S. Navy uses those radio calls and tells these ship captains and mates to abandon the engine room. Tons of warning to get them out of there, and that's why no casualties happened here. All 17 of those sailors are going to, let's just say, a little vacation at sea. We're going to put you guys on a little sunset cruise since you're not able to deliver the crude. And we're also covering from the Global Roundup desk. Just yesterday, a ship was at anchor in the Bab al-Mandab, that area right near Yemen, where Yemeni rebels being propped up by the IRGC got a hit. Something that hasn't been identified yet. Looks like multiple crew members, up to 4, have perished, along with 2 rescue crew that were sent to rescue teams, and that's being updated constantly. The actual casualty amount is being updated basically by the hour, but we know the Houthis are basically trying to create their own blockade right now, with Iran trying to get them to open up a new front specifically to try to distract from the Strait of Hormuz. And we're also going to cover Taiwan. Taiwan is doing something wild that I want you guys to know about. They're rolling out a squadron of fighter jets into a mountain, and it has blast doors behind those actual fighter jets. So we're going to break down why they're doing that, what that entire place is like to hide fighter jets in a mountain. So we'll talk about the choke points, the islands, the fighter jets. So stay around for that global roundup section about 3/4 of the way through the video. But let's start with the language that CENTCOM used, because CENTCOM chose it very carefully. The statement says, forces disabled the steering gear of the Panama-flagged MV Villanova as the vessel attempted to transit the Gulf of Oman and violate the U.S. blockade by sailing towards an Iranian port. It says a U.S. Navy MH-60 helicopter fired 2 Hellfire missiles into the ship's engine room after the civilian crew ignored repeated warnings from American forces. And it closes with a line that you should read twice. The ship is no longer transiting to Iran in violation of the blockade, which remains in full effect. Even though Iran is sitting around saying, oh, we're making a deal with Oman. No, well, the blockade is in full effect. Notice what that sentence is doing. It's not claiming victory. It is stating an outcome. The ship stopped going where it was going. And why is that so important right now? Well, with oil not flowing at Karg Island and the different places where Iran needs it, this is just a big middle finger to the mullahs who are trying to get money. Here's the numbers as of August. 55 commercial vessels redirected. 3 non-compliant vessels disabled, 2 boarded. The Villanova is the 3rd one on that middle number, and until last night, that number had been sitting at 2 for a matter of weeks. That is how rarely this happens. 55 ships turned around because somebody talked to them on the radio, and 3 because they didn't listen. This is the example of Iran trying to run the blockade with lots of folks out there saying, oh, Iran is sneaking ships through the blockade. Oh, really? Yeah. Kind of looks to me like the only ships that get through are the ships that the U.S. Navy wants. But the ship itself matters to the story here. The Villanova is a small container ship, about 13,000 deadweight tons, built in 1996, capacity around 1,000 containers, with 17 crew aboard. She was westbound into the Gulf of Oman, roughly 71 nautical miles off the coast of Pakistan when this happened. Maritime security firm Vanguard reported a fire that was subsequently extinguished, and all 17 crew were accounted for and exited from that burning area. CENTCOM's own statement doesn't address whether anyone on board was hurt. It didn't need to, because that's been confirmed by different outlets out there saying all 17 of these crew members are safe. So at this point, here's the context that Tehran gave us on the same day. Iran's foreign ministry says the United States has to lift the blockade before Iran fully reopens Hormuz. The exact reverse of the sequence that Washington wants. The president told Axios, AXIOS, how about we just say that the U.S. is only...
Axios, isn't that like a fat burning pill? Oh no, that's Action.
Semi-negotiating with Iran. Pakistan's interior minister landed in Tehran to mediate. Qatar says the Oman track is at an advanced stage, which would give a route down the southern part of the Strait of Hormuz. But Iran wants tolls, and they want the U.S. to pay war reparations. Yeah, when you're losing a war, you can't really make demands. Should somebody tell Iran that when you're losing the way that they are, making demands just kind of makes you look silly? Iran's like, we're winning. Look at us. It's just a flesh wound. Like that meme of the knight having all their limbs chopped off. It's just a flesh wound. We're doing great. Iran's just all talk at this point from what we've seen. And in the middle of all of that, the helicopter decided to fire twice. So Tehran is insisting that the Strait of Hormuz is fully closed and they'll be the only ones to decide what happens in the Strait of Hormuz. But I'm pretty sure that 2 Hellfires just proved them wrong. So here's how the architecture works when it comes to a shot like this, taking down one of these tankers. And it's not as simple as you might think. So we got to start with the aircraft, because the whole story here is how the aircraft actually connects and functions with the different assets in the region. So the MH-60, that is a Seahawk helicopter. It's a navalized version of the Army's Black Hawk. So it could live on the back of a destroyer. So this thing is basically portable. It's a fun-sized portable helicopter. It was built for one job above all others: hunting submarines, dipping sonar buoys, a surface search radar, hours of endurance orbiting empty oceans listening for something that didn't want to be found. And last night, it was the biggest swing in traffic cop in the region with a laser designator. If you look at this thing, you can see the front-mounted sensor ball on it is very similar to what you would see on an MQ-9. That's how capable this helicopter really is. And now the weapon, the AGM-114 Hellfire. It's about 100 pounds, a little over 5 feet long, and the name is actually an acronym that basically got out of hand. Heliborne Laser Fire and Forget. It was designed in the 70s to defeat Soviet tanks, semi-active laser guidance on most variants, millimeter wave radar on others, effective from roughly half a kilometer out to about 5 to 6 miles. A shaped charge built to punch through armor plating, roughly $120,000 a copy, which is basically cheap when it comes to some of these weapons. We know that an AIM-120 AMRAAM off a fighter jet costs about $1 million. So thank you, Hellfire, for being very efficient. But think about what that means in this scenario. You have a weapon engineered to put a small, precisely placed hole in a hardened target, and a helicopter crew that can hold a laser spot on one compartment of a moving ship from a stable hover. That combination is not powerful, it's exact, and it's definite. And if you just wanted to send a message with warning shots, you wouldn't use 2 Hellfires. So the helicopter here is not...
Look at those beautiful American soldiers right there, man. Beautiful American warriors. God bless you and your families. 100%. God bless you, boys. USA, baby. USA. Fuck yeah.
Not the beginning of this. It's the last rung, and it's the trigger puller at the very end. The blockade runs as a layered architecture, and the ladder goes something like this. Wide area maritime surveillance builds the picture. RQ-4 Global Hawks up above, watching all this happen, tracking all the holes that come and go. And then the MQ-9 Reaper, that persistent stare, same architecture, 20 plus hours on station, full motion video, and it carries Hellfires from the same family. So it's kind of like the dynamic duo up there. Hey, who wants to take the shot? MQ-9 or MH-60 or even Apache? Apache helicopters are up there as well doing work with videos of them flying around patrolling the Persian Gulf right now. So the next one to take one of these shots could very well be the Apache. But it's this layered precision that allows this picture to fully get painted to the helicopter crew. More than 20 US warships are also there as well, making bridge-to-bridge calls on channel 16. And only after all of those radio calls have been ignored does the MH-60 come off the deck with a laser and 2 missiles and basically be an athlete and make it happen. So at this point, these missions, they come down to extreme precision, and these helicopter crews are built to do exactly that. And that's why 55 of these ships have been turned around, and now we're seeing that, it's kind of a big message to any of the other crews that if you try to run the blockade, something bad's gonna happen. But Iran's adversary picture here is pretty interesting because obviously someone in Tehran wants to test that blockade. They want to see the resolve of the US Navy, the US Air Force, the US Army, find those Apaches, and they want to see how well sealed up this blockade actually is. And then meanwhile, they're also propping up with their very last dying breaths the Houthi rebels in Yemen and the Bab al-Mandab. That strait is somewhere where they want to cause chaos in as well. That's running about 32 ships a day against roughly 50 before the Houthis said that they were blockading the strait itself. So why is Iran actually doing this? Well, they want to make both of these choke points very dangerous to operate in. They want to use mines, small boats, midget submarines, and that proxy network with anti-ship weapons. Maybe even what's being reported as ballistic missiles hitting that ship in the Al-Mandab Strait. We haven't confirmed that yet. If that was, in fact, a ballistic missile that hit that ship, that would be a major advancement and likely Iran getting advanced weapons to the Houthi rebels. But their whole goal that Iran wants right now is to shut down both of these straits. Their whole goal is to cause as much pain through the global economy to try to get their demands met. That's their whole goal. You made it to the Global Roundup, my friends, so let's talk about stories around the globe from the Global Roundup desk that you need to know. So the Bab al-Mandab, small cargo ship that got hit there, what does this really mean? Well, the vessel was identified by sources as a Tiamaa, a Tanzania flagged, a small cargo ship that was at anchor 3.3 miles northeast of Param Island. UKMTO, that organization that reports these different projectiles, reported only that it was struck by an unknown projectile because at this point we don't know what weapon actually hit it. Nobody's identified the weapon, and as of this recording, when I actually recorded this video, the Houthis have not claimed responsibility yet. Yemeni authorities put the toll at 6 eliminated, 4 crew, 2 Coast Guard members lost during the rescue, with several more wounded. And why this matters is because what we talked about before. This is a golden opportunity for Iran to use their proxy network to try to shut down another global shipping choke point. Story number 2, in Taiwan, somewhere under the granite of Taiwan's central mountain ranges, blast doors closed behind a squadron of fighter jets. This is the Han Kuang 42, running the 5th through the 14th of August. It's a military exercise, 10 days and 9 nights of continuous operations. Taiwan has dispersed aircraft into a hardened mountain shelter complex, ran a chemical decontamination drill on the East Coast on the 9th, and on the 10th of August, deliberately degraded its own mobile data service across 7 jurisdictions for 30 minutes during an air raid drill while keeping voice and text alive. Why this matters though, the last one is the tell. Taiwan is not rehearsing a war that it wins on day one. It is rehearsing losing its own communications and fighting anyway. None of this stops a missile. What it does is make the opening salvo not the end of the story, right? Because China's going to launch a massive salvo, but at this point, this could be a war that they'll make Beijing second guess, kind of like what we're seeing happen in the Ukraine with Russia. Russia being, put into a stalemate by the strength of Ukraine, and Taiwan is taking notes from this. And so they're showing Beijing, if you try to mess around, you're going to find yourself in the same position as Russia. That's just the message that I can basically pick apart that I think Taiwan is trying to send to Beijing. Oh, and the other message would be basically like the big middle finger, like that stadium #1 finger. But in this case, Taiwan has reworked that to be the big middle finger that they're sending to Beijing. You made it to the 40 Chess strategic analysis section, my friends. So just yesterday night, 2 Hellfires, 17 crew, 1 ship that stopped going to Iran, no reported casualties, and you can stop a ship in a few different ways. This one was stopped with kinetic operations. So we know right now Iran is doubling down, saying that they are going to get a deal done with Oman. But the United States is only semi-negotiating with Iran. They're showing them that, yeah, the United States isn't exactly happy with your deal, and we can just keep doing this indefinitely. Some people have said, oh, well, when the midterms come up, the U.S. can't do the blockade. Well, actually, that's not true. These ships need to sail anyway. So not only is this a real operation with real consequences for Iran, it's sharpening the spear of the U.S. Air Force, U.S. Navy, U.S. Army to a point where all these joint operations are only going to get stronger and better. And with the defense budget being approved for the fiscal year, now well past the midterms, the U.S. military can demonstrate force towards Iran and cause more and more pain and pressure on the mullahs who want that money so they can keep living in their golden palaces with their golden crappers. That's their whole goal. So what do you guys think? Do you think we see more ships targeted? Do you think we see more of these ships trying to run the blockade? How long do you think until the mullahs understand that this is an indefinite process for the naval blockade that they just can't escape? Let me know your thoughts in the comments.
See, this is what I was telling you. Here, I'm going to disappear for a second. This is what I was telling you guys. The fucking folder is kicking my ass. I need to figure out which folder it is that's giving me that message. This is what I was telling you guys about the gullible mind. The gullible mind never do the research. They never try to learn beyond what they want to argue. For example, all right, I'm going to try to explain it one more time for those of you who have not heard any of these ever. I'm going to try to make sense. We tell you that socialist Democrats are communists. You say, Dennis, how can you say that? I know communism. It always starts as socialism. Communism wants to be a one-party, big government. Communism is not what it sounds like. It's not for the community. Communism is not for the well-being of the community. Communism literally is eating away communities. The power from the people is given all to the government. This is the reason why we're free today. Socialist Democrats of America, or Democrat Socialists of America, they are communist. You can read it in their literature. If you know communism, you will see it right away, no matter how much they hide. Mondani has proven me right every single day that he opens his mouth. You say, oh, he's not a communist. Well, I beg to differ. I beg to differ. I have given you information, examples, historical documents. Venezuela, it's the freshest thing that I can show you so that you may believe what I say. Hugo Chavez, the president before Nicolas Maduro. Hugo Chavez ran as a socialist. By the way, he was an activist, went to jail. Yeah, he was in prison. Somehow managed to convince the gullible minds of the Venezuelan people. And he convinced the people that the government should do more for them. So he promised them free food, free housing. Yes, he did. Now I'm going to tell you what happens. He was able to be successful for the first few years because Venezuela was a very healthy, prosperous, very rich economy under capitalism. There's struggles like everywhere else. That's right, Marlene. Yeah, I know about Nicaragua too. That's my next door neighbor. Listen, he promised them free stuff. And because Venezuela's wealth was so great, he was able to deliver at first as a socialist. Now pay attention. Any Venezuelan, any person that lives in socialist or communist countries will agree with me. It's just an observation. They were able to lower the poverty level in the country down to around 3%. That's phenomenal. It is fantastic. But you see, that wouldn't be possible if Venezuela wasn't already rich because of capitalism. So what happens? The oil market tanks, and all of a sudden, Venezuela's economy starts to drop. Socialism is not looking too good anymore. Socialism is failing. The people start complaining. There's not enough food. Cancel the grocery store. Make our own. Lock prices down. Rent control. Control the market completely by the government. No private ownership. The people continue to complain and poverty levels go to 10, 13, 15, 20%. Here's what's amazing to me. Hugo Chavez was still spending millions of dollars on his lavish life. And the military, the militia getting money. He was helping those who continued to support his communism. He started taking businesses away from people. He took landlords, stripped them of their private business, private property. He shut down businesses. He will point at one side, mine, 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 mine. Become sick. Poverty level in Venezuela reaches 90%. Nicolas Maduro is just a damn puppet. A dumb puppet, obviously. Because he thought he can do what Hugo Chavez did with the drugs. But he was no Hugo Chavez. He ran his campaign with Hugo Chavez as the face. Communism. The Venezuelan people were sick and tired of their communist, tyrant leadership. So people from Venezuela rise up and run for office. Political opponents, they weaponize the government against their political opponents. Sound familiar? The United States of America, they weaponized the FBI, the CIA, and their mama against President Trump, their political opponent. But Venezuela raised some great leaders. Maria Machado. I hope she runs again, and I hope she wins on the next election. Now that President Trump, Marco Rubio, the Trump administration has given Venezuela a chance for democracy to choose their leaders. Many opponents were killed. Just like in Mexico before Claudia Sheinbaum came into office. That's right, she's a communist as well. They imprisoned their political opponents. And that's how Nicolas Maduro was able to be president of Venezuela. I love this story because it's true. The president of Honduras, Juan Orlando Hernandez, yes, that so-called drug lord, as the Democrats call him, the one pardoned by our great POTUS, the great white hope of America. He pardoned him. That same president, Juan Orlando Hernandez, never acknowledged Nicolas Maduro as a legitimate president because he knew what they were doing. They were running drugs up the yin-yang through Honduras, all the way to the United States of America, and the Democrat Socialist is a farce for communism. The Democratic Party is a Marxist, socialist, communist party. I've proven this over and over. Mandani is doing it right now for me. And he proves it over and over and over. And the dumbass, gullible, socialist people eat it up like cake at a birthday party. So the Democrats decide to make a coup because this is what they're good at. Remember January 6th? Oh, yeah, that was all Democrats. They make a coup because the president, Juan Orlando Hernandez, was able to stop the Venezuelan Cartel de los Soles from continuing to use Honduras as a pit stop for the drug lords and all the cartels to bring that shit all the way here to the United States of America. Yes, you're right. They had to go through Mexico. Guess who helps? Guess who helps the cartels? Guess who told President Trump, nope, don't touch my cartels? Here in Mexico, we believe in hugs and kisses. And that's how we're going to win the cartels to become reformed, rehabilitated. Bullshit. Back to Juan Orlando Hernandez. the Honduran president pardoned by our great POTUS, President Donald J. Trump. Because the Democrats set him up. This is what communists do. This is what they do. The president of Honduras thought he was doing such a great job. He was so happy with the United States of America, with the Biden administration. He was so happy. He was like, finally, my country can see some what's the word in English? Some prosperity. This is what I noticed in Honduras. Gang activities plummet in Honduras. Infrastructure, huge advancement in Honduras. The story goes deeper than that, but I can't tell you this story every single time. Maybe I'll make a video about it one day. You see, the president of Honduras before Juan Orlando Hernandez, see, he was like this with the Communist Party of Venezuela. DSA, Private Baron, I hope that you are learning something today. Maybe it's too late for you to learn the truth, but hopefully you research and you find the answers. You see, he was friends with the communists in Venezuela, and Cuba, and Mexico. And when Juan Orlando Hernandez stopped them from doing business, oh yeah, he stopped them from taking drugs through Honduras and bringing all the poison here through Mexico all the way to the United States of America. They set him up. Fucking Democrats. Yeah. Not the good Democrat American people. I'm talking about the corrupted politicians and the libtards don't even know about it. They set him up. And Garland was the puppet messenger that announced that Juan Orlando Hernandez was a drug lord who was guilty. And they imprisoned him to shut him up. He turned himself in because they threatened to kill his family. I get it. You know what I'm saying, Daniel? I better get a piece of the money. Somebody, any directors, producers, get in touch. Maybe I'll get invited to a Joe Rogan podcast and I can tell this story. I will make it popping hot. You know what I'm saying? So here's the thing. He goes to jail. Biden administration says everything is clean. It's over. We got him. What do we see? The Biden administration all of a sudden opened the border and allowed for the Nicaragua gangbangers and Venezuelan cartel leaders. And what did we notice in our country? First of all, our economy went down the shit. Yeah. And then we saw all these rapists and murderers and violent criminals just for some reason multiply. Yep. What else do we see? The Sinaloa cartel, now had the balls to come all the way to Washington State. Can you believe that? The Sinaloa cartel all the way to Washington State. Thank you, Biden's digital pen. The Biden administration is the biggest joke, the most harsh lesson that Americans could have ever learned from. You got all these drug dealers. You got this breakout of measles when we had it under control. You got all the sick people, unvetted people from third world country shitholes pouring into our beautiful, great country. They cheated on the elections. It's the only way they can do it. America, you are being lied to by the Democratic Party. And I wouldn't put it now this part right here, this is just my thinking. I believe that they have allowed the retards, I mean the young people and the mentally ill people, to build the Democrat Socialist of America. Let's make the tent bigger, they said. Big tent. The Democrats have a huge tent. Why, Dennis? You're starting to sound retarded like them. I know. Well, I've always learned this lesson in life. If I want to look handsome, let me see. I'm a little handsome. I'm a little handsome. But if I really want to look very handsome, what do I got to do? Help me out, people. Help me out. Tell me, what do I have to do to make myself, without changing anything that you see here, what do I got to do for a woman to think that I'm a very handsome man? Stop it. Stop giving me the compliments. I can feel the positive energy coming from all the women. Why is it that older women always think that I'm handsome, but all the young ones, not so much? That's because older women are more mature, and they know what a handsome man really looks like. Oh, man. Come on, somebody put it on there. Fat Boy says, my wife took one look at you and called you ugly. Oh, boy, Fat Boy. You might be a handsome guy. I can't compete with handsome guys. I cannot compete with handsome. But if I want to look handsome, even at the level of ugliness that I have, I'm a very good lover. But you can't find that out. At the very ugliness that you see here, I got a lot of people that say that I'm handsome. Now, for some reason, there's two kind of people that I really, but there's one kind of people that are really not interested. Not interested. I'm having crushes on me. And that is the gay people. All gay men find me hot, attractive. They love it. But this is what I would do if I want to look handsome. ZZ had the answer? Let me take a look. Let me see. ZZ. Who's ZZ? I don't see. Who the hell is ZZ? I don't see it, brother. I don't know who ZZ is. I don't see it on the chat, guys. It's too much. All right, here. A lot of you guys already know. A lot of you guys already know. I'm sure there's a lot of dudes that want to date me. I got you. Trust me, I got you. I got some stories about Hollywood to tell you. Matter of fact, I might tell you one. Not the musicians. All I got to do in order for me to look very handsome is just stand next to an uglier person than I am. And I'm handsome. This is exactly what the Democrats are doing. They allow for the Democrat Socialist of America to be created. Because these motherfuckers are the ugliest sons of bitches that you will ever see. The most retarded, the most gullible. There is no brains. Everything is just empty words up there. They don't know what to do with that. Oldest trick in the book. You know it. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I know. Well, at least Hong Rong didn't win. That's one less mutant. And, well, it shows that the tactic is working. Democrats over here bragging about, oh, my God, we just won the primary. That you haven't won shit. That's not the real important thing to win. But let's be honest. You're kicking each other's ass. You're beating your own Democrat opponents. How is that something new? Man, I'm trying to keep it. I'm trying to keep it serious. I'm trying to keep it serious here. Democrats have to beat another Democrat in order to win. And they celebrate that. You can't make that shit up. How you doing, Donnie? Don Trump. How you doing, brother? Yeah, you're on a winning streak of beating yourself. Oh boy, I'm telling you, man. You guys are a doozy. Oh, what is this? New York Police Department denies security detail for Mamdani's wife's Middle East trip. Now, that's some clickbait right there, if I say so myself, and we are clicking on the bait.
Meantime, the NYPD says it will not send security with Mayor Mamdani's wife when she visits Syria and Lebanon next month. And the mayor now blaming his staff for the mixed messaging. Nate Foy joins us now with the details. Nate, what happened?
Hey, Griff. So, yeah, the Big Apple's first lady is headed to the Middle East without a taxpayer-funded police escort. And it comes after sort of a high-profile back and forth between the mayor and the NYPD. A police spokesperson says, quote, the NYPD does not send officers to countries with level 4 travel advisories for discretionary reasons not linked to investigative work. Earlier in the week, a source told the New York Post that the First Lady had requested the escort. And a spokesperson for the mayor's office had confirmed that police would, in fact, join her. They even issued this statement saying the detail would join her on the trip per the NYPD's strong recommendation. That might be because both countries on her itinerary happen to be on the State Department's do not travel list because of security concerns. However, yesterday, after the NYPD denied those plans, Mayor Mamdani blamed the back and forth on a miscommunication.
There was a miscommunication. She hasn't yet taken this trip, and when she takes this trip, it will be without any NYPD detail.
So that clarifies that point.
Yes.
One source familiar with the situation told the New York Post that Mamdani's office reportedly never checked with the commissioner before announcing the security detail on Monday. Syria and Lebanon were given the level 4 do not travel advisory for a number of reasons, including armed conflict and terrorism with Hezbollah operating in the country and kidnapping concerns as well. We'll send it back to you guys.
All right, Nate Foy, thank you very much.
You got it.
Does anybody want to call in and talk to me about communism? Would love to talk to you about communism. By now, you have all my examples. Hopefully, you learn something.
Newly sworn in Attorney General Todd Blanche is set to hold a news conference, and we are waiting to hear if he sheds any light.
We already watched it.
On whether he will prosecute Dr. Anthony Fauci. It comes after a Senate panel referred Fauci to the Justice Department after he pled the Fifth more than 100 times in a hearing rather than answering lawmakers' questions. Since that time, Senator Ron Johnson revealed bombshell texts from the doctor's pandemic-era phone in which Fauci privately expressed concerns that the COVID vaccine could be linked to miscarriages. Senator Johnson says lawmakers are working to release more texts. Watch.
We have to first connect phone numbers to people. We need to protect people's personal information. We'll go at this as we did. We kind of targeted key moments. He'll concentrate on gain of function. I'm going to concentrate on what they knew about potential adverse events, the safety signals they should have been warning the public about. But again, we'll try and get this out as quickly as possible, being very careful not to release personal information.
And Johnson, meanwhile, said efforts to reveal pandemic-era corruption were being obstructed by staff at the Health and Human Services Department. Watch.
Most of the people serving in these agencies have been there a long time. They were involved in the cover-up. They were supposed to be surveilling for vaccine injuries, and they weren't. I mean, it's pretty obvious to me in these interviews that they were not doing their job, not even close. Bobby Kennedy has people in those agencies sabotaging his efforts at radical transparency. So this is like pulling teeth.
All right, so much to unpack here. You had that interview, Kaylee. Tell us more.
Yeah, Senator Ron Johnson, of course, lit the world on fire, really, when he just released one text of 34,000. And that one text, you just...
I set the world on fire.
Just played about pregnancy and the risk of miscarriage and Fauci's personal thoughts with the CDC director at the time under Biden, with the Surgeon General. That was one text. They're approaching this so methodically. So they made the phone searchable. And they've determined there's 34,000 texts, 522 voicemails. Curiously, only 3 contacts. I don't know. I have like hundreds of contacts in my phone, but he wonders why there are only 3 names and why the rest are just phone numbers, making his job really impossible to figure out who each of these phone numbers is. He's divided the work, and Rand Paul is looking at gain of function and the origins of COVID. And
by the way, Matt Kennedy, the former press secretary for the greatest POTUS, the great white hope, President Donald J. Trump. She is one smart woman, just like Carolyn Levitt. But Carolyn Levitt is my number 1 pick. This one is my number 2 pick right here.
Ron Johnson, is looking at adverse events and what was Fauci saying in text versus what he was saying in public. So they're approaching it methodically. They don't have a big investigative team, but he wants the American public to get these texts as quickly as possible. I think we all deserve that information. And the reason he released just one, he said that is pertinent health information. If there are pregnant women out there thinking about the COVID vaccine, they deserve to know that Anthony Fauci had expressed qualms privately, different than what was expressed publicly. And last point I'll say, he made this point, but he has studied adverse events. I've talked to him for a long time. He never once heard about this risk of miscarriage. And this was expressed by Fauci way back in 2021. So for someone who studied this to never have heard of this, to find out 5 years later, it's really infuriating for the American people.
Indeed. And the impact of one at a time, Harris, is quite important. I think it helps to not dilute, not be over. We're not drinking from a fire hose. So the methodical approach, the strategy behind it, I'm so grateful. I'm so grateful for it, even if it takes a little bit longer to get the 34,000 out.
Well, and when you handle it that way, you don't extrapolate drama, which is what you don't want. You want to be able to look at what's most important and inform the American people. Don't overload them purposefully, and that becomes the story, the drama. I'll tell you what really is disturbing. When Senator Johnson said it, and Representative Chip Roy out of Texas told me last hour too, if someone from the inside, if people from the inside, a deeper set of people inside the HHS are covering for Fauci, that would mean, as Johnson said, they are working against the current HHS Secretary, RFK Jr. And there are constantly things that are going on that the public needs to know about. That's problematic. There are people who are working against the Secretary, thereby working against us as American citizens. I mean, I want to see them dig into that. Like, what does that look like? And Chip Roy, representative last hour, was right. What about Deborah Birx? What about some of these other people who were around the administration at the time when Fauci was not truthful and transparent and honest with the American people about some pretty damning things that were really important?
Perfect segue that I wanted to get to with you, Lisa, which is the bubble around him. Because while the contacts are only 3, there were many people. He texted these these adverse event illustrative texts and more to people. So who knew? It's not like, other than the diary, it's not like the texts are just going to himself. You talk about the obstructionist behavior, that's felonious. So indeed, there are multiple people around his pigpen cloud that certainly deserve and hopefully will see accountability.
Well, and I've got to give credit to Senators Rand Paul and Ron Johnson. Rand Paul's been dogged in trying to get to the truth of the origins of COVID, and then Senator Ron Johnson has been dogged in trying to get to the truth about vaccine injuries and given a lot of those vaccine-injured individuals a voice in hearings when no one else would hear them. I will say from the beginning, it was always reckless to tell everyone that they needed to go out and get the COVID vaccine because everyone's risk profile was so different. I remember writing why I wasn't going to get it back in November 2021. I was 36 at the time. I had a 99.97% chance of survival. That's even better today as the virus has spread through Omicron and sort of reduced in, the deadliness of it. But even at the time, you looked at someone like Joe Biden, who was 78, and I was 36 at the time. There was more than 1,000-fold difference in mortality between the two of us. So something that Joe Biden might have needed at his age is not something that I needed at my age. And then when we realized as early as July 2021, the vaccine wasn't stopping the spread. There was a cluster outbreak in Provincetown, Massachusetts in July 3rd, 2021. 75% of the cases were vaccinated individuals. Joe Biden knew that. The White House knew it. Yet Joe Biden took the stage at CNN and told everyone you weren't going to get COVID if you got vaccinated. That's why Americans are so frustrated right now, because what we were told publicly is not the concerns that they had privately.
And the miscarriage is just a whole heartbreaking other arena. Your thoughts?
2 points. About Rand Paul and the COVID origins, I was saying back at the beginning, as many were, what about the lab? I wasn't the only one. Certainly Tom Cotton started this. And it was ridiculed as a conspiracy theory when it turns out that Fauci and others were deeply concerned about COVID origins coming from that lab. Why shouldn't they be? Bat coronaviruses were being studied in that lab. They were being studied in that lab in coordination with North Carolina. All of that our intelligence agencies brought out, but Tony knew about that. It's a flavor of let's tell the American public only what I think they should know. When it comes to the vaccine, it was an emergency use authorization. This is your excellent interview with Ron Johnson. It was an emergency use authorization. We were learning about it as it went. I happen to still think it's a good vaccine and has a lot of use. To Lisa's point, it may not be for everyone. About pregnancy, here's what's disturbing. In 2021, there was a big study coming out that questioned the issue of miscarriage, and Tony knew about it. And Tony's a vaccinologist. That's his lane. So, of course, he has to tell the American public about it so women can make informed decisions. I have to add, recent studies since then make it look like it's totally safe during pregnancy. But at the time, that came up, and it should have been disclosed.
I wonder and Tony, you mean Dr. Fauci?
He knew it.
You mean Dr. Fauci?
Has the vaccine changed in a way that's made it more safe for particularly pregnant women, if that was ever in doubt?
I think the studies that were done were better after the fact. But this study raised the question, and it needed a deeper investigation, and we got it. I think it's safe during pregnancy. COVID itself is dangerous during pregnancy. But again, quick, it's an individual decision. You have to make this in coordination with your obstetrician.
But there's also the frustration with the lack of public disclosure, as you pointed out so eloquently. But it was also mandated. Joe Biden tried to mandate that into the arms of Americans, so people had to choose. Am I going to have to decide between feeding my family or injecting something in my body that I'm unsure about and I don't know if I want to get?
Right.
Here in New York.
They didn't need it. Yep.
Hey, everyone. I'm Emily Campagno. Catch me.
That's the biggest problem that I have with the whole COVID-19 thing. That was the biggest problem that I had. They threatened to fire me. They threatened to take away my means of making money to support my family. They threatened to destroy us by not taking the vaccine. It's stupid. It's very stupid. Now, let me tell you something. You can say whatever the hell you want about the vaccine and about COVID-19. I don't give a shit. There was plenty of scientists disagreeing with those decisions. There was plenty of doctors also disagreeing with those decisions. And when we came to find, when we lost a member of our family in a car accident, on a gun violence shooting, whatever it was COVID. No matter what, it was classified COVID. And that pissed me off even more. A president forcing you to put a vaccine that could probably kill you. That pisses me off. I read the consequences or the side effects that will come with it, and one of them was fatal. So no, don't force me to put a vaccine that can kill me. Oh, Blue, you are as Democrat. You're as dumb as Democrat can be on the DSA. I already know your ass is so blue. There's no way to change you. I'm blue, da ba dee da ba da da ba dee da 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 ba dee da ba da. Anywho, in case you missed it, Dr. Fauci ignited over text messages. We'll play it for you.
New trouble for Dr. Anthony Fauci over how he handled the COVID pandemic and told or didn't tell the public. Republican Senator Ron Johnson says Health and Human Services employees are actively covering for Fauci.
Oh, I think we already talked. It's not the same, but it's very to them similar. Let's get to the next clip. There it is.
Far-left candidates attacking the American way of life
I'll
and the
say
things that bring us together. Critics are highlighting resurfaced comments like this from Michigan Democrat Senate candidate Abdul El Sayed.
I don't know who the fuck is polling these people. I have never been polled, and I support Trump. What the fuck does that got to do? 30% approval rating? We'll find out when it comes to voting, jackass.
Football is very much associated with a particularly masculine and oftentimes toxically masculine culture, and so much of it was about you wanted to be able to get back up and play for your team, and you really aren't allowed to show pain or vulnerability. That's part of the sport.
What about the Detroit Lions and the NFL? I think they bring a lot of revenue into that state. I bet they want a word. Some more gems from El Sayed. Can we please find another way to celebrate July 4th? Fireworks. Will you see his word?
Do you see a pattern, my little libtards? Do you see the pattern to communism at all? Just spitballing here. Just spitballing with some friends. Socialist Democrats, the communists that we know they are, they want bigger government. They want more government taking your money. Dennis, that's a far stretch, Dennis. Nobody's cheating. That's what I heard. Nobody's cheating on the election. Get this right, Mr. Grant Reed. It's 77,374,000 Americans, not 80. No misinformation here. No lying. No lying. But hold on. I found something. I lost a clip that I was going to show you, but I will get it back. I should have separated already. But listen to this right here. This is pretty cool. This is pretty simple. Why did we, just a question for you guys so that we can have some sort of interaction. Question. Why were we given the Second Amendment right? Somebody tell me. Why did we get the Second Amendment right? Jonathan, why did we get the Second Amendment right? to protect ourselves against from government, from tyrannical government. Okay, fantastic. You guys are on board. Here we go. We need to defund the police. Why do we have peace officers? Why do we have police? Information is priceless. Knowledge is priceless. But wisdom, you cannot take it for granted. The police is there to control criminality, including government officials. Did you know that the sheriff can put a governor in jail? Did you know that the sheriff can put in jail a mayor of the city? Did you know that? Yeah. So, here we go. This is where I'm going with my questions. Why do we need to defund the police? If the police is meant to stop criminals from hurting innocent American citizens, well, those police that will not exist will not be able to defend their American citizens. Okay, you're with me all right so far. So take away your guns. Take away the police to protect you. Peeling off 2 layers of defense. Watch what they throw at the desperate. Instead of the right to bear arms, we change it to the right to have health care? Well, I'm going to fucking tell you right now. If you get rid of your Second Amendment rights, you will fucking need all the health care that you can get. It's that simple. It's that simple. Next time, call a crackhead. That's true. Mr. Senator Kennedy couldn't have said it any better. Can we please find another way to celebrate July 4th? 4 reasons why fireworks suck. Maybe you grab your AR-15s, your AR-10s, your AK-47s, and any semi or automatic weapon that you can get, and let's just go on the street and shoot them all up in the air like the Muslims and the people in the Middle East do. Because that's what El Sayed wants us to do. Just shoot up in the air. Forget about the fireworks. Just shoot a bunch of bullets up in the air. And who's going to get hit? Nobody knows. You know, it's just so sad because this guy went to the university. Well-spoken. You would think that by now he would be an American. But this guy is still a fucking Islam soldier. Never assimilated. Has enjoyed the freedoms of the United States of America. Has enjoyed the wealth, the prosperity. Why should he assimilate when he's just taking everything from you dumbass American citizens? I'm sure that's his question. But I know why. Just saying. Just saying. All right. I think, well, let's go ahead and finish this clip and see if I have some time to take some calls from some very smart and courageous Democrat Socialist of America.
And do we need to defund the police? And instead of the right to bear arms, we should change it to the right to have health care. His Republican opponent, Mike Rogers, with this response.
This guy spent hours hating on what most Michiganders would enjoy in their pastimes, and he should be held to account for that. These are views that he held that he was pretty strong about, but he knew that he had to delete them all for if people really knew who he was, they wouldn't vote for him.
Far-left New York congressional candidate Daria Liza Avila Chevalier posted in 2019, quote, "I forgot to get napkins, so I just wiped my hand on the American flag behind me." Texas Democrat Senate candidate James Tallarico, you know, the one who believes God is binary, has also had trouble with the American flag.
I often think when reclaiming symbols, I think about the American flag. I think the Confederate flag is a symbol of truth.
Just so you know, if you're gay, I'm sorry, but you can't call yourself a Christian. Well, I guess you can. You can call yourself whatever you want, but you're not a true Christian. Just saying. Just saying. He calls himself a Christian to abuse the Christians. Learn to discern false prophets. Don't be deceived. Don't even believe what I say. Go research. Find out if I'm telling you the truth. Audit me. Fact check me. Find out if I'm lying to you. Don't just take my word for it. Go find out. And if I am wrong on something, I have apologized before. But this man that you see right there, that's an antichrist. That is an antichrist. If you don't believe in God, it's okay. You'll never get it. You're still going to hell. And hell is not a beach party where you're going to get drunk and have a bunch of girls. That's not hell. Hell is painful. And believe me, I had a taste. It is like drowning without water. It's crazy.
Treason and terrorism, but the American flag is such a complicated symbol for most of us.
And former Wisconsin Democrat governor candidate Francesca Hong was dogged by her past comments on the trail.
Thanksgiving is also a time that's incredibly painful for many people in our communities.
By the way, she hates Valentine's Day. She hates a lot of things, not just Thanksgiving. Anything we celebrate, basically. Hong walked back those comments 2 days later, saying that Thanksgiving is her favorite holiday. These candidates have said their views have evolved, but it still gives Republicans new talking points in their arguments that the far-left values do not align with mainstream Americans. In Focus now, C.J. Pearson, podcast host and Next 250 PAC chairman. Great to see you today. Why do they want to put pressure on what makes us American?
Because these people hate America. Let's make no qualms about it. And I got to think about the fact that even though they're trying to walk back these comments, Maya Angelou once said, when someone shows you who they are, believe them the first time. She didn't say the second time. She didn't say the third time. She said the first time, and certainly not when they're trying to gaslight an entire electorate. So when I hear Abdul al-Sayed say that he wants to abolish the Second Amendment, I take him at his word. When I hear Francesca Hong, dunking on time-favored American traditions, I take her at her word. And when I hear socialists trying to hide behind the acronym DSA because they don't want to stand behind what they're actually running on, which is objectively just plain downright socialism, I take them at their word. And the American people ought to do the same.
I love what she taught you. Yeah, don't give them too many tries. Just believe who they show you they are the first time. Look, we're seeing now past video of Francesca Hong. She just lost in Wisconsin. We get that. She's hanging out with Hassan Piker, very toxic, dangerous streamer with his words, at least. Also, El-Sayed was with him the night before his victory a couple of weeks ago. Piker is now objecting to what he deems as a threat against him. That's despite repeatedly making horrific threats against all sorts of Americans in this country. Conservative activist Laura Loomer posted this weekend, quote, "One of these days, Hassan Piker is going to talk bleep to the wrong person, and then I'm going to make that person a give, send, go." Piker responded with prominent MAGA crazy, actively contracting a hit out on me. Let's listen to Piker.
If you cared about Medicare fraud or Medicaid fraud, you would Rick Scott.
Yeah, kill them. Kill those motherfuckers. Murder those motherfuckers in the street. Let the streets soak in their red capitalist blood.
Didn't he go to war and like literally lose his eye because some mujahideen, a brave soldier, his eye hole with their? Isn't that how he lost his dumb eye? America deserved 9/11, dude. I'm saying it.
And this is the man.
This is what your socialist libtards want for America? You could have fooled me. You could have fooled me. I thought you were an American citizen. You could have. Man, you fooled me. You fooled me. This is what you're celebrating in your party. Unbelievable. Yeah. He wears suits now, but he still believes all that shit that you just heard. Yeah, he's not a communist. He just hopes that the red capitalist blood runs through the streets. Yeah, no communist will ever say that. Of course not. That is crazy. I want to know, how in the hell can anybody, after listening to that clip, continue to support this crazy-ass Democrat communist? I don't understand. But don't worry, I'm going to open up my lines, and then you can call me and convince me that they're not communist. Maybe you can teach me what communism is. Okay? All right.
Many Democrats continue to be seen with. Francesca Hong, Abdul El-Sayed, Bernie Sanders, AOC, Ilhan Omar, and more. CJ, there was a call from one of my Democrat guests earlier this hour. Well, they just need to stay away from him. The problem with that is that...
Well, I'm going to clarify this. He can interview with anybody. But he's just not interviewing with... He's campaigning with them. That's a big difference. You can have a picture of me and Hassan Piker, but you don't see me campaigning with him. You see what I'm saying? No, you dumbass son bitch. Rick, how many fucking times have you come in my channel? This is the first time that I speak to like this? How retarded are you? You and Manuel Correa are probably the same retarded person making comments on two different accounts, because the same retardation comes out of both of you.
It's not the vicinity to Hassan Piker, it's the participation that they have with him. Like, I don't think there's much difference between these candidates and him, whether they sit next to him or not. What's your take?
No, you're exactly right. These people spend so much time talking about universal health care. They need to talk about universal therapy. These people have just absolutely lost the plot. Look at what this guy is saying, and he represents an increasingly large swath of the electorate of the Democrat Party. They can't run away from this base. In fact, this base has overtaken the Democrat Party. Just this past week, Chuck Schumer was forced to endorse these DSA candidates, and I guarantee you there's a lot more coming down the pipeline.
Well, over the weekend, a news anchor pressed El-Sayed on Hassan Piker's controversial 9/11 mark. Watch.
I think Hassan himself would say that was a dumb statement. He disavowed it. So yes, America didn't deserve 9/11, but to sit here and play gotcha politics with a dumb thing somebody said out of context that they disavowed themselves, to say, oh well, what does that mean about what you think? I want to be held accountable for what I say and what I do, rather than this idea that we're so stuck in cancel culture that all of us agreed was a bad idea back in 2020, but we seem to want to bring back.
Yeah, but El-Sayed used him on the night before of that victory. Like, they'll use this guy. They'll take him. They'll pull him out like a boogeyman whenever they need.
Yeah, you're exactly right. And it's absolutely insane, too, that he says that we need more context to understand, Hassan Piker saying that America deserved 9/11. There's no additional context needed. We heard what he said. We know him to be the anti-American bigot that he is. There's no further clarity needed on our end.
All right, I want to show this. It's the same Hassan Piker who just last month pointed out to his viewers that he adorned his set with a photo of the attack.
You might have noticed some changes behind me. I finally framed the Cutie Cinderella newspaper from 9/11, the morning of 9/12, the newspaper right there. The newspaper that covered 9/11. It's now officially sitting behind me.
CJ, your reaction?
Absolutely disgusting. And again, these are who the leaders of the Democrat Party are choosing to associate themselves with, choosing to campaign alongside. This is their party. They don't get to run away from these figures anymore. Imagine if this was a Republican running around with Nick Fuentes. He would be rightfully condemned. But when it's Hassan Piker, they get a pass? I don't think so.
Look, I want to put a fine point on this, and we haven't shown it. It's tough to show some of the things that he is known to have said because it's on video and it's him saying it. But there's so many expletives, you can't even bleep it all out. I've not been able to ask anybody about this like I would want to ask him. Why did you say this? He says, I'm a racist. We missed the good times when they were lynching blacks in this country. I just think about James Clyburn, Democrat in South Carolina, saying some things about his problems with this side of his party, not looking like certain people in this country. Your last take.
You're exactly right. And black voters are not going for this. You look at what just happened in Wisconsin. I guess those people like Thanksgiving a little too much over there because Francesca Hong was defeated because of black voters. Black voters, young voters are not going for this socialist ride. They're rejecting them at the ballot box.
Yeah, Republicans should reach out and do what they can among that group, independents and everything. They've got time. CJ Pearson, great to see you. Thank you. Well, be
All right. Well, let's do this. It's a phone number. Now, if you haven't been watching my channel, don't call. Don't call unless you have been watching my channel. There you go. Let me see if I can get another one. Let me see. No. All right, let me see if I can find another one. Fuck. I lost my sign. That's why I got to make a new one. Got to make a new one. Let me go ahead and play you first. I got to go find out. I got to take a quick break, but let me go ahead and get us started with some Crime Chef before I leave. I'll come back. Just about a minute or so.
Tonight, a peace-loving Karen blocks an ICE vehicle in Southern California and gets a full canister of pepper spray to the face. One driver blows a stop sign, nearly takes out a federal SUV, then explains at length that the agents are a bitch. And in Florida, our friend Mouthy Manuel corners a Haitian ICE agent named Ray with a Haitian solidarity lecture. Buckle up. Our journey starts now. canister has an opinion about that. Full spray, close range, straight to the face. The blocking career was brief. The SUV left the intersection. She left the intersection slower, on foot, blinking a lot. Up next, Manuel has selected today's agent to interview.
Why are you taking him out, buddy? Why are you taking him out? They say, this is a traffic stop? How is this a traffic stop? You're not even law enforcement. Look how Ray takes these guys out. Racial profiling. No conteste preguntas, primo. No conteste preguntas. That's Mr. Ray right there. Ray right there. Look how he discriminates. And he's Haitian. He's Haitian. Came from immigrant parents. Look at him.
Manuel's hypocrisy line is that Ray came from immigrant parents. Ray doesn't turn around.
Make sure you move the car there, buddy. Don't be like the guy in Fort Myers that left it in the middle of the street. State statute says you're allowed to move the vehicle. Mr. Ray and his colleagues. Go ahead and move it out the way, buddy. You're allowed to. State statute says you're authorized to. Don't be like the guy in Fort Myers.
The community recognize them chant runs 11 times without a single agent looking up. Persistence, unrewarded.
I left it in the middle of the street. No le conteste preguntas, primo. Mándalos a la chingada. No le conteste preguntas. Habla con su abogado. Hable con su abogado. Nice job, Ray. Good job. I'm glad you're doing good.
Ray, unmoved, continued arresting. Manuel, undeterred, continued filming. Up next, Newark, New Jersey. A detained.
You know what what I find so crazy is that these illegal immigrants, understand, these illegal immigrants are telling our federal agents what to do. That is crazy. That is crazy.
He has decided walking to the van is optional. Four agents, one folded man. The load-in went about as expected. He was carried the last 10 feet. The resisting charge is now a distinct crime from the one he was arrested for. Up next, La Habra, California. Loudmouth Lupe would like the car keys, please.
Barbara, I know, I'm not that close to you, okay?
Just stay right there.
Okay.
Thank you for what you're doing.
Can we get the keys? If he lets us?
If he allows you.
Okay,
She asks 4 times. The agent hears her once and files it under no.
Can I ask him? ¿Podemos llevarnos sus llaves? ¿Nos podemos llevar su carro a su casa?
¿Nos podemos llevar su carro a su casa? ¿A su casa, a su esposa, nos lo dejamos? Somos Alicia, Rubén y Yayo.
The keys stayed with the agent. Lupe stayed with the phone. The field notes go out daily. Subscribe. The The stop sign driver we teased at the top is up next, and she has opinions.
Yeah, you recorded us. You almost ran us over.
I didn't almost
You
run
almost ran us over.
You're
Stop
so
playing.
full of
Stop playing.
You are full of
right? You're not funny.
You're not funny.
I will arrest you. Keep it up.
I'm a legal citizen.
Keep it up. I don't care.
Oh my goodness.
We have to car lock you up.
Okay. For what?
This is the one that tried to run us over.
Run you over when? I got recording. I got dash cam. I got dash cam. That's a lie. Y'all full of You're full of I got a dash cam. I never tried to run you over.
I want to see that dash cam footage.
No matter. I ain't scared of y'all.
Her volume has decided the agent is a bitch. The vocabulary agrees with the volume.
Turn right, then turn left.
Her closing argument is bitches. She repeats it in case anybody missed the point.
You a hoe. You a turn left, then turn right.
She was in fact a legal citizen. The traffic ticket, the recording, and the profession of bitchhood are hers to keep. Up next, the Ventura County Courthouse. The rabid responders arrived pre-annoyed.
Shut the up! No diga nada! No decimos nada! ¡Todos son mentiras! ¡No digan nada! ¡No digan nada! ¡Todos son mentiras! ¡No decimos nada! I hope you're not your leg gives out! I hope
See you in court, boy. You're a fucking engineer and say you're here kidnapping hard-working people.
Nobody's moving shouted 5 times at people who are in fact moving. The tactics manual is thin this year.
Nobody's moving. I don't have to wear those. Nobody's moving. Nobody's moving.
How many depositions you been in, old man? How many depositions you been in, old man?
Look at how he's expecting. Everyone's gonna see this. Look at this.
The detainee was booked. The chant went home unfulfilled. Up next, Palisades Park, New Jersey. A sidewalk arrest conducted in polite Spanish.
Right there. Be careful. ¿Cómo se llama? Enrique. ¿Su apellido?
Tienes cuidado, señor, is the polite version of what a federal cuff actually means.
Número de teléfono.
201.
Dale, siga.
838.
Ajá.
328.
Ok. ¿Cómo tiene familia?
No.
Ok. Tenga cuidado, señor.
The vehicle drove off with one more passenger than it arrived with. The written report links below. Finally, Austin, Texas. An American painting job just opened up.
¿Tomas medicación? No.
The request to go to the hospital was noted. Not granted, not denied, noted.
¿Me dio permiso de moverlo? Hey, they're letting you guys. He's hurt.
Hey, you got a key?
Dale. They didn't let you drive his car, just letting you know that.
Sorry, guys, phone.
Okay, wait.
Every stop in tonight's report ended the same way. The pattern is not subtle. The specimens migrate nightly. Members watch the next one first. Hit join.
I have a video who wants to come in. ¿Qué? ¿Qué dice, señor? I have a video interview from one of the libtards' greatest leaders. They wish she was in office as president. Maybe after I listen to this interview, I probably would wish the same.
Through legislation to.
Here we go. Let's take a quick listen. Maybe we were wrong about Kamala all along. Here we go.
They say that allows Democrats to perform abortions up until, birth, which is ridiculous, which is not accurate.
And it's ridiculous, and it's a mischaracterization of the point. No, the point is,
but do you need to be more precise?
I am being precise. We need to put into law the protections of Roe versus Wade, and that is about going back to where we were before the Dobbs decision.
But if there is the possibility through legislation to provide any kind of guarantee at the federal level, any kind of protection, like the Republican proposal of 15 weeks protection.
The Republicans are also members of the Republican Party are also proposing a national ban. The thing that
I'm talking about, the Lindsey Graham bill, as you know, and those proposals of giving some access, though that's 15 weeks. Why do you think it shouldn't be specific? Out in New Mexico, for example, the governor there says it shouldn't be nailed down to a week because it should be a private matter between a woman and her doctor.
I want to know why it keeps switching to two speeds.
There shouldn't be a precise number put on that. Is that what you believe as well?
I believe that we should put the protections of Roe v. Wade into law in the way that will happen.
They say that allows Democrats to.
Huh. So she would be against the 34-week rule? That's what I understood. I might be wrong. Oh, well, drink to that. Let's go ahead and explore the X account. This is the part where we explore the X files. A parasite is an invasive species that is harmful to its host. How is a fetus a parasite if a woman's body is designed to carry one? Good question.
No, babe, no.
Yes.
A parasite is. Let me tell her. You want to know what it is? It's a parasite.
Okay, so no.
Yes, it is. It is a literal living type of thing. It's a parasite inside of its host. It cannot survive outside of its host.
You know what a parasite is?
20 weeks. Yes, it is something that survives within something else.
It
cannot survive outside of the mother. It can't survive outside of the host.
In order to be a parasite, it has to be a different species from the host. And two humans can only reproduce a human.
Babe, no.
Yes.
A parasite is a living type of organism that cannot survive outside of its host. A fetus cannot survive outside of its mother before 20 weeks. I've been saying that the whole fucking time. I've been saying that the whole time.
It cannot be a parasite because it is the same species as the host. In order to be a parasite, you have to be a different species. No matter how many times I try to reproduce with my husband, I can never create any other species besides a human being.
It is a parasite.
You're right. She is the parasite. Oh, man. I laugh about it, but it's not funny. It's not funny. Innocent children are being killed because of the stupidity of this sexually corroded. I have no name. I have a bunch of swear words in Spanish. What is this? Women consider an abortion for reasons of convenience. 95% should be required by law to watch an unedited video of a dilation and Oh, boy. Yeah.
And do you know the name of the procedure that the doctor, do you support abortion up to the moment of birth?
So, Senator, you're using really inflammatory language to talk about a medical procedure, and it's not a simple yes or no. Not to mention, when you make statements like that, you're erasing the grief and the trauma that my patient.
You're not going to answer my question either, are you?
It's not a question I can answer.
The grief and the trauma that is being caused to the mother murdering her child. I get it. I understand. It makes total sense. You know, I see women on these crazy-ass Muslim videos. Women and children watching other humans being beat down, being maimed, mutilated. Women and children watching these atrocities. And once they convince themselves that this is the way life is, they don't give a crap. They don't care to do it. That's reality. And this is why we cannot give in to their stupid, demonic beliefs or ideas.
I think I know your answer. I think I know your answer. This is a baby at 21 weeks, okay? The baby can feel pain, right?
Yes.
And the baby's pretty developed, right?
Yes.
And do you know the name of the procedure that the doctor would use to abort that baby at 21 weeks?
I'm not a doctor, but I believe it's a DNR.
It's called dilation and evacuation. And then the doctor would take what's called the doctor would call it a Sofer clamp. It's really a pair of pliers with sharp teeth on the end. And without giving the baby any pain medication, and start tearing the baby apart. Is that right?
As far as I understand the procedure.
Yeah, and she might start with the legs and pull them out, and the arms and pull them out, right? And then she might go for the heart or the spine and just pull the baby out piece by piece. Is that right? Without giving the baby pain medication.
That's what I understand the procedure to be.
Okay, so then the doctor would go in and use those pliers to crush the baby's head. Is that right?
As far as I understand.
And then she'd pull the head out, the crushed skull out, right?
Mm-hmm.
Senator Kennedy, your time has.
Yeah, I already covered that, Frank. But yeah, they just signed an executive order from Massachusetts to abort a 34-week-old baby. And I even showed a baby at 34 weeks. That's your child, man. That's your child, man. We named our son Little Warrior, Caden. He was born very premature. The doctors told my wife, after being in an incubator for about 3 months, a month or so, they told my wife, take your baby home with you and spend the rest of his life with you or with him. They gave him a few months to live because he was very premature. Now, I've never shared this story because I don't want him to feel bad, but it seems that these demons killing babies, I'm sure he will understand why I'm sharing the truth. We call them Caden. My wife called them Caden. Means little warrior. The doctors unplugged them, told my wife, take the baby home, and live the last few weeks of his life with him. My son is 16 years old today. .16 years old. The baby didn't come out because the mother didn't want him to grow up to be a full-grown baby. Doctors say he will die. My wife never gave up. 16 years old today. I love my son. So grateful to have him. You understand? So good to have seen him grow from a baby to a grown man. I love him so much. He's not perfect. He has some autism. He has some challenges. But I love my son. So before you fucking libtards come in here talking shit about, I don't know what I'm talking about. My personal life is none of your fucking business. And when I do decide to share it and you don't appreciate it, well, fuck you very much. Move along. Nothing to see for you. Just get the fuck off my chat. It's that simple. You wonder why I am the way that I am today. I'm going to tell you, I was not born yesterday. What is AOC saying here?
How they literally made, and how Black Americans really created democracy in this country.
Right. That's exactly right.
How they literally made something from nothing. It is.
And here are the African Americans. There's your African Americans building this country. They built democracy. Yeah. The black people, they build all the skyscrapers from New York. Yeah. The Mexicans, they build New York City. Yeah. You just missed it. You just missed it. And here is, look at that face, bruh. Look how happy she is to be able to kill a 34-week-old baby. This should be able to allow us to abort idiots like this one. Shame on this bitch. Oh, Coach Stephanie, let's take a look and see what she has to say.
An online community that's trying to create narratives that simply don't exist. Trying to create a fabrication or distortion of who I am, of what I'm about. Our players' success, our players' health and wellness, our players' safety is always a top priority for me. One of the things I pride myself on is my relationships with players. For those who have anything to say about the play in the last game, I didn't see the play in real time. I went straight to a press conference. I thought the play got called right. Thankfully, Sophie's okay. Was it egregious? Absolutely. When you have a chance to watch that over and over and over on replay, you can see that. I didn't have that in real time.
Were there any
I take personally any suggestions that I don't 100% always have my players back. I ride with them 10 toes down all the time. all the time. They know that. It's a shame that we can't have an opportunity to talk about what great basketball they're playing. Because they are f***ing playing. The reality is, with me, I will always lead with love. I will always lead with grace. I will always lead with humility. And I will always lead with integrity.
Nothing in there said discipline or correction. Yeah, that makes sense.
Doesn't mean I'll always get it right. I'm also human.
And
the hate, the fear-mongering, the divisiveness, the stuff that's trying to hijack our league will not win.
Men.
It won't win. We are united. We are connected. We will not be divided. Every day these women put their on the line.
Every day these women put on their jocks. I mean, yeah.
Every day. When they go low, we go high. Love will win. Grace will win.
Grace. Yes, grace.
Humility will win.
Yes, humility. Humiliation. Yeah.
And kindness will win.
Yeah, kindness. No discipline. Forget about corrections. Forget about discipline. Just love and grace. I will ride, die, whore, 10 toes down for them for life. Shut the fuck up. All I heard is, it's her fault that her team sucks. That her team is so undisciplined. It is unbelievable that at the age of an adult woman, you never learn discipline. I know. I was thinking about if she was a man. I'm with you, Mango. It looks like a man. I don't know, but she sounds like a woman. What's that guy's name? Brittany Griner? That's the guy's name. The black dude. That's a woman. I mean, a man. That's so. I am so confused. I seen this guy, and was like years ago. I seen a video of this guy talking shit at a pool, shooting a basketball. He doesn't hide it. He doesn't wear a bra. He still has the man chest. Nothing has changed. He don't even disguise his voice. Well, I mean, I don't know. I don't know why people think that I'm like that. I really don't understand why they think I'm a man. I'm a woman, and I'm offended by it. Fuck these guys. Nope. I'm not a man. I'm offended. They think I'm a man. How the hell would I say? Why would I say I'm a man? Brittany Griner, I think that's her name. Let me look it up. Let's switch it up to some gossip in sports. Let's keep it fresh. Oh, man, my whole feed, bro, is just news. News. Uh-oh. Washington's income tax faces repeal vote as business owners raise the red flag. Who gives a shit? I already know that. Let's see. Experts predicted destruction in the UK, but they didn't listen. Sounds like Americans are doing the same thing, but hopefully we learn before it's too late. All right. Let's see. Let's see how many people defend Griner from being a man. Let's see. How do you spell that? Griner? Yeah, let's do this. Griner was suspended. Let's take a look at this. I'll tell you what. We'll start off with this video here real quick. Watch this. We're going to start off with this video.
Latest news, the WNBA has just handed down a suspension to Brittany Griner. This controversial player will face 3 serious consequences for her actions. Griner will miss 2 crucial games and be fined a hefty $150,000. Witnesses have come forward to testify that Griner was extremely aggressive toward Clark on the court and used highly racially charged, insulting language after the game. The entire incident was widely shared on social media. This suspension has completely ruined Griner's reputation and is a blow she cannot recover from. Upon hearing the news, fans have turned against her and are now supporting Clark. From an economic perspective, this could have a catastrophic impact on Griner. Regarding the reason for the suspension, Nike is reviewing Griner's endorsement deal, ESPN, and Disney are also closely examining their business relationships with her. The Phoenix Mercury are in a real predicament. Having lost their star player, it's like losing the engine in the...
This guy sucks. I like how they keep calling him she.
That investigation is now complete. The central findings of the investigation are that the man whose voice is heard on the recording and on a second recording from the same
That's right, Hoopty. That is the same person. That's right.
Conversation that was released on Sunday. Accordingly, effective immediately, I am banning.
Effective immediately, I am banning. That's all it took. One sentence. And just like that, Brittany Griner, one of the most recognizable names in the WNBA, is gone. Not suspended, not fined. Banned for life. Adam Silver dropped the mic in the most explosive press conference we've seen in years. And fans are asking, what the hell happened? Did Griner rig games? Was she pulling strings with refs? Or is this something deeper? Something the league doesn't want you to know? Because the more you dig, the messier it gets. Scandal, audio leaks, secret testimonies, even whispers about her identity. You better buckle up. We're breaking it all down. All right, let's start with how this whole thing exploded. Adam Silver walks into an emergency.
Hey, maybe she has a twin brother. You guys, stop it. Stop it. But I don't want to play somebody else's bullshit narrative. I want to hear from pros. These guys. Come on, man. You got to be. Come on. Got to give me better than that. I don't want to hear somebody else's narrative, guys. Sorry about that. Let me see if this is actually professional opinions. That's what I want to hear. Let me see. Charles Barkley.
I'm going to make this very simple.
The dirtiest NBA player to have ever played. Well, not really. Not really. There was worse. Never mind. There was worse.
For you, Dan. Men should not play sports against women. I'm not going to get into all the bullshit that's going on out here in the world today. If anybody thinks that, I think they're stupid. I'm not, like I say, I support the gay community 100%. I support the transgender community 100%. But I do not, under any circumstances, under zero, think that men should play sports against women. And if anybody have a problem with that, they're going to have to get over it, because I'm not going to change. I just think it's wrong, period.
Which are what? The science behind this, that men and women are different. And you can call yourself a woman, you can call yourself a cat, call yourself whatever you want, but the facts are what? Trans women are men. And the W in WNBA stands for women.
Before the game, you had a conversation with Sophie Cunningham.
I did.
If you want to share what you talked about, feel free. But more of my question is just how important is it to have those like in-person conversations with people that
I think it's
have
great.
different views?
I think it's great. I think both of us understand that we have platforms, and we both talked about wanting to more than anything educate, and there are some things that
Charles Barkley just said the one thing most people in sports media have been too nervous to say out loud, and he said it without blinking. sitting on Inside the NBA, Barkley made it clear he agrees with Sophie Cunningham's position that men shouldn't be competing in women's sports, and he said it in that same blunt, no-nonsense tone he's used his whole career whenever he thinks something obvious is being made complicated on purpose.
But
I'm not gonna lie, that makes me want to go play some basketball, but I can't do it like I used to. Maybe if I play against women, I might still look good. Maybe if I go play basketball against women, maybe I can still look good. You know what I'm saying? Oh, boy, I tell you, man. I tell you. Listen, I don't care if I am in pain. I will beat a woman in basketball to save my reputation. Unbelievable. Oh, man. I wish I would have found a better video for you guys, man. That sucks. That video sucks. Let me... Here, look at this guy. Now, we're not going to watch the whole thing, but... JLP is going to have a burner on this show. Check this out. Oh, man. Let me see if we get to the good part of this one.
You're a drag queen. You can call it whatever you want, but in reality, it's a drag queen, right?
No, a drag queen is like an adult entertainer, Jesse. I'm not an adult entertainer, okay? I don't go to clubs and do shows and dance.
Oh.
I'm a proper lady. I'm just an average woman.
Berta, just an average woman.
What is funny?
Oh, God.
Jesse Lee Peterson absolutely wrecks this trans woman for his insane statements in this debate, as Jesse Lee Peterson humiliates this beta male turned trans woman for pretending to be something he is definitely not, while he attempts to justify...
He's just a regular girl, and just a regular old girl. No, yeah, he's not a man. He's a regular lady.
He is back, but this time he's coming in as a transgender person, and under the name of Willow Kessler. Willow Kessler, welcome to the show. Thank you for coming on.
Thank you, Jesse. And just to start off, it's she. Thank you.
I'm sorry?
It's she. You kept saying him. It's she.
No, I said he came in as a transgender person this time, right?
Yes, but it's she. I'm a woman now.
Were you born a male?
Yes, I was.
And if you were born a male, how
I'm just a girl.
isn't that you're a woman?
It's gender dysphoria, and
what does that mean?
You know, technically I'm not a woman, but that's what I identify as.
But why identify as something that you're not? It's not sane to do that.
Because I don't know if you are aware of gender dysphoria, Jesse, but essentially I do not feel that I belong in my body or my voice, okay? So to make myself happy, and so I don't jump off this fucking roof, okay, I'm going to identify as a woman.
So knowing that you are a male and pretending that you are a woman, that makes you happy?
Not completely, but it makes me content. It makes me happier.
But why doesn't it make? Why do it if it's not completely making you happy completely?
Well,
Nick, get the phone for me. I'm sorry.
What's the alternative? Just for me to, continue on in a charade and just pretend I'm a masculine man and that I don't identify as a woman?
Well, why not? If faking being a woman is not making you completely happy, why not figure out why you're not completely happy as a man? Because pretending to be a woman is not making you happy either.
Well, first of all, I'm just starting my transition. I've just started the hormone therapy. I don't even have tits yet. So once those things start coming together, my happiness will build and I'll start becoming a complete person where I'm happier and content in who I am. And
But you're never gonna be happy pretending to be a woman. Just ask Bruce Jenner. He's not happy.
I think he looks pretty happy, to be honest with you.
Oh no, he doesn't look happy to me.
No?
Uh-uh.
Why would you say he's unhappy?
Look at him. He look like a monster.
Well, her name's Caitlin now, and she doesn't look like a monster.
Oh,
She
yes,
has
he
terrible
does.
legs. She has terrible legs, I'll give you that. Her legs are gross. But I think she's a pretty woman for her age, 72 years old. I'm pretty impressed. You put you in a sundress, Jesse, and you're not going to be strutting around LA looking like hot stuff either, so.
Oh, your fans are sending in something that says, I stand with Willow. Pictures. What is that about?
Well, it's because, Jesse, I don't know if you've realized it, but over the last little while, the term gender dysphoria has been kind of thrown to be a slur, like it's not acceptable anymore. And I come from the trans med community, and that means that I believe we have a medical issue. Okay, it's a mental issue. There's something that's not right where I don't identify in the body. I don't think gender is a spectrum. There's male and female. That's it. And I'm tired of all these.
At least he acknowledges that it's a mental problem. That is what we've been saying all along. So I'm glad at least he's honest. You know, I mean, he's honest, but still retarded. Because he knows the truth and yet chooses not to make a change. That is a big difference. That is a big difference. You know, when I learned that I had ADHD, okay, a lot of things make sense now, right? And I started, well, this is like years ago, decades ago, and I started doing things in a scheduled manner, and I started to understand why this and that. So sometimes I explode with an initial reaction. I might regret it later, but I'm explosive. You know, I'm a person that will react first and then think later, so to speak. So I understand that, but I work to control that. You know what I'm saying?
Non-binaries, unicorn, owlkin, coming out here trying to steal my oppression points that we've been working on for decades. So these NBs and the Q+, they can go get their own umbrella. LGBT.
Big umbrella. He's not for the big umbrella guy. He says, no unicorn guys. Only real women, transgender women. That's crazy.
That's it.
So
and that's why they stand for Willow.
So you want the right to be screwed up. Why don't they have the right to be that way?
They can be, but don't call themselves trans. A trans person is someone with dysphoria, not somebody that got a buzz cut and dyed it purple and now all of a sudden they're genderqueer. It doesn't work like that.
But don't they have a right to degrade themselves just as you're doing for yourself?
Yes,
or to yourself?
Yes, they do. But
so why are you mad at them for having the right to be screwed up?
Because they are hijacking the trans movement.
Amazing.
They're not trans. They're not transitioning to nothing.
So
they're going from a male to whatever they want. That's not how it works. That's not dysphoria.
So define NBs for me. What does that mean exactly?
NB is the acronym for non-binary, and that's what they're called. NBs. That's what they're called in the community.
Right.
And they are the ones that, if you say gender dysphoria, they will get offended. They will attack you. They will send death threats. They are the ones out on the streets with the signs yelling at everybody. It's not us, okay? I just want to blend in as a woman. That's all I want to do. I do a pretty good job of it.
No, you don't look like a woman at all.
Besides my chin, if I hide my chin, yes, I do.
You gotta
yes, I do, Jesse.
You gotta do more than that.
Well, that's your opinion.
No, Stevie Wonder can see that you're not a woman.
Well, I've sold hundreds of dollars of feet photos to men who thought I was a woman, so.
You said that there should be any cis women in sports, right?
There are men that look like their mothers. That doesn't make them a woman. That is ridiculous.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
You said there shouldn't be any cis women in sports.
Oh, yes, cis women in sports.
What's a cis woman?
A cis woman is a woman that was born as a woman. She's biologically a woman. It's just...
So I don't understand. You guys so you're saying a real woman should not be in sports?
No, they're slower, they're weaker, they're emotional. If you want to watch women's sports, watch trans women's sports. Give us a chance. We're faster, we're bigger, we're stronger, we can score more goals.
But that's because you were born as a male.
Yeah, I know.
But shouldn't women, it's okay for women to participate in sports against one another, but they shouldn't be allowed to play against men. Am I right?
Yeah, I guess they can compete against each other, but when a woman like me joins their league, all of a sudden there's a lot of talk and issues, and that I, am too rough and too physical. So, you know what? Screw it. Let's just make trans leagues. If they're going to be weak like that.
Nah, hey, I agree. I agree with him 100%. I will never call him a woman, but I agree 100%. We can call him a trans woman, but he's never going to be a real woman. It's just a trans woman is not a real woman to me. But I agree with that. They should have their own trans league. Now, whether it's a trans woman or trans man, they can play together. You see what I'm saying? I agree with that. Trans league. TNBA. Get it. Get it while it's hot.
But who would want to watch a bunch of drag queens playing sports?
Well, I'm not a drag queen. I'm a trans woman. There's a big difference, Jesse.
But you are a man in a dress, so you're a drag queen. You can call it whatever you want. But in reality, it's a drag queen, right?
No, a drag queen is like an adult entertainer, Jesse. I'm not an adult entertainer, okay? I don't go to clubs and do shows and dance.
Oh.
I'm a proper lady. I'm just an average woman.
But JLP, man, he's just an average woman. Stop it. Stop making fun of him, JLP. But
it's funny.
Oh, God.
Yeah, let me know down below how insane you think this guy is, because clearly Jesse Lee Peterson can...
What are you laughing at, Jesse?
I'm laughing at you. It's just funny. You just reminded me of something. There are a lot of drag queens, not a lot, but there are drag queens going to libraries reading so-called stories to children. Should a drag queen be allowed to read a story to children at a library?
I'm going to say no on that.
And why?
This is a touchy subject in the community. And I feel that drag queens are very sexualized people. Show me a drag queen that doesn't sell sex in some way. Why would you want people who sell sex to be influencing children? Children should not be sexualized at all. Children should be children. That's it.
I agree. Why do you think, because drag queens are like really low-life people, why do you think parents and the heads of these libraries allow drag queens to talk to children? Why are they allowing that at all?
I think it's progressive points. And that's what I'm talking about, that the LGBT community has been hijacked by these extremist progressives. And we have been silenced in the background while these loud little dipshits with buzz cuts scream in your faces. And so you have places that are giving into this, and they're playing into this progressiveness for these progressive points. That's all it is. They're not actually trying to help us. If they wanted to help the LGBT community, it's a lot they can do besides bring a stripper into a library.
Yeah. The last time you were here, you came in as a man, a male, but you were homosexual or something, right?
No, I was not homosexual. I was straight at the time. You said I seemed feminine. That's what we had the argument.
Oh, yeah, right. And what was your name before? I had it here, but they took it out. I don't remember.
My dead name is William Michael.
William Michael. And so you came in as William Michael as a feminine male. What made you decide, you know what, I'm just going to be a woman?
Because I finally just kind of realized, I wasn't happy as a boy. It's just, I just kind of wanted to do the transition, and I met some friends that were also trans, and it just kind of one thing led to the other, and next thing you know, I want to chop my penis off. Because I do have bottom dysphoria too, where I don't identify with that.
So whenever you go to the bathroom,
Ah, man, he doesn't talk to Bob. I'm sorry, Robert. That is the nickname of the little fella down there. It all came about back in the 90s when a movie called What About Bob came out. I think it was the 90s. So I nicknamed the little guy, What About Bob? Are you going to pay attention to Bob? Hey, listen, sorry about that. Oh, even Bobby is here. Man, listen, different kind of Bobs. Oh, man. This is crazy. Crazy. Here, let me switch this off. Let me switch this off. And let me play you the real clip. Because I do have a membership here.
Start off, it's she. Thank you.
Boys.
No, they're slower, they're weaker, they're emotional.
You think, because drag queens are like really low life people, why do you think parents and the heads of these libraries allow drag queens to talk to children? Why are they allowing that at all? Took it out. I don't remember.
My dead name is William Michael.
Yeah, he's got a bottom dysphoria. Bottom dysphoria.
Kind of realized, I wasn't happy as a boy. It's just, I just kind of wanted to do the transition, and I met some friends that were also trans, and
oh, poor Aztec is bored. He wants to hear about the economy. He wants to hear about the real topics. He doesn't know what the Dennis Herrera show is all about. It's not about just politics, my friend.
it just kind of one thing led to the other, and next thing you know, I want to chop my penis off. Because I do have bottom dysphoria too, where I don't identify with that.
So whenever you go to the bathroom and you see it, you like wonder what is this? Who does it belong to?
It's not who does it belong to. It's just like, why is this here? The way I put it, Jesse, is if you inhaled a helium balloon, okay, and your voice went high pitch, and then it stayed like that forever, and you had to go out and talk to your friends and come on your show, you would feel like that voice doesn't belong to you. You'd feel emasculated. You'd feel uncomfortable. That's the way I kind of describe the dysphoria I feel.
What does
not that it doesn't belong to me.
Do you feel embarrassed walking down the street looking the way you look now?
No, not at all. I'm proud. Men like it. I get lots of attention, and I got a great ass, so. I have very long legs.
It's all about the ass, apparently. It's all about the ass. Many men on the left will agree. Ass, no matter where it's from, is good ass. Only for the libtards.
Is this an act that you're putting on?
No, it's not.
It's not an act?
No, it's not an act. This is who I am.
Amazing. Amazing. And don't forget to...
Beta! You guys heard it. It's not an act. It's not an act. It was all real, he says. It is all real. Man, I can't believe that guy went hardcore against the LGBTQ and the color hair people. Unbelievable. All the libtards are out there sharing misinformation. Carolyn Levitt stepping down to be with with these babies, her beautiful family. Who knows what else is coming? But what I do know is we all love Caroline Levitt. We know it. Let me see. I don't know if we want to watch that shit. Oh, yeah. We're about to get some electric gloves for the ICE agents. Peace. Peace out. Aztec, you come in here and you say that shit like you're over here supporting me with super chats and membership. You act like you give a lot of shit about the show. Get the hell out of here, bruh. Don't need that shit over here. Auto workers sound the alarm over Medicare for all. I don't know. I don't know what that's about. I think we heard about this already, but let's double check.
You have an opportunity.
Are you not entertained? Oh, Tanya, you're too nice to Aztec. Fuck him. Say, Aztec, get the hell out of here.
Opportunity to guarantee cradle-to-grave health care. We're watching more people support Medicare for all every day. We're watching more elected officials support Medicare for all every day. And in a lot of ways, this campaign was a referendum on whether or not we want health care here or bomb somewhere else. And I think the Michigan voter chose health care here.
Okay, there from Sunday. Now it is Wednesday. Far-left candidates like Abdul Al-Sayed continue the push for Medicare for all. Meanwhile, some auto workers in Michigan are pushing back over coverage concerns, and my next guest is one of them. Meet Brendan Fluker. He joins me now. Third-generation unionized auto worker from Michigan, Macomb County. Reagan Democrats, 1984. Brendan, how you doing? Welcome to our program. You've been with Ford Motor Company for about 8 years. Tell me about your health care coverage, what you like about it, and what you're concerned about. Let's start there.
Yeah, so we at Ford Motor Company in the UAW, we get good private health insurance. Medicare for All would take away our health insurance as we know it and completely upend the medical system for us.
Okay, so from Macomb, you could probably get to Canada pretty quickly, can't you? You got the new bridge out there, right? Okay, so I don't know if you've looked at what they're doing in Canada, but this is what we found out with hospital wait times. In Canada, do you wait more than 1 month for specialist care? 62% do. In the U.S., it's half of that. What's that tell you, Brendan?
Well, that tells me that our health insurance would get a whole lot worse. And not just that, we would have to start waiting for our doctors. We might not even be able to choose our own doctors. The demand will just go straight up. And, I live very close to Canada right now, and we see Canadians come across the border to get health care here in Michigan. And we don't want to have to do what they have to do and have to get in a long line for something that we can just walk right in for now.
Yes, so Brad, the way it works for you, you guys negotiated this, right? You have a contract for your health care, is that right?
That's correct.
Okay, and what would happen if that contract fell apart or you were forced to take a new vote?
That would cause a whole lot of issues. So we would potentially have to go on strike. It would, if we lost our current contract as it is. First off, if we got Medicare for all. Immediately we would lose our private health insurance altogether. And then, we would probably have to renegotiate our contract. And that would mean the same things we saw in 2023. It could cause a strike. It could cause all sorts of issues. We might be asking for a pay raise if they're not covering our health insurance costs. I doubt that would happen. But I don't see anything good for auto workers. Getting this Medicare for all. I think it's nonsense.
Brennan, here's one thing we found out. This is a Reuters poll. Okay, they found that more than 7 in 10 liberal Democrats say that supporting government-provided health care coverage is essential to being liberal. 71%. All right, so that's where they're coming from. In the meantime, we just watched this major race in Michigan just 8 days ago. And the UAW, here's what they said about supporting Medicare for all. They backed Al Sayed, by the way. Every working class person deserves decent...
Bernie, what's going on, buddy? Tom Homan said it's best the Democrats in Congress and the Senate signed the laws that we enforce. So if anything, the hypocrites are the Democrats who started calling us Nazis. We have been covering that. Democrat socialists. That's what a Nazi is. That is the new name of the Nazis. It's funny. They still come over here and say that ICE agents are the Gestapo. But they don't know what the Gestapo is. They have an idea, but they don't really know what that is. We are simply repatriating people back to their countries. That's it. Nothing more. Thank you for dropping a super, brother.
Deserves decent health care. No one should have to choose between seeing a doctor and putting food on the table. But you seem pretty happy with your health care. Why would the UAW back such a progressive as Al Sayed?
Well, I think the leaders in the UAW right now have agendas beyond just the union itself. I think some of the people in the top brass want a political career, and they see progressive policies as their path into politics. I don't think that the top brass are really thinking of the membership and what would affect us if we were to go for the Medicare for all system. It would destroy what previous leaders in the UAW fought for, which was a good private health insurance through the company.
Yeah. Well, depending on who wins, this argument is either going forward or it's going to die. And we'll find out together. Brendan, thanks for sharing your story.
Well, that's true, though, but that is the struggle, that we fight for something that we really want, and then somebody else comes in and wants to change it. That's just the way it works. It is a dark day when the womb becomes the scariest place for a human to exist. Same week, Democrats in Massachusetts legalized abortions up to birth. An ultrasound has gone viral. An unborn baby girl smiles after hearing her father's voice. So cute.
I did a lot. Good morning. Happy Saturday. Happy Saturday. Hello. You hungry?
Oh, smiling.
Oh my god, you're good.
Smile.
Did you videotape Yeah. Oh my gosh, she's so smiling.
Smile. A little smile. No, it's a squish, but it's cute.
I have nothing in his voice.
I'm talking to you.
You gotta be shitting me, bro. If that doesn't make you tear up, you're not fucking human, man. If that doesn't make you tear up, you're not a fucking human. How precious. How precious. Wow. So listen, let's go ahead and close it up here. Let's see. So free healthcare for free healthcare for American citizens. I am all for it. I am all for it. But I still believe that people should have the choice of having private health care. You see what I'm saying? Like, I don't see why. Can somebody tell me, I'm ignorant about this. Can somebody tell me why, if we give free health care to every American citizen, American citizens only, why would that cause a problem? I have an idea, but I want you to tell me, why would that cause a problem for private health care? And whatever the problem is, I will blame the healthcare insurance. I will blame the actual healthcare system and the insurance companies because they have been abusing the system. Everybody is aware that if a procedure costs you $400, The hospitals make the claim for about $800. They double sometimes the price of their procedure. I think it's bullshit. They shouldn't do that. They shouldn't do that. Let me read some comments. Where you at with this? If someone can afford health care, then why should they get it for free? Yeah, okay. All right, okay. So, where do we go with this? Maybe there is a cap. Maybe we can put a cap to qualify for free health care. So I don't think that 350 million Americans are going to go do free health care. I think that's the wrong way to do it. For example, let me bring up the unaffordability thing and how the government cannot do rent control. In order for you as the government, in order for the government to do some good rent control, you have to make sure landlords are not being charged higher property taxes. You can't charge landlords more money to continue being landlords and then force them to freeze the rent. You see what I'm saying? The reason why landlords have to raise the rents on their properties is because they're getting taxed up the yang. Every year, costs go up. Real estate cost goes up. If the appraisal of the house goes up, guess what else goes up? Taxes. I think in the same manner it would be if you want to have free health care for all. You got to regulate these insurance companies, man, and you cannot be allowing clinics or hospitals to be double dipping. If a procedure costs this money, then you have to go ahead and claim the insurance with that same amount of money. It is no news. Let me find out. Let me see how much. I know the price has probably changed. How much does it cost to make an IV? Let me see if I can get yeah, it hasn't changed. Okay. Listen to this. Listen to this. Do you guys know how much it costs to make an IV? A bag of IV. All that is a bag of sterile saline or salt water. It costs between $1 to $2. Imagine this. I have my issues with healthcare. It costs $2. It costs $2 for an IV bag. An IV bag. I went to the hospital. I went to the hospital. Of course, the copay, I get it. Why? I don't know, but I get it. Copay, visit charge, $100, couple $100 for the visit. $800 for an IV, plus the charge to put it in and the equipment. All those fees added to it. $600 to $800 depending on the hospital. $600 to $800 for an IV plus the charges for the visit, and that includes the administering, etc. Why? Forget the why. Why do they double that against insurance companies? Why do they raise the price against insurance companies? all the insurance company is going to do is charge us more. You know what I'm saying? You know, back in 2000, when I worked for AT&T Broadband, listen to this. Before they became Comcast, okay, AT&T Broadband, they gave us for free 300 shares. Imagine this. Socialism. They gave us 300 shares for free. 300 shares of AT&T Broadband. This was like a bonus, hiring bonus, okay? They didn't give you the money, but they gave you the 300 shares. Now, I'm going to tell you how important this is. The health insurance covered most of the procedures 100%. The worst coverage was 90%. Worst coverage, 90%. $67 a month. You might think, oh, well, Dennis, that was back in 2000. Shit. I worked for other companies, and they were charging me $300 a month. So I knew $67 was hella cheap. Almost free health insurance. And I got to choose between PPO or HMO. Most of you Americans that are workers, you know what that means. And a year later, it became Comcast. Same insurance company. But now the insurance cost $107. And I'm talking about just for me. $107. And the best coverage was 80%. What? Now, I was young. Early 20s, obviously. Early to mid 20s, I don't remember. And I didn't know about stocks. I just thought, yeah, whatever. Well, here's the catch. I don't know how this happened. My stocks went up to almost $10,000. And they sent the letter. I didn't understand the letter because I don't know shit about stocks. And I guess the letter said that if I didn't claim this money right now, I would lose it within a certain amount of period of time. That time passed. One of my co-workers says, hey, how much did you make? I said, I don't know. He said, oh, I thought you had stocks. I said, I don't know. I don't have stocks. He's like, well, bro, what about the stocks that they gave you with AT&T? I was like, oh, yeah, 300. But, yeah, how much did you make? The guy said, I got $15,000. I said, I got a letter for $10,000. I guess I just got to do is call him. He said, you haven't called them. I said, no, I don't know. He says, you're a fucking retard. You're supposed to call them before this date. Now it's too late. So I called anyways. And he wasn't lying. It was true. They told me the money was gone. Stocks have been disposed of, I guess, or whatever the hell they said. But the point is that the health insurance from one company went from being extremely fantastic to shitty and shittier and shittier. Today, you get 60%, 70, 80% coverage. But now you're not paying $50, $60. You're paying $500. And then you have your wife and your kids. You can't afford to have health insurance. You used to be able to afford health insurance. But in this beautiful state of Washington that we live in, which has had 40 years of pure Democrats, health insurance has gone down the toilet. It is crap. The taxes that they take off your checks, it's ridiculous. The unaffordability, the cost of living, everything. It's so expensive, and it's not because of Trump. It has been getting worse every single year. And it keeps getting worse and worse and worse. I wonder why. Hundreds of millions of dollars for illegal immigrants, emergency care. Obviously, they don't qualify for health care. But when they go through the emergency health care, they have to be seen. They cannot be rejected. That is a subsidy that is given to them. It's crazy. It's crazy. So, free healthcare for American citizens, I think there has to be a few little steps that we got to take. One of them, I think that the most significant one to take into consideration would be the income. Money. How less, not how much, how less do you have to make to qualify for the free health insurance? That would be the question. You know, I was going to open up the lines, but then now we're running out of time, so no more. Sorry about that. I know. It is what it is. I hope you guys are having a happy Wednesday. Belly button of the week. Hump day! But anyways, I tell you about this because you got to ask the questions. You got to ask the question. If you don't ask the questions, then you will never learn anything. See, I don't like to be told what to do. I don't mind guidance. I don't mind that. I don't mind guidance. I don't mind being told, hey, this is the best way to do this, this, and that. Okay, fantastic. But I like to ask the questions myself. I made this example before about my coworkers. Everybody goes around the floor, bitching and moaning and complaining, and oh my God, the boss and this, and oh my God, I hate that and this. Oh, this is so unfair. This is not right, blah, blah, blah. And you're going crazy. You go crazy. And then comes the employee meeting, the employee company meeting. Yep. Everybody gets to see the boss, the owners, the president, the CEOs, the vice presidents, the COOs, and all this other crap. Right? All the leaders are there. And they say, does anybody have any questions? No, everything is great. And I look around. I said, I got a problem. I've been hearing all over the floor every day people complaining. Something is not fair. Something is not right. I don't like this. I disagree with this. And I have a problem with it. You know what the owner says? Oh my God, here comes troublemaker Dennis. Making trouble again. Why? Because I can't stand having questions unanswered. Everybody else is a libtard. They bitch and complain about everything. And when they get the chance to make a change, to let the voices be heard, they coward. Don't coward. Don't vote for socialist Democrats. Continue to support those who look after the American people, America first, not illegal immigrants, American citizens first. as the Italians will say. Capiche? Man, I love you crazy-ass Americans. Hey, I hope you like my shorts. Make sure you go check out my shorts. I got 2 shorts dropped this morning. Go give it a like. Go share it. Talk some shit in the comments. Hug it up. I'll say this. God bless you. God bless your family. God bless the USA, baby. USA, let's go.